According to Anna's math, we were probably over 800 registrants.
Are you talking to me?
No, just talking to myself.
Yeah.
Overcame 800.
That's pretty awesome.
According to Anna's math, we were probably over 800 registrants. Well, that's a good test of the delay. According to Anna's math, we were probably over 800 registrants. Well, that's a good test of the delay.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm gonna stop now. It's gonna distract me.
Was it playing? I was like, how is this happening?
I'm gonna stop now. It's gonna distract me.
Was it playing? I was like, how is this happening?
I'm gonna stop now. It's gonna distract me.
Was it playing? I was like, how is this happening?
Stop now. It's gonna distract me.
Was it playing? I was like, how is this happening?
Stop now. It's gonna distract me.
Was it playing? I was like, how is this happening?
Hi guys.
Yeah. Oh, so that echo was me, Greg, not you.
Okay. Good morning.
I was playing around with the YouTube live streaming, and I didn't realize I'd have to mute that.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna break it at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Moses West is in the waiting room. Are we ready to let him in?
I think let's work with AV first. We can I'll message him and say.
Oh, he just left.
Okay. I think maybe he's just testing. Hopefully. I'll let him know in Slack. Joaquin or oh, he's back. Yeah, Joaquin, anybody from AV Services? You guys around? Unmute. Maybe I'll unmute you guys. Well, it's not exactly 8:15 yet.
And I just sent oh, so did you.
So if we don't need to, I don't need to click record at any point, or is it just going to do, or should I be recording as a backup?
I think we should be covered with AV. I just got a text from Joaquin
Okay.
from AV.
What did he say?
Calling me.
Okay. He should be
Good
able to.
morning.
What did you add to the quail slide? Because I handled everything else as far as the channel rooms and the naming, but did not.
Who are you asking?
Asking Anna, but she might be on the phone.
I think she added the 3 slides that Meredith worked on that include the quail explanation and illustration.
Okay.
At least that's how I followed the thread. Meredith asked if it was okay. I said, yes, I asked you to do it. And then Anna said she did it. That's the way I understood it.
Let's see. Where are they supposed to go?
I think they're already in there. But
yeah, I mean, I had downloaded it.
Oh, on your version.
Stuff yesterday because it's like half.
I think they're new. I think they're new 2 through 5, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
But it's in that Slack thread.
Right. Will join this thing. 80 members. Right on 10%.
Nick, do you have the slides?
Yeah.
Can you run through them for me real quick so I can see where the new ones are?
Sure.
So,
Hold on. I was just.
and I wonder how much time do I get to do my thing, my thing.
Okay, just talked to AV and they are recording it. They just sent me a test link that I'll forward to you so we can see what the webcast is. Right now, it's just whoever's speaking. But when we have the presentation up, it will look probably like this, where it's the presentation and then the speaker.
Greg, the new slides are on 10. So,
Okay, so after the Slack stuff.
right. So, elephant, virtual, housekeeping, how to engage, and then talk Slack, overview, then the quail, and then right into Joaquin.
Okay, so 10 through.
So 10 is the first one, and then
When's Joaquin?
Joaquin is right after 10 is 11.
I know, what's the number? Sorry. 10
11.
through 11. Okay. So can you scroll up a little bit? Okay, so there's really only 2 new slides, 9 and 10, or is it just 10?
Just 10 right now, and then there's a new slide. 27, I think, is new. It's in between the panel and the demystifying water community. So it's recognizing the panel as its own individual thing.
Okay. I need to get the agenda up. And is the process agenda easy to find on the Google Drive?
Yeah, it's in the 2020, and then how did I find it?
Is it under
I
planning?
feel like
agendas?
if you view it in a grid, it's easier to find.
It's in that top directory though, under 2020.
It is. It's like it's called the process agenda, I believe. That's what you're wanting. It would be.
I got to turn that off. My phone. Wonder what kind of
We just turned off Anna's power.
I was gonna say, I wonder what kind of amazing curveballs are gonna be thrown at us.
Oh yeah, her
Road construction and power off.
Her power's off. Do you want me to bring up the process agenda, or do you want me to?
No, I can find it.
Send you the link.
No, I can find it.
Okay.
And then I'll just open it and keep it open on my other computer.
Because you got to open that up and then go to the second tab. It's called Run of Show.
Oh, it's a sheet that helps.
Yeah. Oh. See, one of my screens keeps on going out. Do you want to keep going through the slides, or are you still trying to find the process agenda?
I was really just trying to get the intro part down and
Okay.
time it out. The only reason I want the process agenda, but and I guess you could just answer this, is how much time do I have to do all of that intro stuff?
You have from 9. Wait, let's see. Huh. Oh, come on. I better open up the agenda. It's not in that run of show doesn't really have it broken down by time.
Actually, that helps. So I should probably open the program too.
Yeah, so program, the first page. So you have 5 minutes to go through the logistics.
And the
9
welcome.
to 9 to 9:05, and then Joaquin's 9:05 to 9:30.
Okay, so I'll be really light on the welcoming kind of stuff and leave that to Joaquin, and I'll run through the logistics and cover the COIL.
Yeah, I think the key parts are Slack and the COIL quick. Yeah, I'm wondering if there might be another program, and it's unfortunate that she's on the her power's out, but
yeah, I wonder what she's going to do.
It's hard to I don't know. It's hard to
it's bad to laugh, but like, of course it happened.
Yeah.
This is Adi. Is that Meredith you're talking about? That her power is out?
It's Anna, our ringleader of everything.
Wow. Okay. Good morning, Neve.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well.
That was some amazing work over the weekend.
Oh, thank you.
It was like Christmas. Every like hour or two, something new and exciting and beautiful would show up.
It's nice when that happens.
It helped, because otherwise it was kind of a stressful weekend. We had to do some last minute adjusting, and plus
what
just
was it that got
anxiety.
adjusted? I didn't do a direct comparison, but is there anything?
It wasn't significant in some ways, but it was significant in subtle ways. So what we did is we took the panel or the session that was immediately following the keynote, and it was called Community, EJ Communities 911 411 or 411 911. And we had combined the group that had devised that name and done work on their own panel. We'd combined them with 3 other sort of selected community engagement speakers. And we just needed to put a line in between the two. So we did. And so we created a keynote panel and put the EJ Community 411 911 up with the keynote speaker as like a keynote speaker / panel. And then the second group we just left them session 1 and renamed it slightly.
Got it. Okay. Thanks for helping me understand what it was that changed.
Oh yeah, her power's still out, so I don't know what she's gonna do. So, she got 6. It's 8:30. Unfortunately, like last year, we have like kind of maybe there's another document that has like a better shows the gaps in between speakers, because if I look at the agenda, it just says Joaquin ends at 9:30 and then Moses starts at 9:30, and I don't know if there's a built-in. Is really Joaquin over at 9:25 or what? But
I do recall there was some 25 or some 5-minute buffers built into things,
Mhm.
into transitions. So that might be what's happening there. But
yeah, I'm just not seeing it anywhere. Like previously, you'd be like, oh, end at this time. And my guess is that I might have it of her own.
oh my gosh, poor Anna.
Hey, Greg. Hey, Nick. Shuka.
Hi, Shuka.
Is there any way I can help?
We might need to elevate you to be Anna's role until Anna, I know. So Anna's power went out and she has no Wi-Fi either. And
Are
so,
you serious?
yeah, this morning, like 10 minutes ago. So she's gonna probably figure it out, knowing Anna. But if we need to get started and she's not back, I might need to ask you to be Anna until she shows up. And so you might look at the roles sheet. If you don't have that, I can email you a link to it, but it's in the drive. And
I'll look for it.
she's co-host and producer support, and it's a lot of support stuff. And one of the most important things would be security. We have a password protected Zoom behind a massive webcast. So I don't expect any security issues, but I would say one of the most important things would be to keep an eye on only admitting people into the meeting from the waiting room that are like verified speakers coming up.
But
And,
do I have that authority?
I can
Nick,
make you a co-host.
yeah, Nick can give it to you.
I can send you the link to the roles page too. Hold on. Yeah,
So just
Allie's around too.
I'll just run through it with you, Shuka, in case we need to sort of rely on you, because there'll be a point where Nick and I are going to be so busy we can't really talk to you.
Sure.
Okay, so yeah, you would admit, like, just admit people that are on the agenda and speakers, and they should all be in anyway by 9. But if they come in at 9:15 and they're like part of the community panel, just look at the program and see all the speakers. And if you can't tell who they are, you can maybe message. I think you can message them, right, Nick? Chat to them.
Yes.
And you could just say, hey, who is this, or something like this, 510 number, or whatever you end up sort of looking at. And then the other main thing is to remove people if we do have a Zoom bomb, which is unlikely. But you'll sort of be able to see who's doing it, who's talking, and you should be able to mute and remove them, and or shut down the meeting if it's just too bad, which would be not a disaster. It would be bad, but it would not be a disaster, because we wouldn't kick everyone out of the whole thing. We would just have to regroup. Nick would have to create a new meeting and regroup us all.
Okay.
But I'll probably give you an indication on the shutdown part. Like, don't just.
Yeah, I won't. Yeah. If everyone's yelling and screaming, then I'll know.
It really shouldn't happen, but I'm super sensitive because we had an event on Friday organized by Sac State that Joaquin got Zoom bombed on.
Oh.
It was terrible.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
What happened?
Like, I think 3 people came in and just started. It was mostly verbal, like they didn't draw on the screen or anything, but it was racial slurs and just really nasty kind of stuff, verbal. like personal too, like they were making fun of his beard and things. And yeah,
It almost sounded like children that were doing it.
it did. They sounded like
sounded
young
very-
foreigners.
The link is allegedly live, and I guess they are.
Oh, everything I just said got transcribed.
It's just that was probably true. I was like, I think the video is live on the EPA.
Good morning, everyone. This is Catherine.
Hi, Catherine.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm watching Greg live too. I didn't know if you guys knew you were live on the webcast.
We do now.
Okay.
Everything I just said got transcribed.
That was probably true. I was like, I think the video is live. I gotta pause that.
So speaking of children, somebody has children in their background that's coming through on the audio.
That might, is it still coming through?
No, it's gone now.
Wes Steering. Yeah, the hard ones that are going to be to admit are the ones that are phone numbers, because those are the ones I can't really cross check with the agenda.
Some blistering bright light. Hello?
Hi,
Morning.
Mr. West.
Howdy.
Just to let everyone know, we're live. So people are not only seeing you, but they're reading transcriptions and hearing the audio, I think. But for sure, the transcriptions.
Okay. How's my audio?
It sounds great. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I can hang up from this then. There we go. Up here.
want me to give you control?
Hey, this is Peter. I'm just testing my audio. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Peter.
Thanks.
I hear you. Hey, Greg, how are we looking for time?
We are 15 minutes away.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh,
morning.
okay.
Good morning, LaDonna.
We saw
Good
you for a
morning.
second.
Just a reminder to everyone, we're live, so be careful what you're saying because it's being transcribed right now.
Yes, I get it. Let's see. Is my video, hold on.
There
Or
it
is
is.
it's
There it
off
is.
on your end?
There it is. We see you now.
Oh, okay. I don't see you though.
You should see Greg, or maybe.
I see Nick, but oh, no, Greg went off. I see Nick, but just your name.
Nick, it looks like his
Now I
camera's
see
not
you,
on.
Greg.
Yeah, it moves, it toggles to whoever speaks.
Yeah. And you guys didn't do the multi-screen option? Because then it'll just let you bounce around, right?
We'll set that up for your panel, but
Oh,
for
okay.
the individual speakers, we're going to just do the talking head in the corner because otherwise the
Yeah.
slides get minimized.
It get minimized. I thought they gave the option. I thought we did it where we still have the multi-screen, but we didn't have to switch back and forth. It was just in the corner. Well, I'm on an iPad, so everything's twisted.
So you can do that on your end. I forget all the different options and how to do them, but I think it's above your views of people's faces. So you can like click on the grid and you can make it bigger.
Well, see, on mine, it does look different now. It just says switch camera, which means, I don't know what that means, but
you see like a window that has all the people's camera views in it?
No, I only have just one switch camera view. That's what I was saying. Normally it gives those options. I see the participants so far is 14. I can see that. Mute video options. Let's see. Meetings chat, but I don't see the ability to do anything else.
Are you on your iPad?
Yes.
I'm running a version on my MacBook. I wonder if it's similar, but it looks like, so when I'm talking above my little camera view, do you see like a line with next to a cube, next to two cubes, next to a grid of cubes?
No, I just see your face in the corner and I see a plus sign and a minus sign.
Interesting. I don't know. I don't have an iPad.
And I'm fine with it.
Okay.
I guess I don't see myself. Oops. Okay, now I don't see anything. Let me get back to it. Okay, so here I am. Let me see if I hit switch again. I wonder if it's the settings. Okay.
Yeah, there should be something called a grid view.
Or you know what it is? Probably I can't because you guys are the host, right?
We are the hosts, but you should be able to control how you see things too.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna leave out and come back in. I'm gonna try and see if it's maybe in my settings or something.
Okay. We do have time.
Yes, that's why it's good to get on early, right?
Yep.
The planning sheet.
So just to kind of remind everyone here, the run of show is going to be, I'll kick us off with a real brief orientation. We'll go to Joaquin. Joaquin, you have about 25 minutes. And then we'll go to, make sure I get this right. We'll go to Moses at 9:30 and you have a half an hour. And we'll run your slides for you. And you said you have about 10 minutes worth of slides and then you want to just open it up to chat and questions and stuff, right?
Oh, definitely. We'll play it by ear.
Okay. So, and Joaquin, I would love for you to help engage with Moses on questions. It's going to be, we'll collect some from the internet, but because of the delay, that we'll definitely need to see and start some of the conversation.
Okay, I probably won't use my full 25. You know, I'll keep it relatively, you know, probably closer to 10 or 15.
Okay.
And then so we can tack that time on if there's any need for adjustment or for questions. So
perfect.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you. And then at 10 o'clock, we'll take a short break and then come back with the EJ Communities 411-911 panel. And then we will go at 10:50 into the selected community perspectives with 3 presentations, and that'll take us all the way to lunch.
Hey, LaDonna, my name's Joaquin.
Hi, Joaquin.
Good to meet you here. How are things looking on the iPad?
Well, I can see you. I just don't see myself.
Okay. On let me see. So there should be an icon somewhere on the iPad just here that you see that should allow you to change the view to switch between the speaker, thumbnail, or the gallery views.
Okay.
So maybe
Let's see.
kind
I
of
see a switch camera, but when I switch it, let me see.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that one.
Okay.
You kind of peck around for here, let me see if I can get a screenshot.
Okay, hold on. Let me try. No. Even on my participant thing, it looks like I can see my microphone working. Looks like the camera should be working.
It looks like you have something covering your camera, like just a black something like that. Because it was working before.
Yeah, when you first came on the second time, it was working, and then it looked like something covered up the camera lens.
Really? And I'm in the same position. I haven't moved.
There you are.
There you are.
Okay, so yeah, when it does switch camera, but I don't see me at all. So it's not that I guess I have to, but normally you see yourself when you're talking, then you're the one that is in the picture, right?
Yeah, depending on the view, there's usually, you can have it so it's just the active speaker, or you can create like a grid along with what should be right now a slide presentation. You should be able to see here as well, I think. But
yeah, okay. And I was gonna say, and I would switch to the computer, but the iPad is what I'm familiar with.
Yeah, no, it's and I think again there should be a way to change up your views on it. I'm trying to at least find a screenshot of maybe where on the iPad screen it is.
Yeah, let's see. Okay. Stop and start video. That wouldn't be it.
And just so you know, LaDonna, for the 800 people watching, they'll see you in the upper right corner of the frame.
Okay.
So it'll appear fine to everyone else. It's just going to be a little disorienting to you if you don't have that feature.
Oh boy. Okay. I wonder if I try it by phone. Let me see. Of course, everybody's calling me this morning. Okay, let me figure this thing out. Let's see. Okay, I should be off now, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me try and work this out.
Whoa, better.
2-minute warning. We're going to go live in 2 minutes.
Oh, I haven't greeted everybody. Nice to meet all of y'all virtually.
Likewise.
Likewise.
Yeah, great to meet you. Greg, are we just going to be here on the platform then, and everything will just be streamed to the CaliPA platform?
Yeah, the Zoom, we're running this like board meeting style. So Zoom
Okay.
is for panelists and logistics people only.
Okay, so then questions will just be coming to us through written email submitted questions.
Email and Slack. So we have people
okay, the Slack
monitoring.
channel.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And
Hey, Greg.
Yeah.
Hey, and after the presentation, we stay on to continue to answer questions throughout, right?
Yes, please. The way that we've redone this grouping of the panel with your keynote is that the idea is people might want to ask a question of all of you all. So that would include the Community Advisory Committee plus you.
Okay.
At that point, what is that, 10:30, I think? You're not obligated to stick around past that. 10:50. So up until 10:50, if you could just hang in case somebody has a question that you want to respond to, that would be awesome.
Okay, so 10:50 your time.
Yes.
Right? Or
yes.
my time?
My time. So you're in Texas, so that's
right. 1 o'clock.
Yep, basically 1 o'clock.
All right. It's gonna be fun.
It is gonna be fun.
Greg, my little techie person says that it has to be on your end. It's not on our end, that the camera is not showing because you're controlling it.
Well, I am at a loss then. Nick, do you have any advanced options that you see that could do anything?
Not for somebody else's computer. Yeah, it just has, all I can
So
see.
for individuals joining us on the CaliPA videocast, we're just finishing up some technical work here. Apologies, we'll be starting an official capacity here in a second. Glad you can start to join us. LaDonna, I will just say that I believe sorry to do this live to everyone, but we're trying to help LaDonna see a better view of the presentations and speaker here. But LaDonna, there may be, it looks like on the bottom left, next to where you saw switch camera, there's an icon that says speaker view. Are you able to tap on that to perhaps
switch camera? I don't see anything that says speaker view on mine.
Okay. Then
let's see.
Yeah, I apologize then, LaDonna.
Okay,
okay, so the immediate fix is going to be, LaDonna, just make sure to turn your camera on and when it's your turn to speak. And that way everyone will at least see you. I know that as I mentioned earlier, the interface on your end may be a little disorienting, but trust us that your camera works when it is on and we can see you. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get us started. This is the official start. We're going to officially kick this off now. I am going to run through a couple of quick orientation slides, and then we're going to hear an amazing welcome from our board chair, Joaquin Esquivel, and then we'll continue with the content and the programming after that. So the first thing I want to do is introduce the Community Advisory Committee that helped us with a lot of the programming. This was the Community Advisory Committee led by LaDonna Williams from All Positives Possible. She was joined by Helen Fitinides from the Watershed Project, Eric Basin from Shoreline EJ, and Demetra Long with Switzerland Circles. The reason that we did a Community Advisory Committee was because of last year's event, and we had a really honest conversation, and it's been an amazing experience. So I really appreciate profoundly the impact that the partnership has made on me as well as the organization. So thank you all. The other thing I want to do is acknowledge the proverbial giant squid in the room. It also looks like an elephant maybe, but we are in a different world right now. And so all of these interactions that we had planned to do in person in our auditorium at the office are now happening virtually. So with that, there are going to be some additional things that we have to deal with. It's a different vibe
Should
altogether.
I try to go in on my phone? No.
And actually, for people who are in the Zoom meeting,
Even
please
if I have
mute.
the camera flip, that wouldn't do it either. Right?
LaDonna, can you mute your phone, please?
Oops, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I thought I muted it.
And just a reminder for all the panelists to please mute your phones. You can use chat for communication, and or if you have to do back channel, there's some of you had phone calls for each other, phone numbers. So the interaction is going to be different. We do have some pretty unique ways to deal with that. Luckily, we're not one of the first ones out into this world, but we also are going to probably experience some glitches. And so just bear with us, lean into this a little bit, be patient. We're definitely all in this together, and we really look forward to the 2 days of events that we have. A couple of housekeeping items. We do have a plan for the recording, and all of this will be posted online at our page, and that's the shortened bit.ly link for our page. You also may have to use your phone or a second browser to interact with us if you want to. It's not mandatory, but if we do, for example, ask you to complete a survey, we'll give you a shortened link and or a way to quickly get to that link through our Slack channel, and you can use your internet browser or your phone, the browser on your phone, to do that. We are using a product or a platform called Slack for engaging people. This has been successful in other events in my experience. So this is the link to the Slack channel. There's also a quick code that you can scan with your phone. And if you have any questions about this, we also have an email address dedicated to this event. So anna.holder@waterboards.ca.gov. Slight typo in the email there, but you know that it's waterboards plural at the bottom. And the way that you would use that is to not only ask technical questions about, say, Slack and what have you, but you can send questions to the panelists through that email address, and we'll elevate them into the meeting room. Why Slack? Well, this is a way to sort of not only allow for customized conversations, there's channels dedicated to every one of our sessions. So the keynote session, the community session, et cetera, we have dedicated channels. We also have a general channel. Every one of these is a place where you can direct a question or to your colleagues as well as to the speaker. The speakers will, in many cases, be able to post their presentations there, either prior or during or immediately after their presentations. And then this will also be a good place for longevity to talk about follow-up ideas and events and what have you. So it's a really great way to sort of keep a continuity thread going, as well as get better engagement in these online style events. There are some sort of 101s to go over. You can always use a search to find a topic or a person. And as I mentioned, these conversations are organized and coded by way of the agenda. So day 1, session 1, day 2, session 3, et cetera. And then you can add attachments. You'll notice that, for example, some of our speakers, including Mr. West, has put an amazing amount of content under some of these channels, and you can go peruse that at your leisure. So a real quick overview again of the agenda. We have, for today, we have a keynote speaker. We have a welcome speaker first, Joaquin, our chair of the board, Joaquin Esquivel. We have a keynote speaker, Mr. Moses West. We will take a quick break, and then following that, we'll have an EJ 411-911 panel that will include the keynote speaker. We'll then switch to our first session, which is the selected community perspectives. That'll take us all the way to lunch. We'll take a half-hour break for lunch. At session 2, we're going to talk about putting data to work. We'll take another 15-minute break after that, and then we'll have session 3, what's the deal with water quality, and then we'll adjourn at 4:15. Obviously, breaks are at your own pace as well throughout the day. I want to talk a little bit real quickly about the quail. People might wonder why we chose the quail, but it was a pretty awesome experience of arriving at this quail this year. Some of you may recall that we've had a bear in the past as one of our icons for the event. But after doing some research and thinking about it, this turned out to be really awesome. So this graphic is going to be shared in the Slack channel. And this is a graphic done by Audie Lee Brown, who is one of our partners on this. And it's an amazing sort of collection of some of the logic behind the quail, the symbology behind the quail, as well as some of the goals and the passion that has come to the planning of this event and the many years that we've worked on this. So we are going to be joined by Audie all day today. She will be illustrating the recording of the event, of today's activities and the engagement that we're having. She'll be doing this in a way that you can watch it too. So go to the Slack channel and you should be able to have access to some of the videos throughout the day, as well as some of the products as they become available. But this is a really unique opportunity that we have thanks to the West Big Data Innovation Hub and the NSF funding that is made available to do better engagement on data throughout the country. So this is thanks to Meredith Lee and Audie for their talent and the sort of forever value of a poster like this. In fact, this is a poster, a wall-sized poster, and I'm wondering if we should auction it off for charity at the end, but we'll deal with that later. So with that, I want to hand it over to our esteemed Honorable Chair, Joaquin Esquivel of our board. And I'm going to put myself on mute and the floor is yours, Joaquin.
Thank you so much, Greg. And just really want to start off by thanking everyone. The incredible amount of collaboration that has gone into this year's Water Data Symposium is really, I think, a reflection of the continued importance of this discussion. You look at decision-making in the state, you look at the work that we as a board does on water quality, administering water rights, ensuring provision of clean and safe drinking water, and all of that work is always premised off of data, good information. And so this symposium, bringing together so many of the fantastic organizations that we have the pleasure to work with in this space, is really I want to just be incredibly thankful to Greg and the staff and everyone and their participation. Again, data is so critical and core, and the continued democratization of that data, continuing to ensure that we as caretakers at the water boards do well by that whole continuum of the collection of data, the dissemination of data, and more importantly, the transformation of data into information. And then decision makings on some of the most challenging issues that we face when we talk about managing our water resources. I feel very fortunate that I know that the board isn't alone in its work, insofar as we have the Department of Water Resources and other incredible agencies on the state side who are partners in this discussion as well. And so there, I also want to thank the Water Quality Monitoring Council and Nick, your incredible leadership in that role, where it is about the combined efforts of us as state governments to better understand, again, the goals and outcomes that we're trying to achieve in our watersheds, but more importantly, the goals and outcomes that our communities are wanting to see, and translating those into the work that we do on a daily basis in government. I think that we can all be candid and reflect that there is perhaps not the greatest faith currently in government, and that there is a crisis, I think, in that faith. But I think it's also an opportunity to continue to build these collaborations, continue to ensure that we're having discussions with communities around what communities are facing and the challenges that they see, and ensuring that our programs are responsive to those needs and those outcomes first and foremost. We at the board, as I reflected, have a pretty broad purview on water quality and water rights and drinking water. And so how we continue to make those decisions, how we actively go into communities to best synthesize their understandings, their experiences, and their wisdom and information makes us better decision makers. And I'll just say that the complexity of our work sometimes doesn't lend itself well to easy public understanding of some of the discussions that may be going on, and the opportunities to engage in those discussions, to add to those discussions, and to help build for us the best decision making that we can. So again, this symposium, this couple of days, the variety and passion that you will hear from a number of our panels gives me great hope. I'm fortunate to be chair of the board at a time when, again, I think it's particularly important that we continue to connect our work to communities, continue to reflect upon the history and the arc of our work, which is a 50-year history at this point for the state boards when it comes to Porter Cologne and how we were created and how the state of California has chosen to best regulate and try to improve the quality of its waters, both at the watershed and at the drinking water level. And so again, want to express my great gratitude. I don't want to take up too much time in this space because it's not about my reflection or my thoughts here, but really about the panels and the discussions that we'll be having over the next couple of days. So I'm really looking forward to participating and listening in and doing my best to be accountable in this space. So any questions that come up from folks, please feel free to submit them on the Slack channel. I'm in the middle of getting myself signed up right now. And what I would like to do is now hand it back over to Greg, and more importantly, to Moses, who will be providing us further keynote inspiration here. Again, I'm just here to kind of babble on a bit, but really hopefully communicate to you that at a very high level, from the chair of this board, from I know the commitment to our fellow board members to this discussion is one, again, of continuing to broaden it, continue to democratize so much of the decision making that happens at the board, and that these forums, the work that goes around data science and continuing to create a pipeline of data scientists that will be coming to the board and working with us on these complicated challenges and reflective of the communities we represent. You know, these are core values that I hold as the chair of this board, and I know that many of my fellow board members, if not all, to one of them, also share. And I know it's shared by our colleagues in the programs who are day in, day out implementing so much of the work that we do. So just thank you again, and I'll hand it back off to Greg. I'll be sticking around again after Moses gives his presentation or his discussion and keynote. I'll be following up with folks and answering anything that you may have for me as well. But again, just looking forward to participating over the next couple of days.
Thank you, Joaquin. That was great. And I forgot to mention that we have over 800, we achieved over 800 registrations this morning. So that's huge. I mean, I'm so blown away, and I know it has to do with the content, the people. It's our next speaker in particular that I think is drawing a lot of attention. People are super excited to hear from you. So with that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Moses West. He is the founder of AWG Contracting, and he's going to tell you some stories that are going to really blow your mind. And with that, take over, Moses.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear my audio good?
You sound great.
Oh, thank you. Hey, I have to say thank you for this wonderful honor, and thank you for looking at the body of work that so many people have contributed to over the years of this. It's been a very hard scrabbled fight to maintain this technology and to do what we do. And when I started, the first presentation material that I did, I sent to California, because California and Texas, I was so concerned about our water supply and a new source of water. And so I sent quite a bit of information to lots of folks out there when I was building up to this process of where I am today. And so I'm very honored to be your keynote speaker for the symposium. Greatly appreciated. I have to thank you all for that. And then I have to thank the scientists out here in California and here in Texas as well, Southwest Research Institute, and the data that they would like to get from this, as well as Dr. Les Shepard and the folks over at Texas A&M. None of this has been done just by myself in a vacuum. So the process of getting water that we see today, I see that we've always known that we've had 3 sources of water. It comes in 3 forms. And the water comes in the form of, it comes in a liquid, it comes in a solid, and it comes in a gas. And what we did was, over time, we found the easiest way to achieve, to get water. And that was our groundwater, our surface water, and desalinization. But the superhighway of water has always been the atmosphere, where our water travels around. That's how it gets everywhere on this planet. Holds quadrillions of gallons of water. So when we talk about we're having a drought or that we have a lack of water, we actually do not have a lack of water. What we do have is we have water that we're walking around in, that we use advancements in science to extract, as we do with anything else. As we extract a high cost, high value item of oil from the ground by increasing the fracking technology, how we advance and move again to further into space by advancing technology. Well, here on Earth, using technology to advance the humankind is what I've done with this technology. I found a way to pull moisture out of the air in a way that is lower than the cost of pumping groundwater. And with further developments, we can actually pull enough moisture out of the air to support, and especially in the equatorial zones around the world, support industry, support homes, support towns, support aquaponic food production, hydroponic food production, and it can all be done on solar power. So everyone will say, well, how do you know this is possible? Well, I manufactured 2 machines for the United States Army, the large machines, the 5,000 liter units. They can do up to over 2,000 gallons of water a day. They come in a 20-foot ISO container. So how do you know this is possible? Well, the unit sat on a military base, and I did a lot of work with the military. I sell these smaller units, the home units, to the military still to this day. But these larger units, they seem kind of intimidating. So when Hurricane Maria hit in Puerto Rico, I had the unit sitting there at the base, and I started a foundation, and I pulled enough money into the foundation to actually move one of those 5,000 liter units to Puerto Rico and put it on talk with the Veterans Administration, and we put it on the island of Vieques in Puerto Rico. People trolled me pretty hard in the very beginning. He said it wasn't possible. The people on the internet were just chopping me up. It was kind of hilarious because I was making hundreds of thousands of gallons on this military base for years, and nobody knew what I was doing. But some folks over at KVUE in Austin and the City Council of Austin found out what I was doing, and they came over there and we started talking and having some good conversations about it. But when I put that machine on the island of Vieques, we started out slow. We started out with maybe 50 people a day. We're running it on a diesel generator. And then when the word started getting around, people started coming around more. And by the end of that entire mission in Puerto Rico, we were running on solar power from a Tesla solar array at the hospital. I got raised $7,000 more, and I shipped a cable over there, the high power cable, because it runs on 460 volts, 460 to 480. But the solar power battery, the Tesla array was putting out 500 volts, but the machine handled it quite well. So when we left, we were on a federal reservation at a hospital. The water generator, I saved over 10,000 gallons in a separate water tank that I found on the other side of the island, stored with some FEMA and Department of Homeland Security gear that was sitting in a field with generators and everything else that you could imagine that no one was using. So being military resourceful, I got with a FEMA director, and I got Louis Berger to tow the trailer over there. So in my spare time, I added some hours to my day, working the generator, giving out water. We ended up, when FEMA did the report, supporting over 5,000 people on a regular basis with one water generator and one man working it. I was the only person that worked it the entire time I was there. And then Some other foundations, Open World Relief and Ben Watsky and Janice Stone, they came over, and Janice Stone actually stayed out and helped for a few weeks. And that was it. And we supplied an entire island with water. And then even people from the mainland of Puerto Rico, when they heard about this, they actually would get on the ferry boat with a pickup truck. I added some pictures of this in there as well. They would come across on a pickup truck. I would give them a few hundred gallons. They would go back to the mainland Puerto Rico with a pickup truck and hand water out. So this one machine with one person operating it, 2 people at one time for a few weeks, we supplied the entire island and a portion of Puerto Rico with water. If you had 100 of me or 1,000 of me, you wouldn't have had to ship any water into Puerto Rico at all. And what we did that on solar power. So the proof is there. It's already been done. And that's the first time that it was done. The second time that we've done it is in operation right now. We're in Flint, Michigan. The machine's in Flint, Michigan. It's in the possession of the people in the 4th Ward in Flint, Michigan. Then thank you to Dr. LaToya Ruby Frazier. She's been footing this bill, and the Robert Rauschenberg Foundation, and my personal money has been supporting that mission in Flint. And now we're starting a new foundation, the Moses West Foundation, where all of my all of the ingenuity and all the patents and everything that I have, everything that I do from now until I'm not part of this earth anymore, will go into that foundation, so that everyone still have access to it, and keep it in the hands of the public and not in the private industry. So right now, the second mission is going on in Flint right now. And we started that. It was a very proud day to do it on. It was on June 10th was the day that we actually switched it on and started giving water back to the residents of Flint. So we've proven now that the atmosphere is a source of water. And I've got these examples the 2 examples that I'm very proud of, and that are functioning better than trucking in bottled water. And I'll leave it open to questions, because I've got more stories to tell, but it's all positive things. I'll add that people in Flint who could not move into their houses for 5 years because they didn't have clean water to clean their houses, we gave a woman one day 500 gallons of water. She went home, she cleaned her house, she came back, and she just was crying because we gave her enough water so that she didn't have to be homeless anymore or live with other people to move into her house. LaToya Ruby Frazier has the documented recordings of people whose lives have been changed. And the same in Puerto Rico. People come and they tell you that you saved our lives with the technology. And how this is so important to you in California and to the data scientists. All of this data and all of this engineering and the water quality, I have the reports from the Lower Colorado River Authority here, but to regain the trust of the people in the neighborhoods who've been disenfranchised, the scientists are so important. You data scientists that make the reports and look at the energy consumption and then the comparisons, is so important to keep the people informed. And that's why the marriage of what I do and what you do is so important. And I'm so happy to be a part of this with you engineers. And hopefully at the end of this, you can meet the engineers that I work with here in the state of Texas. It's just a great bunch of folks.
That's great, Mr. West. Thank you very much. I have a quick question for you. Can you run through the energy consumption? And I know you have a slide about it. Maybe Nick, you can put that slide up and just run through what you know about the energy consumption. You did make the statement that it's less than pumping groundwater, and I'm sure that depends on how deep the groundwater and things are. But
exactly. Right now, the least energy that I've pulled is 0.08 kilowatts for a liter of water. So when I first started this in the state of Texas, and we had to go through the process with the Texas Commission of Environmental Quality, Texas A&M, and the Texas Military Forces. And I'll never forget that briefing. I was dying on the vine trying to teach scientists about PhDs, about the hydrologic cycle. And oh my goodness. I'll never forget. And so we got to the slide where the old things that I was working with would pull 0.12. And then all of a sudden the scientists, the engineers in the room who were just sitting there yawning just stopped. And I was trying to fit through the slides and get out of there. And they were all, go back, screaming, go back to that slide. So we went back to that slide. So here in the state of Texas, I found out that our groundwater is 0.12 kilowatts to pull it out of the ground. And they said, and a little bit more. And they said, if you can do that, then we're interested. And that's how it all got started, right when I was trying to run out of the door. And so when we designed the machines, there was another way. You don't waste anything in the machine. So what I did was I figured out a way to pull air in and then not use that, not send out cold air or send out heat. I use everything. And I got it down to 0.08. And one time, there's a little meter on the machine, on the unit. I pulled a 0.05. And so your power, your energy consumption is directly related to how much humidity or moisture is in the air and how hot it is outside. So if it's extremely hot outside and there's a lot of moisture in the air, the PLC of the machine, there's a program in it that tracks temperature and humidity. And so when those are high, the machine doesn't have to work that hard because the dew point is easy to catch. So the machine powers up and powers down and is always thinking. So the higher the humidity and the higher the temperature, the lower the energy consumption. But then I even came up with another way to do it, and it's in the Generation 3 machines, where now this whole process is expandable. It's expandable. I think I sent you a slide of that. And what I mean by expandable is if I build a 50,000 square foot building, I can increase some non-mechanical parts and I can make the entire roof of that building on the inside rain. So basically 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100,000 gallons a day from one fixed structure. And with the larger it gets, what we've seen is the lower the energy consumption goes down because you're increasing only the size of non-mechanical parts. I've had a lot of time on my hands to think about this stuff.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, I love your stories. I wonder if you have any additional stories that you could share, like personal connection stories, whether it's Puerto Rico or Flint or even somewhere else.
Oh, definitely. When I arrived in Puerto Rico, I met people. I was standing there. I'm still I don't like to go too deep into some of the stories because still it's to immerse myself into that. It's the same way as I immersed myself into what I did in the military. There's a recovery process that breaks your heart. And I'm passionate about what I do, and I'm passionate about helping the people. And so some of these stories are very sensitive. But in the very beginning there in Puerto Rico, I was standing in the parking lot and there was a gentleman, and I met him and his wife and his baby. And they came by every day. I was training him and he was just walking down the street and he just died. I was standing in the parking lot and people were dying there in Vieques. I'm trying to get in this water as fast as I can, and people are dying from waterborne diseases around me. And then when people finally would come up and they would tell me, you saved my life. I had a hard time grasping that in the very beginning. And after time, I started to accept that. But to watch some of the things and the suffering in some of the places I've been, even in Flint, the people are just so grateful for what you do. It's like the lady that got to move back into her house. People who were that were drinking toxic water in Flint, who are cognitively challenged when they're consuming something that's not good for them. And then to stand there, and one woman, she couldn't carry a gallon of water home. She couldn't carry a gallon. So the folks that were helping in Flint, I said, hey, would you please help her carry this water home with her? So they walked with her, carried her home. And after about maybe a week, she came back and she carried a gallon home by herself. A few days later, she came back, she carried 2. By the time we left, she could carry 3 gallons of water home. 3 of the 3-gallon jugs by herself. And these are the kinds of things that you see. And then we were passing out water one day, and there was some people bring their children up, and you can see the degradation of the lead, what the lead has done to their cognitive abilities. And it's very disheartening to see that. And then the number of people that you give water to that actually start to, they can tell that see the difference in the change in their lives just from having such a clean source of water.
Wow, that's intense. Thank you for sharing that. We have a couple of questions. I'm gonna read one to you if you're okay with that.
Oh, please.
Okay. So this one is from one of our partners, Meredith Lee. She says, first, amazing work. Thank you so much for sharing and joining today. Wondering what advice you have to help strengthen collaboration across people working together for the first time, particularly around water data.
I don't think I know. You have to meet face to face. You have to do work together with your hands, sitting in the same room, talking with people, spending time with the people that you work with, and getting to know them on a personal level, how they feel about things, the traits about this person, what they go through in their daily lives. We've gotten to a point where we've put so much distance in between each of us that we no longer have this emotional connection, which is so important to have. You must have that to succeed in anything that we do today, because the people that we were going to work with in that neighborhood, most people, they're sometimes very disenfranchised, or they're very cliquish in that one area, but they communicate with each other in this way that we used to all of the time. And that's what we have to do. Learn to communicate with each other better, face to face.
So I have a follow-up. I wondered, like, have you had thoughts about what we do differently now, even with the COVID and you know, this idea of connecting and emotional understanding of each other has gotten harder, but like, what has happened in your world with the pandemic and the sort of shelter in place that's happening? Maybe not as much in Texas, but.
Quite a bit with me, to tell you the truth. I didn't let anyone know for the past year, but I had cancer, and I just had a very successful surgery back in February, March, and but I was also positive with the COVID virus at the same time.
Wow.
So I survived that. The doctors were kind of amazed that I was still alive, but hey, I'm pretty tough, I guess.
Wow.
And then I've gone through a round 2 of being infected with a virus because I had to go out and do things and work. I work with my hands, I work with big machinery, and people are always going to need water. So I don't recommend for anybody to get the virus, but I've survived it twice now. And when it's critical for us to do things to help people, there's a sacrifice that I made in the military where I could lose my life over many things that sometimes I didn't actually believe in, but I do have an honor to my country and to my Constitution to obey the laws of the military and to defend that Constitution. But now I've directed that energy to defending the rights of disenfranchised people and people that need water. So that for me, it's a sacrifice that I'm willing to take, and I have to do that. But if it's non-critical, do whatever you have to do on social media and Skype, the way that we're doing this now to maintain our safety. But more people will be lost if I don't provide them with the technology that gives them water. and that information will be lost to you, even if I have a short period of time to work now to get it done and to make sure that you have this knowledge, because that's my mission and that's what I have to do. So each person has to weigh that out for themselves, but I've weighed it out for me.
Absolutely incredible. Well, congratulations, and I'm glad you're here with us, obviously. So I have some technical questions I'm going to roll through. One is from Allison McNally, and Allison wants to first say this is amazing work, but she was curious how long it takes to harvest water from a dry environment like a desert area versus a more humid area.
I'm glad you asked that question. Southwest Research Institute right now, at this very moment, have you heard there's a material called sorbent materials, and right now it's the big rush that everybody wants to use sorbent materials. Well, I've sat down and kind of figured out how to use a sorbent material and combine it with the technology that I build with the refrigeration cycle units systems to have them work in conjunction with each other. So if you're in a very dry environment, one thing you must remember that every time the sun goes down, you're sitting, if you're sitting outside and you only have 10% humidity and you're getting cooked by the sun, as soon as that sun goes down, the humidity shoots up. It happens all over the world, even in the desert, because in the desert you wake up and everything's covered in moisture. And that's how you get moisture, by using the little solar tent, the 4 rocks and the rock in the middle, dig a little hole, put your leaves in it, let it evaporate, you get a little cup in there, drops come down, there's moisture there. So using the sorbent materials in the desert in the combination with the technology that I do, Southwest Research Institute in the state of Texas, boy, let me tell you, I'm honored to be working with them. If only my school teachers could see me now. So the combination of those two in the desert, you got it made. This is not hard anymore. I've been doing this for so long. It's not hard, but having the scientists such as yourself and the folks that do the data working with you makes it even easier.
Absolutely. Okay, we have another question from one of our speakers later today, Rich Palou. Rich asked, Moses, great presentation and truly incredible technology. He's a hydrologist that works here in the Central Valley, and the shallow domestic wells, there's thousands of them, tend to run dry. And they're also typically in more disadvantaged parts of our communities. So the state has paid a bunch of money to try to get the water delivered to some of these communities, but do you see any limitations to this technology in California's Central Valley? And this kind of goes to that humidity question, but it sounds like you already answered it. But have you ever been asked to help out, or do you see any limitations to Central Valley being a place to use this?
When we talk Central Valley, are we talking like the San Joaquin Valley?
Exactly.
Oh, hey, you have a fog out there in the valley that comes every year, right? If they call it the Tulare fog.
Yep.
You can't drive in it. It's so thick. I lived in California. I lived in Visalia for a few years.
Oh, yeah.
That fog, you walk outside and you just look at it, you just go back inside and get in bed. You're not going to drive in. It's like flying in a cloud. And what you're looking at is low-hanging water in the billions of gallons. That water is so easy to capture. To answer your question, yes, you can. We are looking at something here in the state of Texas called ASR. That's called Aquifer Storage and Recovery. That's taking water and pumping it back into the ground, which is our best distribution system that we have. It's our best infrastructure that Mother Nature gave us. This underground cavernous system that we have all the water stored in. We live on top of it. We tend to contaminate it. But when pulling this moisture out of the air and pushing it back into the ground, that's completely possible. And especially when you go into the Generation 3 units that I've designed and that we're working with right now to see how large they can be, you can make gallons of millions of gallons a day. Easy in the valley with that fog.
Yes.
That's so easy.
Well, it must be other reasons that we're not doing it here in California then. So we have a question from one of our other partners. You may have even spoke to him, but Mr. Jay Davis has a question for you. He says, thank you for your important and innovative work. Everyone, by the way, is, when you go to your Slack channel afterwards, Moses, you're going to be blown away at the kind of praise and the kind of love that's being thrown at you from California. So, but Jay says, it seems like there is a huge potential to use this technology to get water to people who need it. I'm wondering about the cost of a unit and whether the costs would go down if you were making more of them.
Yes, most definitely. The unit cost that I have right now is the military cost that I have to have, because I make sure that everyone who builds a piece of equipment for me here in the United States, I don't build overseas. I build right here. If you build a piece of equipment that I design, you have to have a living wage. I don't do that. The parts have to be made here in the United States, and I have to employ people that are veterans, women, handicapped, all across the board. And so the price of the unit is a little bit higher because I have to make them one at a time per each individual order. But with economy of scale, of course, if I'm making 1,000 units, the price goes down precipitously. And working with our Canadian partners, because we have so many Native American homelands here in the United States that have some of the worst water contamination and shortages of anyone else, of anyone here. And this technology is perfect for them. So working with the Canadians and here in Texas, the price of the units will definitely come down when I can make them, start to make them for everyone, especially if you want to grow your own food at home, have your own water, and have your home completely net zero, which I did in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, you're touching on so many important issues right now, and there's just so much need for this technology and this knowledge to be shared. So we're so grateful to having you here. There's another sort of comment and question about Puerto Rico and the sort of nexus between not just water scarcity, but water contamination. And and of course that's, the Flint story as well, and probably most of the tribal areas in the United States as well, and Canada for that matter. So do you have data on the water quality? I mean, I know it's atmospheric derived water, but have you run some analyses, and would you be able to share anything about that?
Oh, definitely. What I did was I posted on Slack, I posted a water quality report that was done at Camp Mabry military installation. And I also tested the machine for perfluorinated compounds, PFOA and PFCs. So that's a big deal right now in the United States, because we've all got a little bit of it in our systems, and we know how detrimental it is. So I ran those tests on the unit itself, and the water quality tests are done here in Texas by the LCRA, which stands for the Lower Colorado River Authority. They're a NELAP. So the water quality exceeds EPA standards and World Health Organization standards. And a short funny story, when we were on the base and we were testing the water in the machine, the LCRA was there and the colonel and the general were standing there. And he goes, the engineer was looking down, the data scientist, water quality, and he took a little sample out. He was doing his little test. And then he says, hey, I need a benchmark. I have to test some water that's somewhere around here to compare the two. So he ran into the building. He's told the guy, go in the building and get me some out of the fountain in the building. So he went in, got the fountain water, came back outside. We're staying there for about another 30 minutes. The general looked down at him and he said, all right, so which water should we drink? He goes, drink the machine. So some of those little things like that is what makes me love my job. So the water quality reports are there. We got them all. It's hard to fail them.
That's fantastic. That's a great story. Well, thank you very much for your time. And I know that you're very busy and fighting cancer and all sorts of amazing stuff. So thank you very much. I really, really appreciate you coming and sharing your stories with us today, Mr. West.
Oh, I greatly appreciate y'all having me, but do me a favor. Right now, I've got to support that mission in Flint, and until my foundation is completely up and running, that mission's ongoing right now. So financial support for that mission that's in Flint until that 501c3 is up and running is extremely important. And hats off to Latoya Ruby Frazier for her support for that mission. But I can't continue to do these things and pay for it out of my own pocket and from my friends and from my own company. So if anybody feels like donating right now, please, we'll figure that out and I'll get with y'all, because that mission in Flint is going to mirror exactly what needs to happen with you in California. So you can go there and see how that's done, and then you can mirror it and do the same thing in California. So let's combine our efforts and let's finish this one up.
Absolutely. Can you post a link to some of these resources or places that people can help on the Slack channel? You don't have to do it right away, but that would be helpful. And that way I don't have to promote it with my mouth, but we can put it on the Slack channel. So I think that's awesome. I want to point out a couple of logistical things. If people are emailing questions to Anna Holder, we will be able to answer those later. Anna is suffering from a power outage this morning. So we're not quite sure if we're getting all the questions that came through email, but we certainly got all of the ones on Slack and then some of the ones internal to our chat. There's also a lag that I want to point out. So we're up to 3 to 4 minutes, it looks like. So some people may be thinking they're joining right on time, and it looks like we're running significantly later. So I just want to point that out, like, bear with us. This is part of the crazy world that we're in right now. But we're going to keep moving along here. So Moses, thank you for your presentation. You're going to be invited to be part of the panel discussion. But I would like to shift over now to the panel. And Nick, if you could advance the slide, please. Oh, actually, we're going to take a break. I apologize. I should know my own agenda. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll resume with the panel discussion. So according to my clock, it's 9:50. So for those of us on the Zoom time, we will reconvene at 9:55.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. West. And if you can jump on Slack, there are some people very much interested in following you and being in touch, following your inspirational talk and presentation. So if you take a look, that'd be great.
And we're going to mute all the microphones here on Zoom so that the conversation moves over to Slack, hopefully.
All right.
Hi, everyone. I'm back. It's 9:56 on my watch, so we're going to go ahead and get started again. Wonderful. So I see people's cameras coming online. So for the panelists on this next presentation, you have control over your own microphones and cameras. So if you could please use that to unmute yourself and to show your camera. Hi, Demetra, nice to see you. And it looks like we have LaDonna.
Hello, nice to see you too.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Glad to see everyone. I can't see myself though, but I'm fine. I'm used to winging it.
I really appreciate that. And
I can see you though.
We can see you fine and you look wonderful.
Well, I was going to say, if my hair is all over my head, it's your fault, Greg, because you worked me to the end.
I will take full responsibility, but it doesn't look bad at all. It looks beautiful. So you all look wonderful. It's great to see you this morning. So I'm going to just hand it over to you, LaDonna, but I want to make sure that I thank you. And I've done this before, but I really do appreciate getting to know you. I appreciate the call out from last year, and I appreciate the help. You've really, really helped us. You're a partner. It's not just another presenter. So I really appreciate that, and I want to thank you. So with that, take over your panel.
Okay. Well, thank you, Greg. And I just wanted to say, oh, and good morning, everyone. I wanted to say it may be a little shift. I haven't seen Eric from Shoreline EJ on, and so I don't know if he's having difficulties or not, but we may either end it a little shorter if he doesn't log on in time, or we can engage with Mr. West because he's got so many valuable stories to tell. I think everyone could benefit from that. So if you guys didn't mind a little switch and change, we'll, just kind of go back and forth.
We don't mind, and we'll try to do what we can in the background to locate Mr. Basin.
Okay. And so also, I believe Demetra was going to start with Kowitsan circles. And then I could go after her, and then, because we plan on it being pretty brief, we wanted to engage with everyone.
Absolutely, absolutely. Good morning. Thank you, LaDonna, for including me in your projects and different programs that you've worked with. Thank you, Greg. And just thank you to all the California Water Data affiliates and everyone that's put this on. I am Demetra Bundy with Kowitsan Circles, a grassroots organization where we focus on tribal and African-American lower income disadvantaged communities when it comes to environmental justices. I will say this, I'm not a scientist, but we have worked on several projects to help our communities. We focus on discovering and embracing the similarities and differences in our Native American communities. I am part of a Colorado River Indian tribe. A lot of my tribal members do live in California. I'm from California, but I've had family members that lived, in San Francisco area over 40 years. So California water and quality of it is very important to my tribal members as well. And so we've been doing different research and different projects when it comes to our Native customs and cultures, where we are working to improve the quality of water and find areas where we can utilize natural resources. So I'm really impressed with Mr. Moses's information that he shared, and definitely looking forward to working with him and partnering with him on different things of that nature that he's working on. But we're looking at bridging the gap to identify and embrace weaknesses and fortify our strengths, and just kind of go back to the basics and draw out what we can to improve our water quality, our land quality. Ultimately, it goes back to people. All of the data that's collected, it ultimately, whether we're looking at ecosystems, whether we're looking at all different things, it ultimately goes back to people. And so that's where we are doing the research to bring that into our communities, because ultimately our communities have been ignored. with the data that has been collected. And none of the programs have been working to make sure that our people, our communities are getting the quality of water that we need. And just from Mr. Moses's presentation, you can see that it's not just about water quality, but it goes back to life quality. It goes back to mental quality as well. And so that's what we want to look into, the natural element of it, you know, and how it's affecting our people. Let's see. LaDonna, did you want to jump in on anything that you've heard so far?
No, just I know that there is some issues with the right to self-determination as we've engaged with, with the tribes. We understand that that is a very important issue. So I know you're kind of reserved in some of the things that you do share, but what really impressed me and really helped me getting back to my roots, my African roots, my Indian roots, and appreciating water that we cannot live without. And the fact that you've helped us see some alternative, non-traditional ways of cleaning water with like the baskets, right? Learning how to weave those baskets and doing things that people would think is witchcraft, as some people have said, as you shared with me, right? But at the end of the day, it cleaned the water without chemicals. And so that really impressed me.
Not only that, but just living in California, you know, when as a child, I remember being able to drink out of the water hose. The water quality was that good. But now, you know, we have to buy water. And that is just something that is unheard of. But it's something that we've had to deal with over the years. And, you know, when it comes to our children and our communities locally, we shouldn't have to be concerned about what happened in Flint happening here. But it is.
That's right.
You know,
Absolutely.
and I don't see the same outrage, you know, for that water quality in our communities. You know, we're constantly being ignored on these important issues. And that's where I believe working together with the water data quality, Mr. Moses, LaDonna, all of these minds, great meetings of minds together, you know, we can all come together and bring forth some action that's going to affect not specifically, you know, the ecosystem, but our communities as well. So yeah, thank you, LaDonna, for bringing that up, because we're always looking for alternative natural water cleaning elements. So it's not just about, like LaDonna brought up, the basket weaving, but it's the type of elements you use with that. And so we want to preserve that. We want to develop that. And that's where we need your help. We need your, you know, we need your resources to maintain and develop our resources and ultimately extend the livelihood of our people. Let's see. There was basically, you know, like I said, you know, just our organization helps to advocate for the preservation of our natural resources, discovering solutions that our water issues, you know, what our water issues are, cleansing our water issues, making sure that we strengthen and utilize, and just go back to some of those basic things that we used to utilize, like Mr. Moses's examples as well. Because, you know, as you know, our communities, especially with the climate that's going on, our people are dying at a higher rate, especially on our reservations. You know, they don't have access to clean drinking water in this day and age. We're in 2020. That should not even be an issue. But yet the rates on reservations are steadily increasing with COVID, and having to be on lockdown and not be able to go out. And, you know, we've had to ship food in, we've had to ship water in just for them to have clean drinking water, you know? And so this is something that is near and dear to my heart, you know? And so I want to be able to work with people that, you know, we can develop these resources and be able to help cleanse our water and ultimately strengthen our people and communities.
So since I guess it's a panel discussion, Greg, you want me to just go into mine? And it's difficult because of course, you guys, I'm not seeing myself, so.
LaDonna, I would like you to go into that, but I think Mr. West had his hand up, so he might have a question directly to Demetra.
Okay.
Hi.
Oh, yeah, I have some experience with what you're just talking about here, with the self-empowerment of a community. The two deployments of the large atmospheric water generator, and especially in the neighborhood in Flint, is put it on a piece of private property there at Saginaw and Marengo, and put it in the hands of the people and let them actually operate this piece of technology to make water. And you can see the change in everybody in the neighborhood. They have ownership of it. You're not coming in and just giving something. Everyone has to participate in it, from the security of the machine, then train the folks in the neighborhood how to operate the machine. It's empowering. You have the foundation of all that we are, and that's the water. And now they can make, this can be done across the board at any neighborhood. It can be done at any school. And then not only does you can, I look at the technology as not the end all to be all. It's a tool in the arsenal. It doesn't replace anybody else. This fight is so big. You need atmospheric water, you need groundwater, you need reclaimed water, you need desal water. What we're going to face in the future is huge. This
Absolutely.
is one of the tools in the arsenal, the combined arsenal to fight a battle.
Hurry up, because I'm on. Sorry,
Yeah.
you guys.
And so the battle that you're going to fight in the neighborhoods, or where communities have been disenfranchised, is getting everybody to participate and having ownership of their own water, which lifts all boats. Lifts all boats. It's teaching the kids the 17 tenets of sustainability. You get 7 of them right off the bat just by putting the machine in. Self-empowerment. You could grow your own food, fruits and vegetables. You could, after a while, you producing enough water, you could start to export it out, which brings an income to the folks there. It's hydroponics. It's hydroponics. Right now, the biggest thing they're growing in hydroponics is marijuana. Geez, how many blueberries could you grow? Those little baskets of blueberries are expensive.
You are so right. I love how you said, Mr. West, how we don't lack water, but the water we're walking around in, and we just need to extract it.
Oh,
that was a good point.
Here's you got to get really an example of how much water there is. When I was on the base, and I had 3 on the military base, stuck in the motor pool, I had 3 machines working. I made my own river. I made a river that ran down and flowed to another river. I had animals, I had wildflowers, I had my whole ecosystem. Wow. And the power on the base is all renewable energy. And then the soldiers came by and they were taking water away in the water buffaloes. Nobody wanted to drink the water in the building. Had people from the offices coming down every day getting bottles of water. And here I was sitting doing all this testing, throwing that water away. You can do the same thing in any neighborhood, anywhere. I've been working in a very flying under the radar, as to say. And now it's time to come out. And so what you're talking about for the neighborhoods here, even with the baskets and everything else that you do in the neighborhood, when I'm there in Flint and I'm at the machine, it's amazing how I have to pull in other people from the neighborhood who wouldn't normally come into the neighborhood.
And that's a big deal, because with my people, a lot of people, we won't talk to you. Not you per se, but a lot of people that, let's say, are in this community where you won't even get the door opened. They'll look out and see, no, I don't know you. And that's another barrier to being able to go into our communities and get the data we need and talk to people. I'll get let in, but someone else won't have that same reception.
But Demetra, share your experience in the beginning, like even you going back to the reservations when you know I organized with you around water.
Even as a child, yes, now I'm widely accepted because everybody knows me, everybody knows my father, everybody knows where I come from. But if that's not your history, you aren't going to get the same reception. So even as a child, you know, when I would go there, because I looked different than everyone else there, a lot of the children that were my age wouldn't come out and play with me. They would hide behind their parents or hide behind their grandmother or, you know, somebody like that. And so it made me kind of standoffish, like, you know, why? But it was strange to me because I was looked at differently. And initially as a child, you don't know how to accept that, or you don't understand what's going on. Now I see it as an adult and didn't realize, you know, even systematic racism extended, you know, even there. But, you know, times
and it's been kind of the same process. Oh, why is that happening? It's been kind of the same process in this water world, hasn't it been?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Just, you know, we haven't been included in these discussions. And so this is a great opportunity to be included finally.
Right. So, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I said we'll be informal. So just tell me when I need to go into my thing, but I'm loving this interchange.
I think what we're seeing now with the cloak down in the United States, and we're seeing what's behind the curtain, and all of us have continued to strive and work together in the scientific community and the educational community all throughout
absolutely
this great experiment of America. But today we're in a different place, and we have to continue to strive to do all what we've done in the past to continue to try and ensure that we work together in a fair and equitable manner.
And we need allies in this fight. You know, we need allies. We need allies that will actually focus on the need that we have in our communities. You know, just because we're focusing on a specific possibly area doesn't mean we're excluding anything else. And that's what I want people to understand. Just because we focus on this area doesn't mean we're excluding anyone else in this process.
That's right.
Definitely. Well, I'm a diehard member of the United States Armed Forces, lifelong.
Thank you for your service.
Hey, everybody thanks me for it. I had a blast. It was fun. Hey, so I'm a very inclusive in everything that I do. There's nothing that I need to change about how I behave or act. So I just continue to march on to do this. I have a question for you. Do you know the Tool River Indian Reservation up in Visalia?
I do not, but I have family in Visalia. I have family in Visalia, Needles, California, obviously San Francisco Bay Area, but.
Yeah, I was invited up to the Tool Reservation up there, Porterville. It's in Porterville. It's been a few years ago. Porterville. Been up there, and a gentleman that you have to be invited on. So Sonny James, he lives there, and they have a great source of water, but they also need more water in that area as well.
Okay. Definitely. No, I'm not familiar with them, but I'm sure working with you, I'll be discovering a lot of their.
Well, y'all are in California, so if you run into Sonny James at the Tool River Indian Reservation, there you go. Yeah, him and I are pretty good friends.
Oh, good to know.
So maybe this is a good time for me to jump in, and then the folks that don't know who we are, as we move through the conversation, they'll be more familiar with what we're doing and how EJ Communities 411 Water 911 came to be. So what I want to introduce myself again, LaDonna Williams. I'm with a small community-based organization called All Positives Possible in the Bay Area. And we've been doing a lot of community organizing around water-related issues. As we know, that is very, very important because we cannot live without water. And before I go into it, though, I do want to say a special thanks to Greg and his team, Jay Davis and their team, my team that worked with us to pull this thing together, and the other presenters that's going to be coming behind. This was a long process, a long process, very interesting, and a lot of things I've learned along the way. So to you all and Mr. Moses as well, I want to say thank you, but I want to give a little brief history of how we got here. And that was last year I attended the same conference, and I noticed within for a couple of days, it was a 2-day conference, and there were only 2 African Americans that I identified as African Americans, and I was one of them. The other one, I believe, was on a panel. And so, as I do, because I'm a mom of 6, and I'm one of those that are outspoken, and I don't apologize for it. I do apologize. Sometimes I may inadvertently hurt people's feelings, and I don't mean to do that. But when I see things that feel not right, then I do speak out. And I think that comes from my roots and my history. And so I did that. There was a lot of great information there, wonderful things being learned, but I looked around and I didn't see people that look like me. So I slightly want to, as much as I love Mr. Moses, I have to disagree with him when he say we're all working together in this. And, you know, we are all working together, but there's definitely a difference. And I know he wasn't saying that it wasn't. I'm just saying that in this water world of science and data, clearly a missing component has been our disadvantaged, poor, broke communities that are struggling to have quality water. And the reason why I want to thank them, Mr. Greg and Jay, was the fact that when I called them out, they didn't take that that elitist approach, which is what we're used to dealing with scientists, and I'm just calling it the way it is. They approached me and said, hey, we hear you, and this is pre-COVID now. You know, everybody's on the bandwagon now because of COVID and rah, 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 and yes, we're about, you know, inclusion, but they saw the need to do this before we even knew COVID existed, when they identified, hey, you're right, you know, what can we do to fix the problem? And so they invited me in the planning process and said, hey, what, here you go, tell us what you want to do. What ideas do you have to engage more African Americans in those communities that have not been in this process to have a voice? What can we do? So we rolled up our sleeves for the last 7-8 months. I kept digging and looking, and I had saw some presentations because I had did some VIECA's work back in 99 and 2000 and actually went and visited that island. Mr. Moses' name came up, and I started kind of watching. I didn't contact him right away, but I started kind of watching and looking at the work he was doing. I was like, oh my God, this is it. Because what we've identified, some of the issues in VIECA's and Flint and those areas are actually existing here in the Bay Area, in Vallejo in particular. You wouldn't think so, but also San Francisco, Sacramento, Rodeo, Richmond. We have some of the worst water that you could imagine. However, we trust a yearly annual report that tells us our water is okay. And we've had to learn things like, what do they call this? Crypto Garsorium. And I know I'm mispronouncing it because I'm nowhere near a scientist or a water specialist when it comes to science, but I definitely am a specialist when it comes to communities and what is affecting our communities. But we have neighborhoods in Vallejo who is right now struggling with various chemicals in our water, this tetrachloroethylene and perchloroethylene from old gas stations and dry cleaners that's getting into the water. But they're telling us, don't worry about it. We have some of the best water, in the world. Yet there's times when we run our faucets and we've got all kind of unidentifiable colors and smells coming through our water. That tells us how important this water data is when it comes to including humans in these elements. The previous symposiums have focused on, I don't know symposiums with an S, but at least the one I attended last year focused more on the ecosystem, which is definitely a necessary, the habitats, the animals, but it was missing a very important element, which was humans, and especially those of us with some of the worst water ever. And so we've been that invisible society or that invisible population that's been overlooked in these processes. And so, when they said, hey, come on board, I figured, yes, and I want to be able to get in all of the issues that are impacting my community, which I don't apologize for, but it's not at the exclusion of any others, because we joined in and we wanted them in to be able to speak for themselves like we're doing here. And so when you couple our horrible water with the present conditions where COVID has hit us and hit us hard, and boy, don't we know it, because look how we're engaging. We would normally be there in Sacramento in that wonderful building and being next to each other, being able to see body language and expressions and interacting on break. And we can't do that because of COVID. But not only have COVID affected us professionally and in these processes, but imagine how it has affected my Black community. And we get a double-edged sword, because when we say Black and we're specific to Black, people get real uncomfortable and edgy. It has to be Black and brown, Black and this, Black and that. Not that we exclude anyone, but if my numbers from my people are more than everyone else's and my folks are dying in record numbers, and I look at the quality of water in my people's neighborhood, if we're all in this together and we're all working in this together, I wouldn't have to be the one to call that out. Folks who are in these positions should be able to look around the room or look in these processes and say, hey, we're not identifying certain voices here. We're not identifying certain needs here, because science is huge and important. And this may be one of the times, because I'm just feeling it right now, but scientists are like lawyers to me. They speak their own language and they're in their own world. And it doesn't mean that they're trying to do harm, but they see things a certain way. But see, now COVID has changed that, and it's taken all of us out of our comfortable elements in how we have to approach things, how we have to do things. And if we're all in this together, we would be doing like Gary and, I keep mixing his name, is Greg Gearhart, and I want to call him Gary, so I really apologize, but he knows I love him. But I want to just say with Greg and Jay, them, how they took that approach to say, okay, so tell us what you guys think that you need. And what we needed was a platform first like this. If we go to Vieques, as you did, and I was there too on that island while these folks were protesting, and we were invited to a barbecue on that island with, it was a fence line, talk about fence line, they were a fence line from the Navy. And in the background, we're hearing this bombing, and I have real sensitive ears. So I happen to hear and feel it before others did. And I couldn't figure out why I kept getting this funny feel over my body, and I kept hearing something in the background. And one of the homeowner there says, "Oh, you noticed that?" And I said, what is that? And they said, "I could see the look on your face because you keep looking around." Well, sure enough, it was the Navy that was bombing. And they purposely brought us there during that time because they did the bombing exercises at a certain time. And you could literally feel like this different like heat come over the area. And then they ran some water. And when they ran the water, this water lit up from a match. That was the same, yes. And it was the same kind of reaction to water that was ran in a certain area off Kiska Road in Hunters Point, San Francisco. Okay, then you bring it down to Vallejo. Like I said, I'm gonna kind of be all over the place. So for folks that are watching, you know, I'm just in conversation and just trying to share with you, you know, what it's like, yeah, in our communities. And that is a fight. It is literally a fight for our water related issues to be recognized. That is tied into our health, because if we already have compromised communities and our basic necessity of water, that's a God-given right, is contaminated by these sources, it is, you know, it is imperative that these processes like this water data science include our issues in these processes and resources, as Mr. Moses was saying he needed, as you're bringing out, Demetra, and as I've identified through these processes, that we need these resources, and we also need the platforms to be able to share our stories, not necessarily from a scientific approach. We need to leave that to the scientists, but we can definitely work together as a community science project so that we can come up with these solutions that are needed. So, you know, to just kind of wrap it up a little bit, we're definitely not all in this together at the same level. We all bring different expertises to the table, but we have to recognize the fact that our disadvantaged communities, and particularly African American, has been lost in these processes. There has been resources for other issues, from Native American to the immigration population. Those are being covered and addressed, and they comfortably talk with them about those issues. But when it comes to African American, it's a different reaction and a different approach. And so the fact that we're here says that agencies' ears are open, and the way that they have dealt with us in these processes, I give kudos to them, and am willing to work to move forward in this, and welcome, you know, the discussions to follow. So thank you.
Wow, thank you, LaDonna.
Absolutely.
So this is open. So if Demetra or Mr. West have any feedback or reactions to what LaDonna just shared, I welcome that. We also have some questions, but let's start with what you guys want to talk about.
I fully understand.
Go ahead.
I fully understand the importance of the water quality testing in our neighborhoods, and in all neighborhoods, but especially the African American community, as some of the worst contamination issues have been found there. And what I like to do is combine all the efforts of the water testing quality folks that I've had the opportunity to work with over the years and test the water in these areas independently of what's in the local area. And I can do that. I have a technology that's federally approved, and I have great testing authorities here in Texas. I can't wait to work with y'all out in California and your testing authorities. And it's great. It's good to cross-reference information and data, because not only does that help to empower the researcher in comparisons of water quality from one area to the next, but it also shows the concern that the researcher has by sharing that information to the people in the neighborhood. And then I can come in and I can provide one of the tools in that arsenal to help with water, is such as what's going on in Flint right now. They've already, I like what they do up there. I'm on a private piece of property, so someone will jump out of a car and they'll run up and they'll say, "Oh, I just need to try your water." And they pull out the clear gallon jug with the little seal on it. And they break the seal and they get the water, they put it back on. And it's like, come on, I've been doing water quality testing for a long time. And they put another little seal on in the car and they're gone. And they let my contracting officer know that, you know, we knocked it out of the park on the water quality testing that they snuck up and did. But they don't want to, no one wants to do a benchmark up there. They don't want to ask me to say, "Hey, we want to do a water quality test." And I was like, "Okay, go test the water in that building. Let's compare the two." So that's not going to happen. But for the neighborhoods, LaDonna, I definitely would share all the information and water quality comparison test and have everybody completely engaged, even if I had to mail everybody a water quality report. But then when you get it's a big, long report, and people will say, "Well, I can't send it to people because they won't understand it." You know, hey, let's all sit down. I'll explain it to you. Once I explain it to you, it's easy to understand. Just don't get the little readout, get the whole report. And that goes all the way back to part of educating everyone to learn these scientific reports and to engage people. And the children see this and they say, "Well, hey, maybe this is what I want to do when I grow up." So don't hold back anything from anyone. I'll give you the full report and then I'll explain you how to read the report. And then when people start to look up the chemicals in the report, then you can look up what the chemicals are doing or where the chemical came from. So just by getting the report, it opens doors to all types of research of where these petrochemicals came from that are in your water.
Well, Mr. Moses, we're about to start a tap water, drinking water project where in this region, we're going to be testing folks' water. So we'll definitely be calling on you to, you know, hopefully if you have the time, because I know you're a busy man, but help us through that process as well.
I'll make the time. And I'll love to come out there and work with you all on that. And I'll talk with the folks over at Southwest Research Institute and also the folks up here at the LCRA that do the water quality testing here in the state of Texas. There's another short story when they came out to test when I was trying to get this technology approved for the state of Texas. The guys from the LCRA, they were standing there. They jumped out of the truck and they asked me who I ticked off. I said, "What do you mean? What do you mean?" He goes, "Dude, nobody passes this water test." He goes, "They're really testing you hard." So the reports that I posted on it's called FLAC, right?
FLAC.
Yeah, the water quality reports I tested on there. You're going to see stuff that you've never seen before that was tested.
Wow.
So when I come out to California with that same water quality test, I'll be looking forward to it.
Well, if you keep mentioning Texas partners in research, you're going to get an amazing amount of people reaching out from California because there's no bigger competition between states than Texas and California.
California.
Very well done. You're going to get lots of people calling you as a result of this.
It's because there's so many people coming from California to here, and the first thing they ask when they're buying land all over the San Antonio area up in the hill country, I say, "Where do y'all get your water from?" And it's like, "Just drill a well." So yeah, folks in California are very finicky about their water. So, and there's lots of y'all.
We are.
We are. Yes, we are.
So LaDonna, I have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
The first one is from Courtney Sue. She asked, and first she says, "Thank you for highlighting the inequities in water quality." And then she asked, for those of us who want to help out all positives possible, how can we do that? And we'll ask you to also, and maybe someone on my team can type it into the Slack channel, but could you give a little bit more about all positives possible?
Yeah, sure. We do have a website, so I will provide that in the comments section or provide it to you to share. So the work that we do, you're saying share, is that what she was asking, the work that we do?
She wants to know how to help, but I think it would also help us all to understand a little bit more about what you guys do.
Oh, okay. Okay. So we are a community-based, grassroots community-based 501c3. We work on environmental justice issues, particularly low-income communities of color, helping identify what the disparities and their inequities are. Water, of course, is one of the things that's been at the top of the list. Well, that and air quality. And as Kowitsan helps us to continually appreciate, this is a cycle. We can't do one without the other. Right. And in our communities, both are dire needs and we're suffering. We have, we've just fought off a cement plant this last year from being built less than 800 feet from many of the homes and an elementary school. And we're now trying to fight to keep them from bringing in more gas and cargo coming through the Carquinez Straits. It's going to be additional last year that hit us. And so the work that we really need to be supporting, or if you want to support, is our organizing and education work, because we don't only just work in Vallejo, but we work up and down the Bay Area and actually cross sectors. That's how we identified Mr. Moses, to help bring him into these processes so that others could hear the fantastic work that he does. So the help that we would need is definitely technical assistance as well, for those that have that technical experience, because we really want to develop like a community science. I know there's lots of processes around that say they are, but we really need a process where communities can really engage with the water boards and the agencies who have the decision-making related to our water. And we need to actually have that input in these processes, and not just words. We need actions and things that are gonna really change the quality of water that we're drinking. So she can definitely donate. I believe our donate button is working. We're having lots of technology problems, just like now, my camera won't work, and it's all zoomed out because we've been burning Zoom and Blue Jeans and webinar. It's like, oh my gosh, nonstop. But they definitely can donate to, our organization. And we also want to engage with folks too that are working on these issues.
So Donna, I have a question for you.
Yes.
All right, I'm not the kind of person to just kind of like sit around and just twiddle my thumbs, and especially right now, this is pretty serious, and the time for it's great to have the discussion, and I love that, but also too, when I sit here less than 30 minutes away from my factory where I build these machines, where I just jumped on a plane last week and flew up to Flint, Michigan, and just did a bunch of work up there. What we need to do, and we must do, is we must get you a machine out there to one location and have that machine start operating now, put that machine on solar power or put it on the grid or a combination of the both. Get to the engineers, water quality testing folks out there to see how this operates, test the water that you do produce, give that water away, do what you need with it, and start now. It takes money to do it. Let's just do it.
I appreciate that. Absolutely.
Someone's got to write the check to get this done. Let's write the check. Whoever can do it, let's get it done and get it started, because next year when it rolls around, I don't want to be sitting here discussing the same thing and fighting the COVID virus again, trying to get people to ship water into an area when we have a solution right now. The thing is, we just have to put our foot down and do it.
Well, we have a location in Richmond ready to go, and we let's talk. Absolutely, and I appreciate that. You don't know how many lives you're saving in this Bay Area related to water.
We might even have a location in San Francisco.
Yes, but look what you do with this in this process. You get the most advanced machine out there. You've got all the engineers just sitting here chomping at the bit, wanting to go do this. You've got the water quality testing folks. We have a COVID virus where you got to have clean, bubbly, silky water to wash. We've got hurricanes about to come. We've got Native American reservations that need water.
Yes.
Let's just do it. Sit it there in California, put it together, have everybody come look at it, and get it done.
I'm on board.
All right, me too.
I'm on board.
I'm on board.
Yeah.
We were going to have one of your, we were so bummed when we went into this virtual mode because we were looking forward to you bringing one of your pieces of equipment and parking it in front of us. So let's make this happen. I'm committed.
Yes, man. Same here. I've got a big generator sitting up there in the 4th Ward in Flint, Michigan right now, and it's making water. And I'm trying to get the solar together to put on that to run.
Keep it running
to it. Yes, and then I've got military units at different military bases and operations. It's time for this to be in your hands, your water quality testing folks' hands, and getting this done.
There we go. Thank you.
So I want to give everyone one last chance to sort of make some closing remarks. We're getting close to being back on time, which is amazing. And this has been an awesome conversation. But let's start with Demetra. You've been a little quiet lately.
Oh no, I've just been enjoying everything that, LaDonna has said, Mr. Moses has said, and just having the honor to work with everybody and see how this comes together. Like I said, Kawasan Circles is all about bridging the gap, embracing our differences, and fortifying our strengths. And I truly believe that if we work together, that we can bring about a significant change in our communities. We're a grassroots organization. I've been working with LaDonna for years, and she has just opened my eyes to a lot of the differences in our communities, but at the same time, how we can still work together and grow together as well. So I'm excited about that. Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, LaDonna. Actually, let's go with Moses and then we'll close with you, LaDonna.
Okay.
Again, I'm absolutely honored that y'all had me as your keynote speaker today. It's been a dream ever since the very beginning of this. I'm sitting here in my home here in Texas, and I got to pinch myself sometimes. I started out begging people to listen to what I had to say. I riding my bicycle around because that was the fastest way to get from one office to the next instead of parking my car and jumping out and walking in and sweating. I'm a cyclist, so I rode my bike to all the different offices. They still tell the story here about me walking in my disco lizard outfit and to see a colonel. I wear the tight stuff on the bike speed, and so in getting that done and to getting to address the EPA. I'll be doing that in the fall, and the state of Texas, and y'all out in California, and all the different technical agencies that I get to work with, the folks at Southwest Research Institute. If I didn't do another thing in my life, just those things right there, and being able to address y'all, it's like a beautiful capstone that I couldn't do anything else to do above that. So I'm very grateful to be your keynote speaker and for all the great write-ups that y'all have had about this and your interest in this technology and this long, hard scrabble battle to get to this place. Thank you very much. Very honored.
The honor is ours.
Honored to have you.
And LaDonna, I want you to bring us home now. You've done all the hard work to get all of us here to talk about this. So no pressure, but bring us on home.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do want to say for other agencies that might be on here watching the process, I would say this here is a success of what can happen with a lot of blood, sweat, tears, and fighting, but with a goal of actually inclusiveness and actually coming together in these processes to make something like this really happen. And again, it takes dedicated folks who, sometimes may not have wanted to hear the difficult conversations, and it's not easy being called out. But they were called out, and in being called out, they rolled their sleeves up and did a call to action. And it was before it became trendy to do so. So I keep making that point because right now, with the racial tensions and the issues that have come out, and rightfully so, because I can't say it enough, Black folks have just been ran through the ringer, and we've always been expected to be the bigger person while we're suffering and dying. And I can say the California Water Board through this process has supported the efforts, have been sincerely trying to figure out how they can step in and help these processes, and they've done that. So, while I'm beating up on them, I've got to give them a hug on that end as well. Because look at this, where we're here. This is a big difference from last year and the previous years. But, that's also to say, and I hate to have to say, but, we got to hug everybody, which we do. That goes without saying. But I'm just saying, in this process, they saw a need and who was missing, and they did not hesitate to try and right the wrong. And so therefore I say thank you to them. I want to say thank you so much, Mr. Moses, for accepting, the invite and the invitation and letting me bug you. It didn't take a whole lot. The minute I explained to you what we were trying to do, you were like, hey, when, where, I'm there. I love you for that, because you saw also a need and unselfishly said, if I can come in and eliminate this suffering and save lives, I'm there. And you've done that. Demetra, the same thing with you, helping us understand the Native issues that are going on. And that's what this symposium is supposed to be about, for us to come together with these different views, experiences, especially life experiences, but to come together and hear those and embrace those so that we can come away better people. And I think, at least so far this morning, panel has accomplished that, and I have no doubt the next 2 days is going to do the same. But I just want to say thank you to you all, and all of the folks that are taking time out of their busy at-home schedules, because they've shut us down again, which they should have kept us shut down so that this stuff ain't raging out of control. But folks have their own agenda, but we all know to do the right thing, and we cannot place money over lives. And that's the climate we're in right now. But at least here, we're all coming together, getting this knowledge. And I just want to say thank you to all 800 or so people, Greg, that are watching. Thank you that you took the time to even want to hear us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was perfect. So I'm going to shift us into the next gear here. We are also, apparently people are having a bit of a difficulty getting access to the program and agenda. So we have on the screen a way to get into the Slack channel. If that is also a problem, take that same sort of bit.ly and just take Slack off the end. It's the bit.ly shortened is CA Water Data Science Symp. And if you do that, it'll take you to the Water Board's page for this event, and you can download the program there. If you're having problems, you might need to refresh your cache, because we did make a replacement in the agenda over the weekend, and this is maybe what's causing some of the problem. But the agenda from now on is essentially the same. The title of the session is slightly different for the next group of speakers, but we're on track. So whatever agenda you have access to should be able to take you there. So thank you very much, panel. It's been awesome. You guys are free to go off camera and mute and take a break, well-deserved one. And we look forward to seeing a machine parked in California soon, Mr. West. So thank you.
Looking forward. All right, y'all. Bye-bye. We'll see you later, and thank you.
Thank you. Nice meeting you all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, so that was absolutely wonderful. I'm going to shift gears now. Our next session is called Selected Community Perspectives, and these are abstracts that were submitted to speak on community and water engagement. The whole purpose of this symposium is to really help the people who do work with water data do a better job of understanding how to engage with the community. And this is what we heard loud and clear last year, is that some of the things that we talk about and some of the things that the language that we use to communicate the importance of what we think is our work is not the language that resonates with community. So we're moving into additional speakers now that are going to help us have a better understanding of that. So Natalie, are you ready and available? I don't know if I see you yet.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Okay. So I do believe, are you in charge of your slides, or are you going to ask Nick to advance slides for you?
I can just ask, I'm being asked to be co-host, so I just put start my video.
Okay, awesome. So you're in charge. I will be quiet. Thank you. The next speaker is Natalie. Thanks.
Am I? Oh, I am in charge. Okay, awesome. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Natalie. Natalie Escobedo Garcia, or Natalie is fine. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm a water policy coordinator for Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, as well as a PhD student at UC Irvine. And today I'm here to share with y'all some of the community work Leadership Council has engaged in around water quality. Also, I have a tendency to speak really fast when I get nervous. So if at any point I'm talking too fast, please feel free to let me know and I'll slow down. Okay, so here's just a brief overview of what I'll be speaking about today. Just a quick agenda. So a little bit about Leadership Council. So Leadership Council fundamentally shifts the dynamics that have created the stark inequality that impacts California's low-income rural regions. We're based in San Joaquin in the Eastern Coachella Valleys, where we work alongside the most impacted communities to advocate for sound policy and eradicate injustice to secure equal access to opportunity regardless of wealth, race, income, and place. Through community organizing, research, legal representation, and policy advocacy, we impact land use and transportation planning, shift public investment priorities, guide environmental policy, and promote the provisions of basic infrastructure and services. So as I mentioned, we work in the San Joaquin and Eastern Coachella Valleys. We have 4 offices across the state in Sacramento, Fresno, Bakersfield, and Coachella. And we work with various communities across the San Joaquin Valley, Kern County, and the Eastern Coachella Valley. I'm currently working in the Eastern Coachella Valley, but when I first began working with Leadership Council, I was supporting work in the Fresno office. Okay. Today I'm going to share with y'all community engagement that we have done or are doing in 2 different areas of water quality. First, I will discuss our organization's engagement in SGMA, or the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act implementation process in the San Joaquin Valley. And then I'll move on to discuss my current work along with my colleague Leslie, who's also on this panel, with the community of Oasis Mobile Home Park in the Eastern Coachella Valley around drinking water. So before I share our work, I want to begin by making it abundantly clear that community knowledge is expert knowledge. The work we engage in is driven by community needs and by community directive. While we provide technical assistance and organizing support, they are the experts. Only they know exactly what is happening in the community and how we can best support them. This is an important point to make, as often we see community knowledge be bypassed in local and state decision-making processes, as well as in the process of how we collect, analyze, and what we consider data. Community knowledge is critical to the work we engage in, and in order to ensure just and equitable water policies and decision-making processes, community knowledge must be accepted as expert knowledge. As many of you are likely aware, this year, groundwater sustainability agencies, or GSAs, that are in critically overdrafted basins were required to submit their groundwater sustainability plans, or GSPs. The communities we work with deal with some of the worst groundwater quality issues in the state. In order to ensure their needs were addressed in the GSP creation process, we engaged in 13 different GSAs across 7 different basins. I was part of work in the Kings, Westside, and Merced subbasins, and I'm currently supporting our engagement in the Indio subbasin. As part of our Sigma work, we first presented Sigma to communities we work with, and then actively participated in the subbasins where residents either wanted to engage themselves or wanted some form of representation. For any of you who have engaged in Sigma at any capacity, you know there is a lot going on in the requirements. In order to be able to discuss Sigma as well as its various components, we created what we call Sigma splashes. In these splashes, we broke down the various components of Sigma, like GSA formation process, sustainable management criteria, and public engagement, into 1 to 2 page handouts in Spanish that would guide our conversations with community members as they decided how they wanted to participate in the GSP writing process. For groundwater quality is one of the 6 sustainability indicators GSAs were required to set sustainable management criteria for. To support community members in shaping what they wanted to see from groundwater quality sustainable management criteria, we engaged in several and lengthy community meetings in which we broke down how water quality is monitored and regulated. This required reviewing the difference in maximum contaminant levels versus public health goals, what GSAs were deeming as contaminants of concerns, and then having a conversation about the localized groundwater quality issues the community had identified and how they wanted GSAs to respond to those concerns. From here, we supported the communities we were working with as they engaged in various public workshops and board meetings as GSAs started preparing their GSPs. For the public comment period, we engaged in more community meetings in order to ensure our letters were representative of community asks. We discussed what we had included in the letter, changed anything community members wanted us to change, and added anything they felt we had missed. In terms of groundwater quality, community members often asked for maximum contaminant levels for all drinking water standards to be monitored, and they wanted more extensive monitoring of their groundwater quality as they felt current groundwater quality monitoring networks were not representative of their needs. Now I'd like to shift the presentation to discuss another way in which we are engaging with community on water quality issues, and I would like to discuss our work in the community of Oasis Mobile Home Park. On August 2019, the US EPA issued an emergency administrative order for an arsenic violation of the groundwater system of Oasis. In September of 2019, residents began to organize themselves around their drinking water and housing rights and began to engage local organizations in supporting them. After presenting their concerns at Riverside County's Housing Review Committee, my colleague Leslie Figueroa, who you will hear from later in this panel, let the community know we would like to support their efforts. And by October, we had begun hosting community meetings with them. Thanks to the efforts of many of the residents of Oasis, the needs of their community have been heard across the state. This has led to some accountability of the living conditions in Oasis, but unfortunately, they're still battling to have clean water in their homes. At the end of March, the US EPA declared the Oasis system was no longer had an arsenic violation, meaning the owner of the park no longer had to provide an alternative source of drinking water. This news was unsettling for many of the residents of Oasis as they still saw the water from their taps coming out discolored and with a strange odor. Because of this, we are partnering with Dr. Ryan Sinclair and his grad student, Thomas Hill, from Loma Linda University to conduct our own water quality testing. We have begun testing some of the homes, and residents have actively both documented their water problems as well as collected samples to be tested. This picture and the picture you saw in the last slide are both pictures that have been sent to us by residents of Oasis. It's important that residents of Oasis drive how solutions for their concerns are found. And so it's critical that they take part in documenting the water quality issues as they hold key knowledge on what has been happening to their water system for years. At the end of the data collecting process, we will present the community with the results of their water tests. And based on how they feel about the data, we will work with Oasis to see what next steps they would like to take and how we can support those actions. Demystifying water quality data in order to co-power with residents in their engagement at local and state level is important, but it is equally important to point out local and state level issues in water quality data that often impedes community concerns from being elevated. To begin, as we were looking to water quality data for several of the communities we are working with, we noticed major gaps in monitoring of domestic wells as well as community water systems for unpermitted mobile parks. My colleague again will talk more about this in her presentation. Gaps like this render community concerns invisible and is often used as a reason not to address what's happening in their community. Second, we found that there was a lot of confusion / misinformation about who has oversight of their water quality issues. GSAs continuously told us that they were not responsible for remediating groundwater quality, and their only responsibility was to contaminants that were impacted by increase or decreases of groundwater levels. Similarly for OASIS, because they are on allotted land, oversight of their water system falls on the US EPA. Yet once the arsenic fell into compliance, OASIS once again was left trying to figure out who was responsible for overseeing all the other water system issues that includes wastewater problems. The last two issues are further exacerbated by data that is not, in a lot of ways, inaccessible. California data on water quality is heavily fragmented, and navigating state sites for data can be very confusing. I have been studying California water issues for almost 6 years now, and I still get lost when I'm looking for information for community. It shouldn't take a PhD to find and understand data that is meant to be accessible to the public. In addition to the lack of data and issues in finding it, the data is also not always presented in a language accessible to the public. Most of this information is exclusively found in English, excluding access of non-English speaking members of the public. Last, what we consider data and who we consider to be experts needs to radically shift if we truly want to have a water system that is just and equitable to all of those who are a part of it. A resident presenting photos of their failing water system should be accepted as expert knowledge, the same way data from a consumer confidence report is accepted. Community knowledge cannot continue to be dismissed. This brings me to my last slide, where I want to return to the point I raised in the beginning of my presentation. Community knowledge is expert knowledge. It is arrogant of us to think that our scientific data speaks to all water quality issues when it is community who lives with these problems every day. As we move forward towards a more integrated way of documenting and collecting water data, community science that centers around community knowledge and engagement can start moving us in a more equitable and just direction. Thank you everyone for your time, and I'll take any questions you may have now.
Wow, thank you, Natalie. That was fantastic. I totally I resonate with those comments about data accessibility and some of the engagement feedback. So thank you so much. Let's see, do we have any questions? Shuka, do we have any questions for Natalie? No questions. We have time at the end for questions too, so why don't we run into the next presentation, Natalie, if that's okay, and then collect at the end to see if there's questions for the group. Okay, so next up we have a presentation from Yaneth Andrade Magana, and I will let you take over from here.
Hi, everybody. Just give me 1 second. I am working on a cloud, so it's a little difficult or different for me to work on Zoom. But thank you, everybody, for welcoming me to this space. It really means a lot to be part of this space where we have so many experts and we could learn from other communities and see that we are a lot more similar than different, and how other communities are solving their issues and working together with community to again maybe get some of those models back into our community and continue working with the residents. I'm not sure if I have control over the presentation.
You can just say next slide.
But you could go ahead and switch to the next slide. So in the meantime, I'll go ahead and share a little bit of our organization. So we are Pueblo Unido. We are a 501c3 grassroots organization. We work here in the Eastern Coachella Valley with the communities of Mecca, Thermal Oasis, and North Shore, which are unincorporated communities of the Riverside County. Our work is specifically in the three levels, which is affordable housing, infrastructure, and economic development. So within our first two, affordable housing and infrastructure, we definitely tackle a lot of the issues regarding water and wastewater. So as Natalie mentioned in the previous section, we do have high levels of arsenic within some areas of our communities. It's just naturally occurring in other bacteria that we do have been working with community members and community leaders to look for solutions and viable solutions for these problems. The community that we work closely with is the mobile home park community. Mostly are mobile home park owners. These are, they're not your typical developers. They are actually farm workers who were able to provide or are now able to provide housing for other tenants or for their families themselves. And this was out of the need for housing in the Eastern Coachella Valley. It was not thought about in a business aspect at the beginning. It was more of a need to find themselves housing in the Eastern Coachella Valley, and then opening the doors to other people to also find housing solutions. Can you please switch to the next slide, please? Thank you. So the model that we use in here in Pueblo Unido is a community-driven model. So as you can see on the screen, it's a full circle with our work. We meet with community and we have built trust with community throughout years of work with them. The Eastern Coachella Valley has experienced or has a history of underrepresentation and underfunding. So therefore, the key element that we have found to bring our work forward and move our work forward is to build that trust with community members in order for them to be engaged at every step of the way in the work. So we meet with community members once a month. We have open conversations with them. They share their concerns, which are their top priorities of needs. Our model is like, who better than the community themselves to tell us what their needs are, and also tell us what the possible solutions could be. So after meeting with them, we identify some solutions, brainstorm some ideas, go back to them, ask for their feedback, come back to our table, create some adjustments, present those new solutions to the community, and then get feedback from them again. And then we go ahead and go into the phase of thinking about what the implementations of those solutions would be. Who do we need to bring into the table? Who do we need to open conversations with? Who do we need to engage besides the community to make these solutions a reality? And then after those solutions are implemented, we go back to the community again, ask how these solutions are working out. Is this what they needed? Has this solved a problem that they need? Is it sustainable for the community to keep these solutions in place? So it's a hopeful circle with community engagement in our end, and hearing back from what other people have mentioned. It is really technical work, and the education element for these conversation is essential in order for community members to be engaged and really understand the impact that their feedback, their history, their narrative really makes in the decision-making process and in the solution finding process. Next slide, please. Going into this, it's a resident advocacy and partnerships. Again, it is key to bring partnerships and stakeholders into the table with our community. As much as we actually serve as a voice for community members in some of these decision-making spaces, we definitely have, or we definitely aim into bringing the capacity and the tools for community members themselves to do the advocacy. again, no one else better than themselves to bring that input as to their experience, what they're experiencing, the water, what was the history of years before when they didn't know that arsenic was in their water, and the lack of data in the Eastern Coachella Valley that will allow us as nonprofits to bring these issues to the table in spaces like these, and also have agencies like the water boards to really be able to understand the solutions that we are bringing to the table. And we really need that aspect of community narrative and data. And again, that history of underrepresentation, as well as neglect, to put it this way, has really impacted people's trust in agencies and local government. Therefore, when you ask, or someone comes up to us and asks, oh, we're looking for volunteers so we could go test their well water. We need volunteers to go test soil. It is that bridge that we have in that relationship that we have with community members that we could really be able to explain, and they trust that whoever we're bringing into conversation is somebody that could be trusted. And then therefore they'll be open into participating to create that data that is essential and needed to bring more funding to these communities. As other agencies I've worked with, they've said, like, we don't want to go and just knock on their door or go into private property without having that introduction. And we do definitely ask for that. Again, with these mobile home parks and their journey to be up to code and to make sure that their water quality is the one needed for their tenants. Having someone from an agency with a badge coming into their property, it is something scary. So therefore, having them be their own advocates and being in these spaces will definitely help them not only themselves be aware of what's going on and bring their experience, but also serve as community leaders and advocates within their own community to help educate people as to how they could be actively involved, how they could be advocates to bringing projects and funding that will better their communities and their life, their housing situation, and life in general for them and their children. So that is what we aim to do with bringing community members and into partnership spaces. And of course, any agency or any partner stakeholder that wants to start that conversation with community, we definitely do urge them to work with nonprofits like ourselves to start building that relationship, so that relationship could be sustainable, and you see not only agencies or researchers coming in once and never hearing back from them, but also having a full conversation and a wholesome work relationship where community members provide the assistance to agencies and also get something back in return, whether that is water results, water testing results, whether that is soil results. And they trust that nonprofits like us will be able to help provide that assistance to read those results and for them to really see what their contribution will lead to. Next slide, please. For finding and implementing solutions, what we've really worked on is identifying short-term and long-term solutions. For these communities that are rural, it is important to have those two alternatives. One of the programs that we are currently running is the short-term arsenic treatment program, which we actually have implemented in about 10 to 15 mobile home parks, which are about 13 families each. And these systems have been able to provide safe drinking water and affordable water to these families that do not count with municipal water, and are mostly communities that have high arsenic levels. The highest arsenic levels within the Eastern Coachella Valley. So these solutions are meant to be short-term. In the meantime, that definitely the ideal would be to connect families to municipal services. And that's definitely something that we are in the works with the state water boards here in California. We do lead a handful of wastewater and water projects that are right now in the engineering process. And of course, going back to the partnerships, that could only be done through the partnerships with the state and state water boards, and obviously with our local governments and the water district, Coachella Valley Water District. So that is definitely the end goal for all the communities that we work with. But of course, we do keep in mind, and we are really transparent of the fact that in some communities that potential of connecting is not going to be available for many years. So therefore, the importance of finding the short-term solutions is very important. And of course, within those short-term solutions, we do advocate for assistance with well retrofits and emergency funding for wells that fail. Again, these communities and mobile home park owners are not developers, wealthy developers. They are common families, farm worker families that have been able to provide housing to other families. Therefore, they don't count with the reserves that a developer would to react as an emergency to create or build drill a new well within a matter of hours. So it is important to also have that key element of education to also let not only park owners, but their tenants and families to be aware of signs of maybe an issue within either within their homes or within the outside infrastructure that they could see. So we could have so we could avoid those emergencies or those issues of not having water for families and having water available for families. And so those are the solutions that we've been working with families. And again, it's really important to keep families involved and engaged in the whole process. Specifically we understand that it's really technical, and myself, when I joined Pueblo Unido, it was a little difficult at the beginning to really grasp all the information and the technicalities of working with these projects. And my job as a director of community capacity building, I do work a lot with not only translating the information to Spanish, but really translating the information into a vocabulary that families will understand. And they're the biggest advocate for these projects, and that hence the importance of them really understanding what these projects entitle, where the funding comes from, that will be the success or will translate into these projects being successful and sustainable. Next slide, please. And that will be all for my part. Thank you again for the invitation for the space. I was actually really excited of joining this symposium in person, but it was really nerve-wracking too. I'm transitioning into being the one leading these spaces now instead of our executive director. So thank you again for the time and the space. This is my contact information. Again, my name is Yaneth Andrade Magaña. I'm the Director of Community Capacity Building for Pueblo Unido. There's my email address, our office number. We're in quarantine as well, but there's always there's one person at our office still who could redirect the calls as needed. And our website is pueblounidocdc.org, pucdc.org. So that will be all for my part. Thank you.
Thank you, Yaneth. And don't go away, because there might be some questions at the end. We actually have a couple for Natalie at this point too. So we will have a little bit of time and some questions at the very end. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to transition next to Leslie Figueroa. And Leslie, if you're ready, I'm going to give it over to you.
Awesome. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, you sound great.
Oh, okay, cool. Let me put my video on real quick. Let me see. Hold up, I'm having technical difficulties with my video. Doesn't let me.
Let me see if I prompt you. Does it send you a different message?
Oh, I think.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so I guess like that's what everyone was talking about when they were like, we can't see ourselves. Awesome.
We're all struggling with challenges this morning. There's no judgment anywhere.
Cool. And I'll just go ahead and say next slide for make it easier on everyone. So hi, everyone. My name is Leslie Figueroa, and I'm a policy advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability in the Eastern Coachella Valley. Thank you to my colleague, Natalie, who kind of gave a little bit of the overview of like Leadership Council and the work that we do in Sacramento and the Central Valley and also in the Eastern Coachella Valley. So I'm glad to be going third with all my great humans who do a lot of work on water justice with community. What I wanted to talk about here would be on SB 200, a little bit around like the funding allocations, the strategies that went into it, kind of where we ended up now and what that really means for rural communities as a whole, especially in the Eastern Coachella Valley. And I think there's things on here that you probably already know, like, bear with me. Just listen to it and see how it all kind of interconnects with community. You know, we all work very closely with residents all the time. And I think as kind of how Natalie has said it, I know how Yanette has said it, I think it's the most important thing we're doing is how we're uplifting the needs of community and their actual advocacy that they've been doing to get a lot of these things passed, like SB 200, right? And also throughout this presentation, I'd also keep in mind kind of how housing and water are interconnected. We also work very, very closely with housing advocacy, and it's really important for me and for residents, and as we're continuing working with Oasis Mobile Home Park, how these two issues are very interconnected. Like we're in a housing crisis, we're in a pandemic, we're in a water crisis, we're in a lot of crises going on, right? And if we're looking at things interconnected, it makes it slightly easier probably to find some solutions that work well with all of these things. So next slide. And so first, so to begin with, right, the human right to water. I know many of us might know what that is. And for those that don't, well, the human right to water is a legislation that passed in 2012 that pretty much made California the first state in the nation to recognize and acknowledge that every human being has the right to safe, clean, affordable, and accessible water, adequate for human consumption, cooking, and sanitary purposes, right? But just because this was passed, like most legislation, right, it doesn't mean that it solves everything magically. There's a lot of work that still needs to be put on the front end, on the back end. There's a lot of communities that, as we know, still don't have access to safe, clean drinking water. And what kind of prompted, I think, going into what organizations were and the community kept asking for was a permanent source of funding for infrastructure investment and other needs the community was asking for. I think there were some sources of funding that existed, but nothing permanent that would fund the infrastructure investment like operations and maintenance, emergency water supplies, and other needs in the community. So that's what really prompted it, is looking for some permanent source of funding that would be there and wouldn't just go away like the following year or like with the different budget through the state budget. So next slide. And so really looking at like what through this funding, right, clean water advocates, organizations, and the political will to get this going. It took years and years to develop. And the idea of creating something that would be in a safe and affordable drinking water fund was pretty much born out of kind of all of that, right? And like pretty much why we needed this fund was like experts were pretty much saying that 1 million Californians were exposed to unsafe drinking water. And you probably saw a lot of, media around that in the past few years, and probably more than that. I know we're talking about water data today, and I know there's a lot of things that we're seeing in gaps in water data in communities in the East Valley, and many things that probably aren't accounted for. There's probably much more human beings in California that are exposed to unsafe drinking water. Like I said, there was no permanent source of funding at the state level for something like this. And, continuing to advance the human right to water would make sense to include a fund. Things that it would pretty much fund, like I've mentioned, operations and maintenance, consolidation of water systems for extended drinking water services, provision of replacement water for immediate protections, provision of services to help systems themselves be more self-sufficient, and the development, implementation, and sustainability of long-term drinking water solutions. And I think this kind of just points a little bit of the issues that we've been hearing from residents. Is I know from maybe many of us on the call, and like I've been hearing on not call Zoom, I've been hearing from folks that there's always some system that's in violation, right? There's a lot of systems that probably never pass like tests, right? And folks know that, and a lot of folks have already kind of normalized this and have become like, oh well, yeah, that's just how my water is, right? But for other like communities, they refuse to believe that. They refuse to be okay with the fact that their system and their water continues to be in violation. And I know Natalie and myself and Janet, I'm sure too, we get like calls from residents, we get texts from residents, videos from residents on like the water that sometimes comes out of their tap is discolored, it smells weird, there's like failing septics in some of the mobile home parks. And I think all of that goes to show that residents are going out of their way to really ask somebody who advocates with them and figure out like how can they solve this issue, right? This issue of their water not being clean, and mostly because they're scared for their families. Like, what does this mean if I'm cooking with it? If I'm showering with it? If what if I go somewhere and I leave my kids at home and then they go open the faucet and they start drinking the water that's probably contaminated with if I'm not there, like this, I can't. They don't understand sometimes what that could mean. So next slide. And so SB 200, right? So at some point throughout like these conversations about how it was moving towards creating this fund, there was this idea, and some of you might have heard about it, was like a quote unquote water tax or water fee. Depending on who you speak to, trying to figure out how you would fund this is probably the most important part. I know ACWA, the Association of California Water Agencies, strongly opposed this idea, funding this fund with a water quote unquote tax. That was really a fee. It would have been like $1 fee to ratepayers all across California to fund the fund, right? But because of a lot of political and also administrative costs, and it just wasn't too popular of creating some sort of fee. So what ended up happening was that it turned into adopting an annual appropriation from the general fund and the GGRF into creating the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. I think that's like the short version of it. It took for a lot of folks, I know, months and like probably years to figuring out what would be a good solution. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it's a better solution that didn't exist before. So on January 31st of 2019, the bill was introduced, SB 200, as that would have those appropriations, and it passed in both chambers by July 15, 2019. And on July 24th, 2019, the governor signed it into a bill, basically. So next slide. And that's a picture pretty much of Governor Newsom, one of our co-directors, Veronica Garibay, Dolores Huerta is right there, Senator Monning, and they went out into a community in Tombstone to sign it, basically, which was a really big deal. I think going out into the community and really being there with folks who have been fighting for more than 10 years for some fund and infrastructure investment for their communities, I think is a really big deal. And yeah, thank you. And it was a really big deal too, because like if you count and add all the money, it's like about $1.4 billion for the next 11 years. So that's a really great thing, I think, for community, and folks saw it and celebrated. And so then after that, well, another thing that was born, right, was what we call now SAFER, which is a Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience Drinking Water Program within the State Water Board. And in short, it basically is $130 million of funding that's allocated for this program. Right now, as we speak, there's this expenditure plan that's still being approved. It's still being looked at. I think it's supposed to actually be approved within like a week or two. Next slide. Thank you, sorry. Yeah. And it pretty much outlines like this is also what the bill includes, right? Is like an entire like list of items that it needs to have, and this is something that's also being reviewed within the advisory board that was created. And this advisory board also includes next slide. It also includes residents from the different communities. Oh wait, I skipped a slide. Yeah, so this slide is, sorry, this one's about another thing that including the expenditure plan, there also needs to be by 2021 a list of the aquifer maps for the to be included as part of the expenditure plan. It's pretty much, I think, collecting data. It'll be like a lot of data from like the small water systems that would be used. And I think that's super important too, like we've mentioned some of the gaps that exist, that as this is happening, it also includes some of the mobile home parks that might be implemented in the Eastern Coachella Valley. Looking at, I think water quality testing is like gonna be like a really important part for these. For the mobile home parks that aren't tested. So including that, and that some of our advocacy will include to make sure those are included along with the issues and community needs into the expenditure plan. Next. And yeah, so like I said, this has still been a community win. Like the fight's not over. A lot of these things are still being like looked at. A lot of them are still being approved, and making sure the community voices there at every step is really important. Next slide. And so, yeah, when I was talking about the advisory board, it's a pretty big deal. And I think it's a big deal because it's the first time that we actually see community residents from the Central Valley, folks from the East Valley, from organizations, from water agencies are all on one table, really like on the same kind of on the same level, rather than it being some sort of hierarchical version of like your needs are more important, or like what you're saying is more important, but it's actually in this like level base where like folks are all being heard. And I know folks are still having Zoom meetings on this, and making sure that community is engaged and there's translation services is important, because when we're talking about community being engaged and being at the table, it's about actually it being like that, rather than trying to have liaisons or people speak for residents. It's important that folks can be able to advocate for themselves, and because people deserve that dignity and the opportunity to do so. And language barriers shouldn't be one of those things where we're just, oh, well, we can't because we can't have translation services. Everyone can provide those. I think we're in this day and age where that's possible. It's just like if folks don't want to, it's because they don't want to. And this should really be pretty much an example for a lot of how other agencies are doing, especially for housing, especially for air quality, other land use work, right? It's like making sure that when community is there, and it really reflects good governance when you're actually including community at that table. So next slide. And so what I kind of wanted to go more into now is like on the Eastern Coachella Valley and what it means to us pretty much. I know Yanette went into talking about the Eastern Coachella Valley, and it's in the rural land of Riverside County in southern inland California, for folks who might not know where it is. And it does have one of the largest concentrations of mobile home parks across the state. Some history on it, right? There's been like legacy of arsenic contamination that a lot of folks claim that it's like naturally occurring. There's been reverse osmosis, a short-term solution. And I think, to be clear, like it's what we hear from residents, especially from Oasis Mobile Home Park. I think trust is such a big deal. Even if you're able to tell residents that their water is clean, like for example at Oasis Mobile Home Park, when the arsenic was back into compliance at the federal contaminant levels. And in the past few weeks, Natalie and myself, we've been doing water distribution on Fridays in the evenings, and residents have been coming and picking up water bottles, and we continue to ask them, how's the water doing? How do you feel about it? And residents will tell us, well, I don't trust it. It's still coming out discolored. It smells weird. I don't trust it. And also for the park, for years, this park has existed for more than 20, 25 years, and residents have never trusted the water there. People, when they move into this mobile home park, that's about 250 plus mobiles, about 1,900 people in Oasis, people know moving in that the water's not good for the most part. There's some folks that don't know. And when they move in, then they find out. And this is something we've heard anecdotes from residents. And what really got folks really upset and started advocating for better water and for better housing was the fact that when there was an arsenic violation, was that there was also a increase in rent. And so for residents who are living on very like low, annual incomes, like increasing the rent, like it's it didn't fly for a lot of folks, and especially when they saw that there was also a violation in arsenic for water that they were still paying for at that time. They were paying $75 for water that they couldn't drink, and also was a violation, and they weren't getting the replacement water that they needed at that time. So I think trust is a big deal, especially for this park, right? Even if you're telling US EPA can come and tell residents, hey, the water's clean, most likely folks aren't going to trust and they're not going to drink it. The same thing can be said about point of use systems sometimes and filters, right? If you put them in the home, sometimes folks will use them and they'll trust them for a bit. But then for the most part, it's something about water, and it's something about water data and how we communicate it to residents. And sometimes folks will not believe it. The same thing can be said for places like in Coachella, Indio, where the systems are consolidated, right? So they get municipal water and it's clean water. And still you have, I think, many families who will not drink water from the tap. It's not, they won't trust it. And I think another thing that we've been able to talk to residents about and talk within ourselves is about, it could be also a very cultural thing. A lot of folks who are moving in here to the East Valley are folks who are immigrants from Mexico, indigenous people of Mexico, and also in a lot of places where folks are coming from, the water also isn't clean. So even wherever you are, you don't drink it. And although my family doesn't trust it, even if they live in places where the water is clean. So I think there needs to be a much bigger push or bigger campaign or this idea of like how we demystify what's going on, or maybe at the same time also believe residents, because there are times when I think when residents are complaining about water when it really is, like in this case at Oasis, it's discolored and has this weird odor. Many times folks don't want to believe residents, and I think it tells a lot when folks are complaining and reporting constantly about what's going on, and sometimes agencies don't want to believe it. No one's going to complain just to complain, right? I think people have other things to do. People have to work, go to the doctor, go all these things, that to complain about water that, for fun, that's not safe, right? So I think that's a big thing to consider. And another thing is consolidation projects. I think there's this big push within our local water district to try to consolidate, and that's a good thing. I think that's great. I think residents are all for making sure that consolidation happens, but how it happens and making sure that you don't miss any mobile home parks, or when you're also doing that, you're keeping in mind how housing infrastructure and future investment in rural communities is super important, because not only are folks having issues with water, people are having issues with where to live, right? At Oasis Mobile Home Park, I go back to that question a lot because mobile home park a lot, because it just seems to be a compilation of all these big issues that are happening in the East Valley, all melted into just one park. And what happens there is that folks move in there knowing that there's huge habitability issues. The septic systems aren't great. There used to be this big landfill in the back that recently got cleaned up because the US EPA ordered it to be cleaned up, but it was there forever. Folks were 40 feet away from a huge landfill that was like piling up. So I think there's this huge lack of affordable housing in rural communities and across the state. I mean, urban areas everywhere. The issue in rural areas is the lack of water and wastewater infrastructure to build any housing, which is when I say, think about water and investment and what maybe SB 200, what that can mean for housing is a pretty big deal, especially for residents who are in huge habitability issues and their mobiles, who are super, super old, can barely withstand and survive super harsh winters. Even though we're in the desert, it's harsh winters, extreme heat, extreme everything that you can think of, and making sure that we're also climate resilient with this is pretty important. And the next slide, just to end, really, I kind of went in already talking about housing and what this means in the Eastern Coachella Valley. I think housing, water are interconnected, and I think a bigger effort needs to be done from the state. And we're going in the right direction, but we just need to continue merging them with rural communities or greater investment. And communities they've already figured this out. They already know that having better water and having better housing and having water infrastructure means, potentially apartments or townhomes or single family homes. And they advocate this all the time. That's what residents at Oasis Mobile Home Park have been doing since August. They've been advocating for better housing and clean water. And so although all these efforts are underway, I think it's pretty clear, and I know a lot of folks have mentioned this already, as the pandemic has pretty much made things worse, and especially in rural communities also. So I think we need to be bold. making sure that every Californian has safe, affordable drinking water and also housing. So thank you. That's all I have.
That's a lot. Thank you very much. The topics that you guys covered, there's a lot in there, and it really resonates with me personally from the work that I've been trying to do through the power of the staff that work in our offices. And so making our data more accessible, making the information about the data more accessible, all of this is just exactly right on with what you guys are working on. So thank you for not only doing the work today to talk to us, but the work that you do is just so important and refreshing to hear. So I have a few questions, if you don't mind. We have some time. So, this can be somewhat conversational. So I think we have a question for Natalie, and I know you answered this on the Slack channel, Natalie, but I'm going to ask it again because I think it's a good question and it might prompt some conversation. So on the topic of community knowledge is expert knowledge, do you have any examples of what community knowledge that have been overlooked in the past by water workers?
Yeah, so I gave the example of what we're seeing happening right now in Oasis, where residents have shared concerns over drinking water systems being impacted by their wastewater system. But they've been told by management and other local entities that they're not understanding how their water system works, despite the fact that they have been documenting these issues for such a long time. We have like a folder full of pictures and videos that residents have taken of either sewage spillage or water coming out brown or yellow, bottled water that they've collected, as well as like dated and stamped when it came out, at what time. But this is being continuously dismissed, and it's being dismissed in a way that puts sort of the water quality data that the US EPA has as more valid than what residents are sharing.
And anyone can answer this follow-up question. It actually is a question that was posted on Slack, but you made me think of it, Natalie. How are the dangers associated with relying on bottled water, plastic in particular, and the exposure to these microplastics and chemicals? How's that risk being communicated to the communities?
Yeah, that's definitely a conversation we've had with folks. We also don't believe bottled water is a sustainable solution. Right now, we don't really have much of another choice with Oasis. There really is no other interim solution that we have, especially with the difficulties over jurisdiction. Right now, that's the best we can do, and that's what residents want. That's what they feel safest with. So we're respectful of what they feel like they need. But at the same time, letting them know that these are the issues associated with that sort of solution. But again, being respectful of what community wants.
Yeah, and if I could add, I think on the panel discussion earlier, I think it really resonated a lot with this bigger idea of like community science in the community. I think that's something we've been, doing our best to try to communicate like how all of this like comes together. And I think the water bottle thing has also been a real big deal, right? Because it's like, we also know it's not super regulated, and it's like, are we in a way like impacting residents more than we are helping them, right? So it's or them helping themselves. And I think it goes back to also trust, right? We can probably put in as like many point of view systems as we want, but if folks are just not going to buy filters and they're like, I don't want to, or if it's the fact that living in that park is just like not possible, right? And it's doing it somewhere else. So it's also like a case by case. And I think in this case, it's the park.
Yeah.
Yes, and if I may add to something that Leslie highlighted in her presentation was the cultural aspect. I think that is definitely something that we definitely push for everything, to keep in mind the cultural aspect and cultural traditions and the way of living of our community. As she mentioned, like just the idea of water bottle seems to be a lot safer alternative in general, whether you live in a rural area or you live in the city. Some kind of filtration system or added filtration system makes families feel like they're safer. Therefore, the importance of trust and that education component is really important. If you have that trust that families are able to go ask for a copy of the test results of the water that is done every 3 months, and in what mobile home parks in under the county's jurisdiction, the requirements is to that their water be tested every 3 months. If they have that trust that they could go up to their landlord and say, hey, can I have a copy of the testing, that they will receive a copy, and that they have a way to contact someone that provides that assistance to read the results and break things down. That could be a good way to begin the conversation as to why you could trust your water and opt out of the water bottle that is not sustainable, and that could definitely bring up a lot of more issues as the lack of recycling or trash. But again, going back to our culture, I think for the most part, our families are really resilient when it comes to recycling. But definitely that trust and the educational component is something that has to come up with the conversation of sustainability and the issues that come around bottled water.
Well, let's talk about that trust. There's actually a question in Slack that said, here's the statement: trust seems to be a central challenge that I've heard from all participants this morning. How can we communicate science better? And what can the scientific community do to build better trust?
I brought it up, and this one is I can't emphasize enough. It needs to be in a language that's accessible to the people who are looking at the information. I know translation is lengthy and expensive, but if we really want to build that trust with community, we have to present to them in a language that they speak and understand. And in terms of like building community trust, like Leslie and I are in constant calls with the folks at Oasis, even through this pandemic. We wanted to reassure them that even with the pandemic, we weren't going to forget about them, that, we were still going to continue to work with them. Yeah, so that has required a lot of time of making calls, sending texts, checking in with them when we're distributing water. It's going to take a lot of time and long conversations, but if this is really what you're going to move towards, you have to invest that time. There's really no way around it.
Feel free to chime in, others.
Yeah, no, I think Natalie's like right. Yeah, I know that's something we've been spending a lot of time doing, and it's just even for folks maybe like at least maybe not here in the East Valley, but in other areas across the state. I think it's really looking to like community organizations that are doing this work, to community leaders that are doing the work, but also not putting the entire like work on them, right? And being like, here you go, here's the data, have fun, like go at it, translate, right? Because that's also not the point, right? I think folks also like to see that there's scientists who like do care about them, and there is that human aspect. Like I know when we were doing the independent testing at the park, when we would take Dr. Sinclair and Thomas, like ourselves being there, and just we would take more like 30 minutes maybe at the park. We would like talk to the resident. How are you doing? What other things do you need support with? What have you been hearing? And the more you learn about like what folks like each family thinks about and like how they perceive their water is like so different, right? And especially because everybody, like Yanette was saying, like it's a cultural thing. Like folks, everyone comes from different places and have different ways that they perceive their water. And like even me, like, I didn't think my tap water was safe until like, oh, like I don't know, I was like, is it still safe? No, I'm just kidding. So I need to personally test it probably. So I think that's also like, and when folks are so concerned with like surviving, staying alive, putting food at the table, sometimes even just the water is not something like folks will like be concerned of, like having the luxury to think, is my water safe or is it not? I'm just gonna do bottled water because that to me that's safe, right? So I think that's also another thing. So for folks who want to be able to make sure their information is communicated, I think it's doing it like your good old-fashioned community meetings is always really helpful. Bringing food, making sure like folks like have like an understanding and understand what other folks are coming from, and it takes time, a lot of time.
Yeah.
And sort of on like the academic end of the spectrum, you know, a lot of academics come and do community engaged work or community informed work. And then, yeah, a lot of communities complain about them just sort of disappearing after that. You know, you're building a relationship that's not just for that project. And unfortunately, you know, coming from an R1 institute, I can say that sometimes our institutes don't actually provide that kind of model. You know, it's a problem. It makes community engaged work a lot more difficult. I'll definitely say that, but it's not impossible. It just, yeah, on like the side of the academic, it's going to, you have to do a lot of reflection on how you want to support the community and how you want to engage with them and the relationship you're building. I don't know how much time folks sometimes stop to think about that when they're sending out a questionnaire to like a community health assessment, like how much time they actually think about what their presence in that community is going to mean and what is it going to mean when you just disappear.
Really good points. Janet?
Yeah, and this is something that that all of both Natalie and Leslie have brought up, is that it does take time. It takes a lot of time and effort, but this is where partnerships come in. I think we all have our own expertise, and we definitely value everyone's expertise, and the partnerships is where it's really valuable to be able to bring that information down and being able to start building that relationship. As Natalie mentioned, and I mentioned it during my presentation, you do have, due to the history of neglect and distrust and organizations and agencies and local government making promises to these communities and then disappearing, that's where you also, us as even community organizations, we have to reassure our community that we will be there, that if they come to a meeting, we will be, we will have some point of feedback afterwards or follow up afterwards. And also we have to be really careful going back to partnerships as to who we partner to, that we have to be selective of those that do come in with the intention of following up and really being able to interact and really be willing to understand these communities. Because therefore that again, it's reflects on the trust that they put on us as organizations, as grassroots organizations, that we will be diligent into who we bring into the communities, as a lot of the information is really sensitive information that is their own personal experiences. And we definitely don't want to put any pressure or anyone in an uncomfortable situation where they don't feel safe after being part of a community meeting or part of a conversation.
So I know a little bit about this, but not enough, obviously. The language accessibility barriers that we face are not strictly limited to translation services. So in your experience, how do we overcome some of these more difficult or challenging assignments to government with things like indigenous language barriers and other issues?
Leslie, do you or Jeanette want to talk a little bit about the videos in Purepecha that were done at the beginning of the pandemic?
Yeah, so I know the Desert Healthcare District, I was able to, hire a consultant firm for information as it relates to, social distancing, wearing your mask, testing sites in Purepecha. And so folks were like locally hired to do some of those videos and do some of these. I have some of them. I was going to show you like the flyers that are here. I have a lot, and they give some in English and Spanish, and they translate them to Purepecha, which we were able to distribute to a lot of residents during the distributions and during, we've been out and about, which haven't been that out and about, and we've been, pretty safe. But I think that's one really good thing that we haven't seen at all with any other agency in the Eastern, and at least in the Coachella Valley, that has done. So I think it's paving a way probably from other agencies to also do some and create information that way. The videos help because a lot of folks sometimes don't know how to read. right? So I think if folks like are listening, and for the most part, folks are trying to get the most they can on phones or Facebook or WhatsApp and all of that like really like good stuff. And so that's helpful. It's not perfect, right? Because we also have a lot of broadband issues, a lot of like access to just technology is hard also for in lower income communities. But I think that's paved the way to really and this was just on COVID, right? This also could be on other things. And the fact that there are many local community leaders who should be hired for their labor and can be, as long as like agencies put a budget for it.
Mm-hmm. Excellent points.
Yeah, and on my end, I think yes. So it's not only about having someone being able to translate to the language that is more common, that is Spanish, but as Leslie mentioned, it is also you have like the different, like not only you have a lot of like native languages here, you have people that don't read, don't write, and of course, in thinking of being productive and time wise, sending out a flyer or sending out a letter would be easiest. But at the end of the day, as Leslie mentioned, we have to do it more old school, which is community meetings, one-on-one conversations to really have and give the community an opportunity for them to tell us what is the issue with really understanding the information, whether that's language, whether that's vocabulary. It's the fact that specifically with water and water contaminants and breaking things as to what makes water safe, and also what solutions we could find, and the background behind what makes such as the point of view systems a solution. You really need to have the vocabulary for people to understand, for them to ask questions. I think if you don't have questions, then maybe that's an indicator that they're not understanding the information. And that could only be done through conversations or meetings, right? And of course, now that we are in this at this public health safety, that we can't meet with people, it's one-on-one calls, and really it takes for like it has taken us time to really get to know people. So when we check in with them, we already have that relationship, and we could really come into a conversation through phone or text message that we know it's going to get us somewhere, and we know that it's a real conversation, and we're providing real assistance to these community members. That is really crucial. So again, and that we understand that the fact that there's not the capacity for everybody to build those relationships, and partnering will definitely be the best way to start having those conversations.
Well, we're approaching the lunch hour, and I really appreciate the time that you guys have spent to stay with us and answer some additional questions. There are even more, and they'll be on the Slack channel. So if you do have time, and I know that you're in there already, so I appreciate that. I just want to sort of tie us into the afternoon with some of the great comments and presentations we've heard. There seems to be a real recognition of having a community lens when we do our work with water data. We struggle with communicating, period, but the data that we have often isn't representative of what's coming out of people's taps or what's available in the bottle that they're drinking from. So there's a real challenge for us as government to do better and sort of like close that gap between where the public water system data ends and where the tap water information is needed. And I'll just mention that I have met in the last couple of years of doing this kind of work some really interesting companies that are innovating and disrupting massively, disrupting the world by providing that data gap service to people who can afford to do that. But pregnant women and other folks are paying for services where they're actually getting tap water data on a real-time almost basis from a company. And that data, so there's clearly a need, there's clearly a desire to have sort of a weather style application on your phone that tells you where I'm at and where the water data is coming from, or where the water is coming from and what the water quality is. And we're going to hear some speakers later today that are going to help inform on things that we're doing to close that gap. So thank you again for your talks. And if you want to say one last little thing, we have some time.
I think the only last thing I would want to say after your comment and wrapping things up, I think from our part, or from like where I see, is that we really need more data from the Eastern Coachella Valley that's something that we lack, real data. And that data comes from the conversations and the help of our community. And so therefore having more people, more experts coming to our communities to create the data. So therefore that data is existing for being able to provide to when we're talking about housing, when we're talking about water solutions, and also for community members to know. One thing that I see a lot is that people buy property again for the lack of housing, and they're not aware whether if there's an existing well, whether that well would pass an inspection, a county inspection, whether they're in an area where there's arsenic, their neighbor might not have, but they might have, or how the cost will be to connect to a pipe that is in front of their property. I think that would be definitely be thinking about data, having that data available will definitely help our community a lot.
Leslie or Natalie, anything else?
No, I'm just kidding. No, thank you everyone for letting us be here and like talk and vent. This was really great, and I know I've been learning a lot from folks. I know there's a lot of questions on like Oasis on the Slack. I'm like trying to figure it out, but I'll definitely like put my email on there, and I'm happy to talk offline about it. There's like it's like the most complicated thing ever apparently, but what's not complicated is that people need safe drinking water, and how we get there like might be complicated, but we know the result. So that's all I got.
Yeah, thank you everyone for your time. And similarly, yeah, on Oasis, it's it's a lot. And with like some of the questions, like we have some of the things we've done, others we're still working through, and we're happy to answer anything offline. And please excuse if we don't get to it right away. There's still a lot going on with Oasis, and that does take up like a good chunk of Leslie and mine's week. So sorry for any delays on response, but thank you all for your time and your thoughts in sharing the space with us.
And thank you for doing what you do, and we really appreciate that. So with that, I'm going to take us into a quick survey question. So up on your screen, you should see a link to a survey about this morning's overall session. We would appreciate, we're going to do 4 of these. We're going to do one at the end of each sort of half day. We actually are going to give away prizes to encourage people to participate in the survey. So go to this link. It has the shortened bit.ly on the bottom, but it also has a QR code. We'll leave this up on your screen. We'll pick out some winners. So with that, come back at half an hour. I have 12:03 on my Zoom clock. And so at 12:33, we'll reconvene. Your MC for the afternoon will be Nick Martirano, and I'll be hiding in the background. But it's been a real pleasure to be here with you all this morning, and have a good rest of and some refueling on lunch.
right, everybody. Hi, my Zoom clock says 12:34, so hopefully everybody had a great lunch. And I just wanted to say welcome back to those who attended the first half of the day, and welcome to those of you just joining us. We had an excellent keynote presentation and a panel discussion from our community representatives, and I encourage you all to go back and watch the recording or engage in the Slack channels to see what people were talking about and to continue the conversations moving forward. We had some really great conversations, both digitally and over the course of the session, and I really encourage you all to check those out. We expect that the recordings will be up within the next couple of days, just depending on when we can get our hands on the recordings. But with that being said, we've also have a great set of afternoon sessions for you all to enjoy, and I hope that they will create conversations beyond the presentations we have. The Slack platform has been working.
Hey, Nick.
Yeah.
Greg, are you streaming a simulcast? Because we're hearing a weird echo.
I have it all muted, so it shouldn't be any different than what it was before. I can. Is it still happening now?
Not for me, no.
Okay. Was it happening before?
Not for me in Zoom, no. It might be a live stream thing.
Okay, hang on. I muted everyone. I muted everyone, and let's try it again.
Okay. Are you hearing anything now?
It actually sounds better now. So let's try it again.
Okay. Well, from the top, forget I said anything. Where is lost everything now. So I just want to say welcome back to those who attended the first half of the day session, and welcome to you just joining us for the first time today. We had some really great keynote presentations from Joaquin Esquivel, our board chair, as well as Mr. Moses West. Had a really fascinating discussion on his work and efforts throughout the nation and beyond, as well as some fantastic panel discussions from our community representatives. I encourage you all to go back and watch the recordings, which will be posted within the next day or so. And also, more importantly, just to get on the Slack channels and engage there. The conversations are continuing on the Slack channels, and we want the people to keep those conversations going well beyond the symposium. As good as the morning was, we also have a great afternoon session this afternoon, and as well as day 2 tomorrow. So we hope that you will stay with us. This meeting is being recorded. So if you are a participant or attendee and want to interact with the presenter, you'll need to join that Slack workspace called California or CA Water Data Science Symposium, and find the channel corresponding to our place in the agenda. We are currently on putting data to work, or hashtag D1S2 putting data to work. So that's where you can interact with the second session here. But again, I encourage you to go back up into those channels from this morning. If you can't get on the Slack workspace for any particular reason, you can also email Anna Holder at anna.holder, HOLDER, at waterboards.ca.gov with any questions, and we'll do our best to get them addressed, or at least posted either to the Slack channel, or I can ask them as well. With that, I'd like to go ahead and introduce our first speaker, Rich Palou, who comes to us from UC Davis. And if you follow water data in California, his name should be quite familiar. But with that, Rich, if you're here, I'd welcome you to take it away.
Awesome. Thanks for that introduction, Nick, and hello everyone out in the virtual crowd. My name is Rich Palou, and the title of my talk is Automated Consumer Confidence Reports for Streamlined Water Quality Data. But really briefly, before I begin, I'm so glad that Natalie and Yaneth and Leslie and Moses and the EJ community got to speak this morning and frame some of these issues. In accordance with the theme of this session, putting data to work, I'm going to show mostly technical solutions, but I want you to keep in mind that disadvantaged communities and the environmental justice issues that really motivate this work. So here we go. So well, I seem to have skipped past a slide. Sorry, can we go one slide back? I'm having a little trouble navigating here.
Hey, Rich, if you want, I'll just advance for you. There's sometimes a weird clicky thing. So just tell me to advance and I'll be happy to do it.
Can you go one slide back? Thanks, Greg. Okay, so on the agenda today, I'll first speak about monitoring and managing water quality in California. How does that happen? Then I'll speak about water quality reports or consumer confidence reports, an example of which is shown on the right, and the problem with present day consumer confidence reports. And then I'll show how to modernize water quality reports. This is actually an idea that Greg had. And so I'm grateful to Greg for that idea and also for the West Big Data Hub for funding some of the initial stages of this work. And then I'll talk about what I view to be the future of water quality reporting. Next slide. Thank you. To begin, here's a diagram showing how natural sources of water make their way to consumers. So water may be sourced from rivers or groundwater, and in some areas from desal plants or wastewater treatment facilities. And it's going to flow through this distribution network. And along the way, it may pick up contaminants from industrial processes like agriculture and ranching, and even naturally occurring sources of contamination. There's arsenic, hexavalent chromium, mercury, just to name a few. But before it makes its way to consumers, this water is treated at plants, and there are strict science-informed regulations in place to ensure the quality of drinking water leaving these facilities. Next slide, please. So its reporting happens at this level right here. This is where we measure water quality and report water quality along the distribution system. It takes place at this treatment plant level before it's distributed, and we often call these post-treatment values. Now, there can be problems further downstream in the final link between water systems and consumers, like the recent lead crisis in Flint, Michigan. But in this presentation, I'm going to focus on water quality reported at the level of the treatment plant, not what comes out of the tap itself, and specifically how that water quality data is communicated and processed. So in California, water data reporting is federated and occurs at the level of the individual water system. So what I'm showing here is that I'm going to emphasize these community water systems, which have at least 15 service connections used by year-long residents or regularly serve at least 25 year-long residents. These systems primarily serve cities, neighborhoods, schools, and businesses. And if you used tap water today to make your morning coffee or take a shower or otherwise, chances are that you used water from one of these community water systems. There are also state smalls, which we know much less about. And by no means am I suggesting that these are not important. It's just that the data is not available for me to make something about them. And so that's a big data gap. And so I can't address that in this talk for those reasons. Generally, though, there are more than 2,000 community water systems in California. And no matter how large your water system is, they're all subject to the same reporting requirements. And this reporting, again, takes place at a local level. So every year, Californians will receive one of thousands of different water quality reports, and thousands of authors across water systems will create and distribute these reports. It's a very decentralized strategy. Next slide. As mentioned before, these reports are called consumer confidence reports, or CCRs. Here's a picture of the front page of Western Municipal Water District's water quality report there in Riverside. And the pros of these reports are that they grant local control to water agencies, thereby freeing the state to do its job and regulate. It also forges a direct producer to consumer relationship between water systems and consumers, hence the title of the report. Next slide. However, CCRs can be improved in a number of ways. So first of all, if I asked you what the weather was like today, you could type in weather, Sacramento, California into Google and instantly see the weather in real time. You can find historical weather and forecasts that's all visualized and communicated in such a way that a 5th grader or a 10-year-old could understand it. If I asked you what the water quality of your water system was, How long would it take you to get this information? Where would you look? Would you know where to find your CCR? What if you commute to work or drop your kids off at school a few miles down the road? These areas are likely served by other water agencies. What's the water quality there? And how long would it take for you to find the water quality reports of those areas? And if you found them, assuming you could find them all, would they be easy to understand? Could a 5th grader find their water quality and understand it as easily as they find and understand the weather? I think that's an aspirational goal for California water quality. So in general, CCRs suffer from the lack of an online format. These are getting into the cons of CCRs. And because they're authored by thousands of different agencies with different amounts of time, funding, and expertise, they lack consistency and clarity, and they can vary greatly in quality. They don't always effectively communicate data, and they make use of hard to understand tables quite often, and fail to use visualizations that easily communicate points. And they're also only updated once a year, even though water quality data is updated much sooner than that at the monthly level for some contaminants. Next slide, please. Here's an example of the 2018 Santa Clarita CCR. This is their main data offering, or the meat of the report, sandwiched between an introduction and a conclusion. There's a lot of information here, but it would take a long time to understand it. There's a different maximum contaminant level, or MCL, for each analyte too, which you need to compare for each result. For perspective, most newspapers aim to write to a 5th grade audience, and I'm finishing 22nd grade in a few months, and this is hard for me to understand. So for the average person, let alone the really busy person or an uneducated person, we spoke earlier today about like translation and speaking in the language of communities that need this information. This is not really an approachable way to this data, and I think we'd agree with that. Now, I'd probably look at this, trust that it's all working out, and just go on with my life. But I would also miss that in these cells here, they're really hard to see, but there are 5 cells that are highlighted in red, these little red boxes. The average result for total dissolved solids exceeds the maximum contaminant level, but it's buried in the details of this table, and you'd have to really know what you're looking for to find that. Next slide, please. There's also a Microsoft Word template provided by the State Water Resources Control Board that many systems fill out by typing in values such as this report on the left from Trailer Haven Mobile Home Park. And in some cases, these reports are entirely handwritten on the forms. For example, this report on the right from Pure Point Spring Water Company. Now, I've observed that the quality of the CCR itself usually depends on the size of the water system, and hence the finances of the water system, which makes sense. If you have more money to spend, you can dedicate more time to a nice report. So the difference between whether you as a consumer receive a bare minimum report like these, or a custom one like the one I showed you in the previous slide, albeit it has some communication problems with the data, this will depend on the operating budget of the system, which depends on the rates, the taxes, the housing income tax, the land tax, and so forth. And these CCRs are also mailed to consumers. So think about that. They're mailed to consumers, and they can sometimes be found online as PDF files. So this makes the accessibility kind of difficult. Next slide, please. So that's my summary of CCRs. And now I want to pose the question, is there a better way? So we know the problems with CCRs is they lack this online format. They're hard to find. They're updated once a year, even though the data is available at shorter timescales. And they vary substantially in quality, often because of financial constraints, and they fail to effectively communicate data. So going back to this analogy of a weather app for water quality data, what would a weather app for CCRs look like? Is it a crazy idea to think that we could Google water quality Sacramento and easily visualize the water quality in a format that a 10-year-old could understand? Next slide. I built a stage 1 proof of concept of what I envision to be a modern water quality reporting system. And I encourage you to go online right now. You're at a computer, go to calwaterquality.com and check it out. But I'll also be talking about it in this talk, so you can just watch this as well. And it's centralized. So the idea is you can view all water system data in one place. It's standardized across all water agencies, so lower income agencies don't suffer from less reporting. And it's also designed to be near real time and auto updating so that you get data when it's available rather than once a year. It's easy to interpret, and it takes advantage of modern interactive web visualizations. And it's made not only for water consumers, but also for the CCR producers, for the systems themselves. They're cleaned water quality data that can be downloaded and analyzed in Excel, and CCR Microsoft Word templates to get a jump start on the CCR that you may be writing as an agency. Next slide, please. So in summary, we go from individual handwritten reports to an online centralized interactive repository of reports. Next slide, please. We can visualize the compliance status. So that's this system is out of compliance, showed by this red bold text here. And the 2-year mean analyte concentrations in this plot, which gives the consumer a rough idea of what chemicals have been detected in their system and in what average concentration. And their height, importantly, is normalized by the maximum contaminant level of the analyte, such that any bar taller than this black dashed line, this black horizontal dashed line, indicates a noteworthy observation or an exceedance. And this is a lot more easy to understand than that large table that I showed you previously. Next slide, please. Now I really like this aspect. You can download data in Excel format for analysis. Next slide, please. And you can also download Word document templates that are auto-populated with important information, and this can ease the reporting burden by local agencies. Next slide, please. But the best way to experience this is not for me to talk at you, but rather to just visualize it yourself. So if you're not on it already, I'll go through a video. If we go to the next slide, this is a video and we can click play, and I'll just talk over this. So here I'm just navigating to Cal Water Quality. And so it'll bring up this landing page, and you can see there's a map interface and a table interface, and these have all the same information. And so you can search either of those. There are a few base maps just for fun. The color of each point indicates whether the system's currently in compliance, out of compliance, or return to compliance. This is just straight from the Human Right to Water portal. So this is open data made accessible by the state. And now we're looking at the Manteca CCR that we just navigated to. We can see that it is this public water system. For this period, it has some disclaimers in Spanish and Chinese, but we can change those languages to anything. It's out of compliance. 113 chemicals were tested for, 21 chemicals were detected, but and 2 exceeded their MCL. And we see the chemicals by hovering over these bars. We can see sulfate and total trihalomethanes, nitrate. And we have, looks like iron and 1,2,3 TCP are in exceedance here. And so scrolling down, you can see that 92 other chemicals were tested for but not detected. And here are all those other chemicals. You can download this as an Excel file. And this is just an interactive table you can flip through if you wanted to stay on the web, or you can open up this Excel file. So there's all the data for you cleaned. And this is for every system too. So we're just looking at Manteca, but one of these spreadsheets is there for every system. We can see how many people, how many connections it services, how many individuals, the type of water, the location of the water system, the phone number in case you wanted to call your health agency that's responsible for water in that area, or the water system. And so this should increase democracy and self-advocacy if you have easy access to knowing where your water system is located. So here's some information about that water system's location. A disclaimer, there's a frequently asked questions page that I don't have time to go to. You can download this report, and this is the template, Word template for a water system. So if you're a water system that's really strapped on time and resources, this can be a backstop and help you with reporting. And so it's basically populating those tables of information, and it has that plot in it too, as well as some other information. And then it links back to this website here. So going back to the main page, let's search the table this time. So You can use the search bar over here, and I've typed in Sacramento, and it brings up all of these water systems. Let's look at Sacramento Suburban Water District. We can see that this system is in compliance, and it's a very similar layout to the other system. These are all standardized. We can see that iron and 123 TCP are also in high proportion here, but just because there's an exceedance of an average MCL does not indicate that it's out of compliance. That's a different set of steps that's used to determine compliance status. But again, you can download Excel files, you can download a Word template, and also you can, there are these Facebook and Twitter links, so you can click one of these and it'll take you to the social media platform where you can share your water quality. So I've clicked on the Twitter link, and now it's populating this tweet that says water quality in this location is in compliance, and gives a link to it. And so it's important to remember this is extensible, right? So this is a stage 1 proof of concept. You could really do anything. There's also a nice map here. I'm moving to Berkeley soon. So Berkeley, California, type that in there and it should geolocate that area. You can zoom in, and I think East Bay Mud is the water system for that area. So this is going to be my new water quality. Or maybe I commute to the Bay and I want to see what my water quality is there. But yeah, you can see generally lower concentrations, that Hetch Hetchy water. And I think we've probably seen enough with this video. We can probably go on from here, Greg. Awesome. So why calwaterquality.com now that you've seen some of it? Well, it's why take this centralized, standardized approach to water quality reporting in California? So the web interface makes it easy to find water quality data everywhere. If you're traveling to a new place, or if you send your kids to school that use a different water system, or if you just want to see how your water quality compares to that of your neighbors, this is a great way to do that. There's a clear benefit to these easy to understand visualizations that seamlessly communicate compliance status, and that rather than relying on these huge tables, which show contaminants that exceed thresholds, but you don't know what those numbers are, this just shows simplified exceedance plots that are normalized by the respective MCL of the contaminant. And also this whole process is automated. So we do away with handwritten reports, and the reports are served online. So it's easy to share these documents. And the data is updated in real time rather than annually. So you get a better pulse on your water quality as it's emerging before it becomes a problem. Next slide, please. So the goal of the online portal for water quality is to augment CCRs, not necessarily replace them. So I'm not advocating that we get rid of existing CCRs. I'm also not suggesting that we shift the burden of water quality reporting to a centralized body like the state. And I'm sure that most water systems would want to continue reporting their own water quality information. But what I want to highlight is that most water systems are small, and it's the small ones that need the most help in modernized reporting. So this bubble chart here shows all community water systems in California, sized by the number of inhabitants they serve. And as you can see, most are really tiny. That large blue dot is metropolitan in Los Angeles. And some small systems might really benefit from this CCR report template and the inhabitants therein, which in small systems are disproportionately impacted by poor water quality. They might really take to an improved online format. So these modern online reports that promote open data and transparency align with the human right to water, or AB 685, and actually build on the interface that OEHA built, going one step deeper to integrate consumer confidence reports and fine-grained water quality data with compliance status. We've already discussed a number of ways in which online CCRs improve upon paper CCRs, but how much does it cost to generate these CCRs every year? So that's what this text is. If we looked at only the 2,000 community water systems featured on calwaterquality.com, assuming it took one employee 1 week to generate a CCR at $40 an hour, that's about $3 million a year, just distributed by water system, of course. And if every water system used this online portal to gather clean data, and say that took care of half the reporting time, that's still 1.5 million per year left on the table. This is much more expensive on an annual basis than maintaining a piece of software that automatically cleans data, generates online CCRs, and generates Word and Excel CCR data and templates like that demonstrated in this project. Next slide, please. And calwaterquality.com is really only the beginning of where I see this going. It was built last summer during the 2019 California Water Data Challenge and won the Ready to Go award. So thanks to the West Big Data Hub for supporting this project. And I think it needs support to make it to the next stage of development. And in that stage, I envision full automation with monthly updates, historical compliance status, distribution of test results per analyte, and an API to deliver open on-demand data. But this will require funding. I imagine it might come from SB 200, foundations that support public water systems, but I'm generally unsure. I'm just a water data nerd, and I know how to envision these big data products, but I don't know how to find the funding and political will to build them. So if you have any ideas, please reach out. I'm gonna skip to the next slide. I'm running short on time, but generally there are a lot of problems with CCRs, and we can fix those problems with modern online CCRs. Next slide. And that's it. Thank you. I appreciate your time. And if there are any questions, I'll stop talking now.
Thanks, Rich. Awesome work. I've loved following this project over the last few years, and it's really come a long way. We do have some questions coming in from the Slack channel. One is kind of more about the tech behind the map and what you showed on calwaterquality.com. The question was, is that Tableau, or what business intelligence tools are you using to develop your CCR tool? You're muted.
Okay, that's an excellent question. Thanks for asking that. Everything I'm using is open source. I believe Tableau, for something like this, you might have to start paying for it, but I'm using a combination of R, Plotly, JavaScript libraries like Leaflet, and just some raw HTML and CSS. So it's a combination of those tools.
Great, thanks. Along the data lines, a question came in on how do you deal with the data validation work within the portal that you've created?
That is an excellent question as well. And so I'm not aiming to replace state engineers. I think we hire and train state engineers for a really good reason. They're good at doing their job. And I think my job, or at least how I envision my role in this, is to make the data that they clean in QA QC accessible. So I take the data that is posted by the state engineers. I look for post-treatment values, that's water leaving the system, and I just report those. And all of the compliance status, I just pull that directly from the human right to water. So this is not meant to determine compliance status or QA QC data. It's really just a visualization layer for the public and for the water agencies that's built on top of those existing tremendous efforts by the state to curate water data.
Great. Yeah, I think that's important to mention, is that you're utilizing the data sets provided by the state and just displaying it in a more user-friendly manner, which is an important kind of clarification. Let's see. They're asking, it's kind of, you just kind of hit on this. So the data is only, if the data is only reported monthly, if there were some sort of contamination or spill, you wouldn't be able to visualize that or know about that unless there was some sort of self-reporting linked into a more of a statewide kind of policy or program. You're basically limited to the data you have access to.
You mean the data that's being, I guess I'm interpreting that as the data that's reported on this site is only limited to what the state offers. And yes, that's true. There is no sampling in addition to what the state and what local agencies are doing and reporting to the state that's reported here. But the advantage is that data that is reported at a higher temporal frequency than the annual level would be captured by something like this.
Great. Well, thanks again, Rich. I encourage you, there's a couple more questions and a lot of kudos coming your way on the Slack channel. So I encourage you to get on there and interact more, as well as the other participants. But in the sake of time, I think we're going to move on. But thanks again for all your great work, and look forward to working with you more in the future.
Awesome. Thanks, Nick.
All right, next up, we have Wes Steeringer from the Division of Drinking Water, our Glendale office, and he's got a great presentation showcasing the emergency response tools being developed by our Division of Drinking Water. With that, Wes, are you available?
Yes, I am, and good job on saying my last name. Appreciate that. So there, oh, there it is. No, it wasn't. I'm going the wrong way. There I am. Okay, sorry about that. So hi, my name is Wes Derringer. I work with the Division of Drinking Water, as Nick mentioned, and I'm a co-chair of the GIS work group. The work group is comprised of really field staff that consists of engineers, environmental scientists, and management that we just kind of geek out on GIS essentially, and we were able to take that passion for data and maps and everything, and they let us kind of run with it. So anyway, so I just wanted to talk about some of the tools that we've created from the data that we have. So the tools that we've created are essentially allowing the field staff at the DDW to get a snapshot of emergency situations as they occur. So those could be fire, floods, somebody mentioned spills in a waterway, earthquakes, any number of things. We're able to kind of, and I'll show you the tool, but we're able to take that disaster at du jour and really kind of see how it affects our water systems using the data that we have. The field staff is able to really focus in on a small area if they need to, of, you know, so that instead of looking at the entire state at once, they can really focus in on what their area, so that they know the details of, you know, these systems have a lot of variance in them, and the engineers work very closely with them, and so they can say, oh well, I know this is kind of a weird thing with that one system, and this is going to affect them. So it allows them the tools to really focus in. And then when the analysis is done, it allows the engineer to very quickly grab the data that they need and react. So the current data sets we work with are the sources, which are the groundwater wells and any springs, surface water intakes, treatment plants, and the water system service areas. And these data sets, we've been in the process of cleaning them up, making sure they're complete, making sure they're accurate. It's an ongoing process because it's not a static set. New wells get drilled, old wells get destroyed. You know, it's a constant ongoing process. The water system service areas, we recently took ownership of this layer and this data, and we're working to verify it. There's a dedicated team of people that are working on that. So it's in high demand, and it's getting there. But we do have a layer that we can use for the time being that's pretty accurate. So what we're working on now is we want to add additional layers into our emergency response maps and just in our data sets in general. So we have a project that's going to roll out this summer where we're going to add in all of the raw water reservoirs. So, you know, like big, like Hetch Hetchy itself, you know, where these big outdoor lakes that contain water that is then treated. Finished water storage, so fresh water or so drinking water when it's being put into the tanks that you see on the hills and that kind of thing, gonna get those in the system, and all the pump stations. So those are usually throughout the distribution system. And the reason is so that we have a better picture of the water system's profile as it exists on the surface of the planet, essentially, so that we can better assess when there is a disaster of some sort and react knowing what we're dealing with, basically an entire water systems inventory. We'll include some attributes such as capacity and emergency power. That becomes helpful when you're dealing with power shutoffs, capacity when you're dealing with fire. You can help the fire departments say, there's this area that this is the capacity in this tank that you can go and get the water that they use to drop from the helicopters. Excuse me. I mean, a lot of times the water system and the fire department already have this arrangement, but we're able to kind of help out with with the smaller water systems. This is where this really kind of comes into play. So I've got some screenshots because I can't really do a live demo, but this is our kind of our emergency response map. And right here in the middle, I want to show you that I took this screenshot about a week ago. And there's this little tiny red dot, which is probably a little hard to see, but I put a green circle around it. And that is a satellite image or satellite detection of a hotspot. So the satellite detects these, well, basically thermal signatures from wherever. So like they're over here, there's one around Phoenix. And so this is indicative of a wildfire. And so I kind of zoom in on it, and there's a couple of these. So there's two dots here that are red, and that just shows that the fire, there are two thermal signatures that the satellite picked up. And so what we want to do is we want to analyze what facilities are potentially in danger of this fire. So using the tool, you just kind of draw an area around it. And in this case, I applied a 3-mile buffer to this little hotspot here. And what I end up with is all of these facilities pop up here. So, and it numbers them. So it does an analysis where it finds any, whether it's going to be a tank, a well, a treatment plant, whatever it is, it finds it within that range that I've defined. And then the little cloud here allows you to download it quickly into an Excel file, and it gives you this information. So you've got which regulating agency it is within the Division of Drinking Water, the county, the water system, the name of the water system, and then the facility names that are going to be affected, and how far away it is from the epicenter of where you've done your analysis. Attached to this table is also the emergency contact, the several contacts for the water system. I took them off because it may contain some personal information, but that comes with this table. And it allows the engineer in the field office to basically say, okay, this water system's affected. Here's the phone number. I'm going to call this place and find out if they're taking any actions. Are they aware of the fire? What are they doing? And that's kind of how you hit the ball, hit the ground running with these. So I'm going to go back up. So on the map also, you can see these tan dots are all earthquakes. And those are in the last 7 days. And as you know, so if we hear of an earthquake, again, you do the same thing. You drop a pin, you give it a radius, and look for facilities that may be affected within that range of the earthquake. And as the shake map comes in, because this is, you can react immediately, and then the shake map kind of follows, and you can refine it a little bit later on, but this is how, so you can just kind of jump on it and go. So go back here. So then the other thing we've got going now that started last summer are the public safety power shutoffs. And for the sake of the demonstration here, these are just shapes I drew on the map to have as an example. And it works very much the same way. You bring the tool up, it's going to show during the season, it'll actually highlight the county, and it highlights these areas that the power providers have provided that says when this circuit goes off, this is the area that's affected. So those will be highlighted in a different color. And what we do is the same thing. We run a query and say, I want to focus in just on my district. So several people throughout the state can be working on the tool at the same time and really focusing in on their area. And it does the same thing. It will highlight the facilities that are going to be, that's these little orange speech bubble looking things. And then you can export it to a CSV file, and it's basically the same as I showed you in the previous screen. It's got the water system, the facilities, and contact information. And then at this point, it's an annual basis. We update this map, and this is our lead service lines. So a couple of years ago, we asked every water system to do an inventory and find out where there are lead service lines within their distribution system. This year, they have to submit a plan that will, they're basically their plan to eliminate those, or their plan moving forward of what they're going to do. So they have to submit that this year. But this is a status map that shows whether they have lead service lines, whether they have unknown, whatever the status of the map is. And this is the status of the water system, excuse me. And this is a public map. It's accessible through the can't even talk, the California Water Boards, and it will get updated this year after we get the new information. So this will change, because some water systems have already completed their removal and replacement of the lead service lines. And then this is a new tool we're working on. And this is water quality advisories. So I don't have a completed tool to show you, and these are all just sample points that we've been working with. But this will be when you have a boil water notice, or say a main break where you've lost pressure, and you're telling, you're giving out a do not drink order, or a do not use or boil water if there's been a problem with bacterial contamination. So this will be originally or eventually be public, and you'll be able to put in your address and find out if you're affected, essentially. So this will be a public map, and like I said, it's kind of in its infancy, and it's going to get rolled out hopefully in the next 6 months at the most, hopefully. Those water quality advisories will be put in through this Esri product called Survey 123. Collects the location, duration, type of water quality advisory, and once it's lifted, whoever put it in or somebody else, the field staff will basically go in and lift the order, and it'll be reflected immediately into the tool that'll show on the dashboard that's going to be also in here. And that's about all I've got. So are there any questions?
Fantastic, Wes. Thanks so much. Do you have a couple questions coming in on the Slack channel? One is from John Gage. He's asking, Wes, can you build this tank and reservoir data across all jurisdictions? And for those who do not recognize jurisdiction, with a 30-centimeter satellite data, you should be able to see many more tanks than are registered with an authority, pumps, well, another matter. But can you attack that question? Can you?
Well, when we add the data, it's based on the water systems inventory. So, each of the districts, each of the DDW districts will be really working with their water systems, and so it creates a statewide inventory. I don't know. I think that's the question. It will cross jurisdiction. Because the tools do not, the tools we've created do not, they don't filter by jurisdiction. They really do focus on the state as a whole, and the field staff is able to really focus in on their jurisdiction. But each of the field offices, I don't know if I'm answering the question, honestly.
Yeah. I'm wondering if the question is kind of is worded kind of in an interesting way. So, I think he's just trying to say if we're capturing additional pumps or tanks that may be registered, is there a way to kind of pinpoint those locations to bring them into the data scope? Can the data that we're receiving via the satellite be used to identify maybe certain jurisdictions that we aren't aware of that aren't reporting their data currently, and maybe prompt them to start providing their data to us?
If we're talking private wells, the answer would be no. We don't have any jurisdiction over private wells. So everything that we're dealing with, I should have said that to begin with, is all public supply wells. So these are public water systems, community water systems, those types. So if it's private, no.
So we're basically limited to the systems that we actively regulate as the state water board.
Correct.
Along those lines, if there were, could there be a voluntary mechanism for people to submit their data that could be harvested and captured within a tool set like this? If there were private citizens or private well owners that were collecting data and they were willing to share that information with us, could those be easily brought into a tool like this?
They could. Yeah, I mean, it could. They could be. I mean, it would be. I would assume data. Talking data, it would be its own layer. They would have to be segregated because it isn't under our purview.
Right.
And yeah.
Are these tools that the Division of Drinking Water that you just showcased, are they available in an open data format so that others could potentially take those tools and build upon those?
At the time, right now, no. Some of our data is still confidential. So I believe groundwater well locations have been allowed to be public knowledge, but there are still certain facility types that are not, they're not part of the public domain. So we really reserve these tools at this point to just DDW staff or water board staff. Yeah, so.
No, it's fair enough. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the water quality advisory tool, the end result, so the map will be, our intent is to make that public facing, but the input method will be still DDW staff.
Right. Well, I think that's all the questions that we have for this time, but I encourage you to get on the Slack channel as well.
Yes.
To interact maybe more fully and read some of these questions yourselves and provide maybe more clear answers than I'm able to dictate.
Will do. I'm on the channel, so.
Great. Well, thanks, Wes. And
thank you so much for your time.
Fantastic. Well, with that, the next speaker coming up is Lucy Reeves from Heal the Bay. She'll be going over Heal the Bay's Nowcast program and the use of predictive analytics to help predict water quality at some of our beaches in California. Lucy, are you available?
Hello.
Hi, Lucy. Good to see you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, excellent. All right. Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm going to go ahead and try to take over control.
If any time it gets confusing or harder to navigate doing it yourself, we're more than happy to advance the slides for you. So just let us know.
All right. So thank you, everyone. I'm so happy to be here and to be part of this symposium. I've been very inspired and informed by this morning's sessions. I want to go ahead and take this opportunity to thank all of the agencies that we work with at Heal the Bay, being the water boards, and then, putting on this symposium. That's amazing. And then all of the counties all over the state that have worked with us for the past, decades actually, on getting the oceans clean and recreatable. So I have kind of a fun presentation in terms of I'm talking about swimming, surfing, enjoying the ocean for recreation. So dude, what is my water quality? This presentation is about how we can enhance our communication about recreational water quality. I'm a water quality modeler for Heal the Bay. I work on the Beach Report Card and Nowcast projects. And here at Heal the Bay, we believe that no one should get sick from a day at the beach. That's really the heart of where this started. We want everyone to be able to recreate at their local beaches and know that they will come home and be safe and not get infections from that and to just really enhance the usage of all of the amazing resources California has to offer. So reporting water quality monitoring has been going on for decades. It was originally kind of piecemeal. You know, there are so many beaches in California. They would all have their own kind of way of monitoring their ocean water quality. And then Heal the Bay stepped in about 1990, and we created the Beach Report Card. And that's the tool you see here on the screen. That is a letter grade given to each beach for its ocean water quality. And this is going on fecal indicator bacteria. So when I'm talking about water quality today, I might mention FIB, and that is comprehensive of total coliform, fecal coliform and E. coli, and enterococcus. So, you know, a lot of people have been talking about different types of water quality today, and that's what I will be mentioning. And so we put this beach report card together to try to improve the collaboration along the state and to advocate for cleaner beaches and to try to draw an eye to the fact that every beach could be recreatable and many of them weren't. And so AB 411 was passed in 1997, and that was the kind of formalization of ocean water quality monitoring. That made it so that every beach had to be sampled once a week during the bathing season of April through the end of October. And since the passing of AB 411, the Beach Report Card now has about 508 locations that are routinely monitored in the summer season. So the current method is what I will refer to as the method of water quality notification that has come about from the passing of AB 411. So something that came with this assembly bill was the requirement to notify the public of the ocean water quality. So we've talked a lot about databases today that house all of this data and how inaccessible it is to the public, but this bill did have a requirement to communicate the public. So that brought lots of players into the field, and that made, you know, we like to say opportunities for growth. So the current method, what is done now by many beach managers, is sampling is required once a week. So they have 6 days that they don't sample, but if a beach's sample exceeds the EPA standards for the FIB, so that's, again, one more time, total coliform, fecal coliform, or enterococcus, then the beach must be posted or closed until it is resampled with a clean result. So this led the opportunity for improvement because there's a lag time that is associated with this sampling. It takes at least 24 hours to get the results. So once the sample is taken from the ocean, a lab will tell probably the monitoring agency what the results are in about 24 hours. So there's a 24-hour lag between when the beach is sampled and when the results come. And this means that sometimes we miss water quality events in the ocean because their time frame is much smaller than, you know, 1 week or even 1 day. So here there's a graphic for showing you how the current method can miss some of these exceedances. So you see these pink zones are when the beaches were closed, and it doesn't always coincide with the times that the water quality was out of the acceptable range for the EPA standards. So this method, you know, it's really amazing that the oceans are required to be sampled. It is very useful to identify chronic and lingering water quality issues, but for the day-to-day recreational use, we do find that the current method misses a significant amount of the actual exceedances because of this lag time. But that comes to the introduction of the water quality model, excuse me, and the modeler in this position. So data availability and internet usage really enabled widespread usage and collaboration, right? So we have now access to so much data, all the data that has been mandated by the government. You know, we can now use it through the usage of the internet. We can now have things like databases. And this makes it possible to build statistical models where you can predict concentrations of FIB based on, you know, environmental variables, weather variables, tide. So there's so many databases that were really enhanced by internet and widespread usage. And we take advantage of those to try to give you the most up-to-date information about your water quality. We're actually predicting it instead of just waiting for the results to come. So predictive models are more like seasonal versus daily weather. So the beach report card, the current method, those talk a lot about kind of your seasonal water quality, your trends, your 30-day geomean, and your daily prediction based on a model is more like your daily weather. Like, is it gonna be cloudy today, even though it's summer, or can I go to the beach? So transitioning to daily water quality notification, we saw some examples in the Great Lakes in Hong Kong. So the Great Lakes actually switched over to prediction-based closures in 2013 in an effort with USGS. And that was a really inspiring project, and a lot of amazing collaboration went into that. And simultaneously, California, so here at Gila Bay, and then in collaboration with Stanford and UCLA and a few other agencies, we developed Nowcast, which is the California take on predictive water quality modeling. So we issue predictions on our beach report card, application, and website. So I showed a few snapshots of that earlier. We use good and poor predictions. We build linear regression models, and then we monitor them based on our performance criteria. We have up to 15 years of data. So beaches switched to point source sampling in about 2004 or 5, and we use all of the data since then because it is for the same place. And then this daily notification addresses the time lag and the frequency downsides of the current method. So, you know, it is amazing that we have all of this data, but in order to make it more accessible and usable, we predict what the outcome will be for a particular day, and we release it to the public. And this year we have about 24 locations in our Nowcast this summer, and we'll have a few more. We put them on our beach report card every day. We send emails out to stakeholders, and it is always growing. We grow our summer and winter systems each year. Current challenges in accessibility, probably one of the biggest is the public awareness of tourists and occasional beachgoers. So here in California, beaches are a huge part of our economy. We get so many tourists every year, and so often they're not informed on the water quality concerns in the state. You know, I have seen so many kids playing in like outflows, the storm outflows, because it seems like a cool place to be. And, you know, they might not know that that's where the water comes after it's rained and it picks up any pollutants in the city, and that that's typically the dirtiest area. And so we do see a lot of lack of awareness, especially when we have such a big population of beachgoers that don't stay in California year round and aren't necessarily exposed to our media and all of our news and concerns and such. So another challenge we faced is a continual need for outreach. We used to do a lot of outreach with lifeguards to get them to spread awareness among the beachgoers. And, you know, lifeguards change over. And so the continual need for education hasn't been something that we can keep up with. And, excuse me. And so that's something that we would like to address and maybe find a way to navigate away from and to a more sustainable approach. Another challenge that we faced is data consistency. So like I said, beaches changed to point source sampling in about 2004 or 5. That's totally fine now that it's been 15 years. But things like that, when locations move, it makes modeling a lot harder to do, because you really want your data sources to have the same kind of time frame. So For example, wave buoys, they're taken offline all the time, especially with the current political administration. We've seen a lot of lack of funding, a lot of things go offline, and they're replaced with others, but the time frames don't necessarily match the data that we have. So, you know, if you've had a wave buoy for 20 years and you move to one that's 2 years old, you're now kind of stuck with either, you know, only 2 years of data to build a model off of, or a really complicated transformation in order to try to incorporate both, which doesn't work yet. A huge challenge we've had is modeling clean beaches. So by nature, the more exceedances a beach has had, the more robust the kind of ability to predict an exceedance is. And because of that, we've had some trouble getting these clean beaches to get models at them. And luckily here in California, a lot of our beaches are clean. So that has been a kind of hindrance to being at all of the beaches, which goes into the awareness part, right? If we're only talking about the dirtiest beaches, then you might only hear about water quality occasionally. You might not know because your local beach is clean. And then when you go to a different beach that maybe isn't as clean, you don't know that it's an issue. Another challenge we have that's particularly with Nowcast is the language barrier. We only have the FAQs in English, and we don't, you know, we use symbology, but we don't have any of our extra sources in Spanish or other languages. Our beach report card, during our annual report, we release every Spanish translations for our media and our executive summaries. But in Nowcast, we do see a huge need for that. And in the whole program, a huge need for other languages as well. So we would like our data to become more accessible to anyone, not just English speakers, because that's the real way that we can get the message out. One more challenge that I don't know how to address, and I definitely accept any critique, is the access to technology. All of this is put on a website or an application. So it's the kind of transition into technology. We don't want to leave anyone out. So possibilities for improving accessibility. One that we're really excited about that we hope is well met by beach managers is the implementation of QR codes. So we could put them in parking lots, on lifeguard towers, anywhere around the beach, just to kind of, you know, all you do, you open your camera, you guys can try it now, open your camera, scan the QR code, just like act like you're going to take a picture of it, and the beach report card will pop up. And then there you can view the FAQs, you can learn that, you know, you should stay away from storm drains, you can learn that water quality is an issue in these different places, and you can see what's going on at your local beach. So we think this would be great. It doesn't address the access to technology. It kind of enhances that problem a bit further. So like I said, that's something we need some help on or are looking for. And another way we're working to improve the accessibility of our tools is by making them more robust, by supplying predictions in more beaches within a region, so that it's not like, oh, the one beach in this county that we make local predictions at is dirty, so I will just not go to the beach, but really, where can I go to the beach? Where is it safe today? So we're hoping this year we have a very dense population of Southern California beaches modeled in our system, mostly LA. I guess we started local with this idea, and we're hoping that it really empowers the beach user to make an informed decision on where they go to recreate. So working with beach management agencies in California has definitely been an effort of collaboration, and there are just so many of them. So like I said, the data is required to be given to the public, or the public is required to be notified about the ocean water quality data. So there's oftentimes a public health organization, a monitoring agency, and the water board involved. So we have all of these players. They're all different for each county. The structure is different for each county. Sometimes it's the same person who collects the samples, who processes them, and who tells the beachgoers. sometimes each one is different. And in LA, there's like 5 because it's so big. So you have so many agencies monitoring everything, and the level of collaboration that it takes is huge. You know, we have 2 work group meetings for each quarter because there's a Northern California one and a Southern California one. So our scale of collaboration is much bigger than the projects that we've seen do this before. So I mentioned the Great Lakes, they have about 24 beaches, and it was so easy, or I don't want to say it was easy, but it was a very concise effort to get the beaches modeled and predictions to be accepted is reason for closure, because you know, they were very local. It was a bit of a smaller framework. So here we have so many different industries and so many people that have been doing it for a long time, and so many different economies as well that are impacted differently by things such as beach closures. Manager acceptance of the models has been a challenge, just in that, you know, not every manager wants to close their beach based on a model prediction. Now we're seeing that a lot more are becoming familiar with the models and they're accepting it, but they still wouldn't necessarily want to issue closures. This is partially because we have such a big economy that is based on the beaches here in California. So it's an amazing thing, kind of a great problem to have. So many beaches that we really need to work harder to get ours, you know, in a formalized process for getting daily notifications. And one challenge on our end is that beaches with more historical FIB exceedances are more likely to be included in the system. And that's because, how I mentioned earlier, it's a bit easier to build a better model for a beach if it has more range and data. So the more times a beach is exceeded, the more likely we are to be able to build a better model and really capture what drives those exceedances in the environmental variables. And so, and our focus is also on the advocacy and public health protection. And so we've developed a system, and we really prioritize predicting the true positives instead of not missing exceedances. So this has kind of been like a little bit of a point of contention. You know, sometimes that doesn't always fit each beach. So coming in as a nonprofit and having our own perspective on things definitely influences how the program can be accepted. So looking forward to improve engagement on our part looks like exploratory research of modeling techniques to better suit the variety of California beaches. We have so many clean beaches, we have so many beaches, and so we're really looking to expand our program to get everyone on board. We're also this summer doing enhanced performance and variable tracking to better show our collaborators, so beach agencies, you know, how we arrived at these predictions, to really get them to be comfortable with the predictions, you know, with using a beach model and understanding how things are driven and what's going on at their beach in the weather standpoint. We would like to increase the system capacity, and we're doing that by implementing a lot of automation features. So that is very fun, working with all the databases. And then we would also like to refine our communication. We've built a system to communicate this daily binary water quality information, you know, either post or no post, clean or dirty, good or bad. And we want to know how we can improve our communication of that health risk, because it isn't always just good or bad. That is how it works with standards, like according to the EPA standards. But in terms of public health, you know, there might be a few more categories to that. So I have a survey, and I will put it in the Slack channel. I'm not quite sure which one to put it in, so I would love some feedback, because I don't know if you guys can click. Oh, maybe you can click onto the survey. So go ahead, click the survey, take it now. I'll also post a link in the Slack channel, but we would really love your advice on, you know, how we can improve our communication about this subject to the beachgoer, to, you know, you guys are all beach stakeholders and that you would potentially love to go to the beach or you work with ocean water quality, and you know, we would love your input on how we can communicate better. So thank you so much for your time, your consideration and collaboration and on the project. And I guess any questions or comments are deeply appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Lucy. Great work that you're doing. Yeah, a couple of great questions. First, if you could post that survey link in the Putting Data to Work channel, that's the best place to do it.
Perfect.
And then a couple of questions. As far as the data itself, we used to work with Ryan Searcy on the Nowcast. Is the GitHub repo that that's available on github.com/RT/Nowcast still the best place to find the kind of underlying code that you guys use to develop the predictive model?
Yeah, so that's still true for the predictive model. I'll talk with Ryan. We've developed a lot of tools in kind of using those predictions and mapping them and visualizing them to make them a bit more informative. So I can also work with him to post some of what we have. I'm not as active of a GitHub user, but that's definitely where to go to look at how we build the models.
Cool, great. And then do you guys take a look at all at, so when you're finding multiple exceedances and consistent pollution across maybe certain beaches, do you guys then take the next step in looking for common sources, or is the source are you finding that the source of the pollution enclosures is consistent across the beaches, or does it kind of vary?
It definitely varies from beach to beach. So sometimes we'll actually have a model and it's worked well in the past, and if it stops working, especially if it stops missing exceedances, that's when we reach out to the beach managers and we say, hey, what's going on? What's different this year that hasn't, you know, that wasn't going on last year? And we see if we can find a source that way. And that's more like something changed on the beach, because those things, our models are not as good at predicting. Our models they mostly thrive when it's the really kind of the way that the land interacts with the weather is what's driving the pollution from a city most often, the beach. That's what we can capture best. And that doesn't, and so yeah, some of those problems when things change, our models don't catch them, but because we watch our models, we'll reach out and try to see what's going on there.
Oh, very cool. As you were talking about, you know, increasing collaboration and bringing in other, you know, entities and expanding the data sources, one key piece, you know, AB 411 obviously was great and groundbreaking at the time, but it really only includes a really small subset of California beaches, mainly in Southern California, and there's all these specific requirements to be subject to those requirements. I'm wondering if there were, say, maybe community-based groups or a group that was looking to invest the time and effort and resources into monitoring a specific, whether that be an inland beach or maybe a smaller coastal beach. What kind of breadth of data would they need to collect like over time before you think the model would be maybe usable for them to help try to predict kind of exceedances?
So in our current system, we've noticed that we need about 7 years of data, but you mentioned Ryan, and Ryan is actually at Stanford looking into what kind of data needs to be collected to do a more short-term capture of the beach's profile. So, you know, can you do like a intense frequency, but shorter time frame amount of samples to really capture a lot of environmental effects and be able to produce a model earlier. So we don't know that yet. As of now, it stands at the kind of intimidating, but you know, we're really hoping that that changes.
Great. No, that's great. Any talks about maybe expanding beyond fecal indicator bacteria to other sort of pollutants? So there's been some kind of talks about, you know, trash, plastics, other kind of things like that that maybe are outside the realm of predicting water quality on a water contact, you know, risk-based impact to your health. But is there any thoughts about Heal the Bay, maybe trying to expand that beyond fecal indicator bacteria?
So we do have an effort going on right now to clean up our database that comes from our beach talks and beach cleanups. That's a huge part of our work, is going and picking up trash on the beach, and we collect a lot of data in doing that. And so we're trying to get that into a format that makes it a bit more usable. Right now, it's stored in an antiquated database that makes it, just a little bit disjointed. But once we have that, so I think that there is definitely passion to go into all of these things. The time frame, like every industry, kind of depends on manpower and funding. So our current focus is definitely getting the more beaches included in the models we have. That is like the most, I guess, efficient use of time to expand. But I think that ideas like that, we are working to get our data into a more usable format, but we have not yet had precise talks about what that would look like, and how that effort would go.
No, it's great. I'm glad that they're even being discussed, that kind of expansion is being explored. So that's great, especially when related to trash and those type of things. That we know there's a ton of data out there, but putting into use is difficult. We're actually working with you guys on that as well. Last question before I let you go, and then thanks for being patient. There's a question on what beaches do you primarily focus on? I mean, I know they can go to the website and kind of see the beaches there, but if you just want to kind of respond on where the majority of the beaches are that are subject and included in the nowcast model.
Yeah, so we typically focus on popular beaches that we think people are very likely to swim, surf, recreate at. This year we have a lot of beaches in Los Angeles because, like I mentioned, we're trying to see, if we can get some better engagement, if we have more options, if you can make a choice with the tool. We have about 500 beaches on the beach report card. So when beaches are sampled throughout the whole coast, we will post a weekly grade for them. But Nowcast, thus far, is like 25 beaches this season, and it will grow to probably about 35 before August. But it's mostly popular beaches, and then in winter we switch to mostly surfing beaches. So I definitely fill out the survey. Let me know your thoughts, because we are looking at which beaches would be most valued to become part of the system. But right now we just do kind of what's popular based on beach managers or public knowledge, or just kind of our assumptions of where people go to surf and swim.
Well, great. I appreciate you, Lucy, giving that presentation. That was great. And yeah, everybody, please take the time to fill out her survey to make these tools better and to improve moving forward. We unfortunately had to cancel our Annalisa Moe, who was also with Heal the Bay, had to cancel her presentation, but we'd love to keep the conversation going in our Slack channel. And with that, I think we'll take a break until 2:07. We're right on schedule. So thanks again, Lucy, and we'll get started again in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's really great to be here. Thanks.
Can anybody hear me? I just wanted to test this out.
Hi, Dave. We can hear you.
Okay, great. Let me turn on my video.
Yeah.
How's that?
You look great.
Okay, great.
I take it you're taking the place of Amy?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Just checking. Thanks.
It'll be me. Yeah, and I'll ask for control of the slides if I could.
Yeah. Yeah. We should be able to give that to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good break. I saw that a lot of the discussions were continue on the Slack channel, which is fantastic. That's why one of the reasons why we're using it. We are about to start our next session, which is titled "What's the Deal with Water Quality in Your Best Seinfeld Voice." It's also the hashtag for the channel within Slack. So when you have questions during the presentations, please direct them there. Again, I want to say thank you for the morning session and then our first afternoon sessions. These have all been fantastic, had some great feedback. Hopefully you've had a chance to fill out the previous survey, which I believe closed at 2, but and also please if you have a moment, take a chance to fill out Lucy Reeves's survey, which is for Heal the Bay. With that, I will bring up Emily Houlihan from the State Water Board, who's going to talk and shift gears, talk more about groundwater and some of the tools that we have developed there to help us figure out the water quality with our groundwater. Emily.
Thanks. Yeah, so my name is Emily Houlihan, and I'm with the GAMMA unit at the Division of Water Quality in the State Water Boards. GAMMA stands for Groundwater Ambient Monitoring and Assessment. So there's been a lot of wonderful talks so far today. I'm going to shift gears slightly to talk about groundwater, and specifically I'm going to talk about sort of maybe a niche subject in this, which is how we can incorporate non-detect results into water quality summary statistics. So before I dive into that, I just wanted to give a little bit of background on why I'm interested in this and why we're doing this. So the GAMMA unit has been supporting the needs assessment and the SAFER, which is the Safe and Affordable Funding for Equity and Resilience, which you heard mentioned earlier. That's SB 200. And specifically what GAMMA is doing to support that is we're working towards estimating water quality for groundwater that's accessed by domestic wells and state small water systems. As you may know, these systems aren't necessarily regulated by the state, or their data isn't in a place that's very accessible. And so what we're doing is we're compiling groundwater quality results from other sources, such as shallow public wells and such, to try to estimate shallow groundwater quality. And one of the challenges that we ran into is how can we incorporate non-detect results into these estimations of water quality averages? So I've also linked the link to the final tool in the Slack channel. If you're interested, you can go and check that out. So if you're not familiar with non-detect results, I'm going to do a brief overview of them. I've listed some, I've shown them here tabularly on the left and in graphical form on the right. The non-detects are shown in red. And all a non-detect data point means is that the concentration of the constituent was too low to be detected by laboratory methods. So what the lab will do is they'll just report the result as it was not detected above a certain level, and that level is known as the reporting limit. And what this means is that the non-detect results are effectively a range. So there's no discrete data point associated with them. Their true value could be anywhere between 0 and the reporting limit. And I've shown that on the right in the graph with the red bars. So it just gives you a sense of what the potential value might be, even though we don't know the true value because laboratory techniques were not refined enough to detect them. So why do we care about non-detect results at all if they're generally very small concentrations? And the reason is that they're actually quite common in groundwater quality results. Here I'm showing basically a frequency graph that shows the frequency of detections and non-detections for a variety of major chemicals in the data set that we were using to estimate domestic well water quality. And the detections are shown in red and the non-detections are shown in blue. And you can see that the proportion of non-detects ranges from about 10% to over 80% for some constituents. So you can see that trichloropropane especially has a very high proportion of non-detects. So the bottom line is these types of data make up a significant enough proportion of the data sets we're using that we really need to be careful about how we incorporate them into our final summary statistics. So I'm going to talk about three main issues today. The first is that in the data sets we have, many of the non-detect results don't actually have an associated numeric reporting limit, which makes it extra challenging to use them. Additionally, it's hard to incorporate these ranges into summary statistics such as the mean. And finally, specific constituents such as 1,2,3-trichloropropane represent unique challenges because the reporting limit for these constituents is often higher than the maximum contaminant level, which makes it extra hard to identify water quality that is above primary drinking water standards, for example. All of what I'm showing today was basically part of the methodology we use to estimate domestic well water quality. This is an ongoing process. Our tool will be updated later this year, and we're also working on the aquifer risk map for SB 200. So I definitely welcome any suggestions or feedback on this. Please tell me if I'm doing it horribly wrong. So yeah, suggestions welcome. So the first problem is that a lot of the non-detect results don't have a numeric non-zero number associated with them. And I'm just showing another frequency plot here. And this time I'm only showing non-detect results. And the two colors now represent non-detect results that we do have a number associated with, which is the orange, and non-detects that we don't have a number associated with, which is the blue. So you can see that we're missing numeric results for just over half of non-detects for major chemicals. So that's kind of hard to include in the data set. And what we did to combat this or to deal with this was to estimate these unknown reporting limits. And the way we estimated them was, I'm just showing a sort of quick example here with nitrate, is we first ordered all of the results by sample date. We identified non-detect results without a numeric reporting limit, which in this case are the second, third, and fifth rows. And for each of those missing reporting limits, we basically looked back and found the most recent record for that chemical that did have a known reporting limit and assigned that forward. So in this case, the second and third rows get assigned a reporting limit of 1, and the fifth row gets assigned a reporting limit of 0.5. The benefit of doing it this way, instead of, say, assigning the most common reporting limit for nitrate or the average reporting limit, is that, first of all the non-detects now have numeric records associated with them. But in addition, and this was really important to us, it preserves the natural distribution of reporting limits, and it also preserves changes in reporting limits over time. So for our purposes, we were averaging water quality over a 20-year time span. And in that time, laboratory techniques have become better and better. And so in general, more recent results will have a lower reporting limit than older results. And so we really wanted to capture that when we were estimating these reporting limits. So the negatives for this is that these estimations are still just a best guess. We have no proof that from that laboratory result that links that reporting limit with that record. And unfortunately, the true value of that result is still censored. It's still a potential range of values. So now I'll talk about what we did to incorporate those censored values into our summary statistics. So again, our goal was to determine quote unquote average water quality. And the challenge was that it's really hard to incorporate non-detects into that. So there's a bunch of approaches that people have researched. The first one is very easy and simple. It's just simple substitution where you substitute a single discrete value for your non-detects. Straightforward, pretty simple. And then there's a bunch of other slightly more complicated techniques. I'm showing one here on the right in the graph. And I'm not going to go into all of these, but basically what these do is they take your distribution of detections and they apply that same distribution to your non-detects. And they require a little bit more of your data. You have to have a higher sample size and your data has to fit certain requirements, such as it has to fit a known distribution model. So for a variety of reasons, we ended up going with simple substitution, mostly because our data didn't fit the criteria needed for the more complicated modeling techniques. However, we did do a lot of exploration to figure out what kind of simple substitution would be the most appropriate for our data. And what I'm showing here is an example of 4 different simple substitution tests. The value we substituted for the non-detect results is shown in the far left column. The middle column is essentially the results, and that's not water quality average, rather it's the percentage of domestic wells that were listed as at risk by our methodology. And then the last column just shows the top 4 constituents that were responsible for most of that risk. So you can see that substituting 0 gives you the lowest number of wells listed as at risk. About 1/5 of wells are at risk with very common constituents as the problem chemicals. However, when you substitute values that put the reporting limit back into the equation, such as the reporting limit divided by the square root of 2 or just the reporting limit, you end up getting a result that suggests that almost 100% of domestic wells might be at risk for water quality above primary drinking water standards, which is very concerning. And the top 4 constituents change from commonly cited water quality issues to not so commonly cited water quality issues. And the reason for this is that the reporting limit for those constituents and for several others is so much higher than the maximum contaminant level that all of your non-detections, when you use the reporting limit as part of your equation, they essentially become exceedances, MCL exceedances. And so what we ended up doing was using the reporting limit divided by the square root of 2, but with a check that forced all values that were non-detects to be below the MCL. And our final result ended up with about 1/4 of domestic wells listed as at risk. And that leads us to the question of 1,2,3-trichloropropane and other constituents, but this is the main one that I'll talk about. And it brings up a pretty large problem in the sense that how can you identify water quality issues when your reporting limit is higher than your maximum contaminant level? For reference, the MCL for 1,2,3-trichloropropane is 0.005 micrograms per liter, and over 2/3 of the known reporting limits are above this value. So it makes it really challenging to know if your non-detections they could be above your MCL or they could be below it. It's impossible to say either way for sure. And this is just graphically showing that same statistic basically. So it's showing each dot is a non-detect reporting limit, and it's showing the variations in reporting limits over time. And the dots in red show reporting limits that are above the MCL, and the dots in blue show reporting limits that are less than or equal to the MCL. And what I take away from this is that not only are so many reporting limits above the MCL, but they're significantly higher than the MCL, which is why it becomes so difficult to incorporate that reporting limit into any statistics that you want to calculate, or really into determining whether or not any given sample represents a primary drinking water exceedance or not. So how did we address this? I mentioned the first part before, which is that we added sort of a clause into our simple substitution that forced all non-detect values below the MCL. That's for our method 1, quote unquote. And what this did is allowed us to incorporate all the results. So we had a lot more data coverage across California, but we had less confidence that we were accurately reporting all potential exceedances. So we could be missing some exceedances under method 1. For method 2, we severely limited the data we put into our estimations by restricting it to only results where the reporting limit is lower than the MCL. We did this for both detections and non-detections. Under this method, we have a lot less data to use, but we have more confidence that all non-detects are actually under the MCL. And the bottom graph, or the bottom table there is just showing how severely we restricted our results in method 2. So this is just a graphical, basically our final map for showing method 1 and method 2. I'm not going to talk too much about this, but I just want to show that one of the main problems that comes up when we use method 2 is that we lose a lot of our water quality estimations for parts of California. Additionally, I'm sorry, I should explain this map. So this is a map of California showing 1,2,3-trichloropropane risk for domestic wells. The red areas show basically a high risk of exceeding the MCL, and blue areas are a very low risk of exceeding the MCL. And gray areas are unknown water quality. So yeah, basically, when you put less data into the estimation, you get sometimes weird results because you're using a lot less data and you also are unable to cover large areas. So I'd just like to basically reference the data sources I used in putting together this presentation and in developing the methodology for our domestic well water quality tool. I didn't talk too much about the water quality tool, but I would like to, I think I left the link in the Slack, but at this point I would be open to any questions, and yeah, thanks for listening.
Great, thanks Emily. Great presentation. First question, are you using the arithmetic, geometric, or harmonious mean, and then why?
Ooh, you know, I have to confess, I'm actually not sure.
Okay.
I'm not a super statistics person.
Okay. Fair enough. If you do
I'll look up.
Get to it and you find it, then please in the Slack channel, it's there. It's it was actually presented by one of our compatriots, Scott Coffin. So if you get a chance, that's great.
I will.
Another kind of more, I guess, programmatic question is, what are the main reasons why the reporting limits are not being reported?
So that's a good question, and a question I would actually love to know the answer to. My best guess is that the data that I'm using comes from Gamma GIS, which is an aggregation of multiple sources of groundwater quality data. So it's coming from the Division of Drinking Water, USGS, Division of Water Resources, and the way that all of those resources report their data is slightly different. And I think what happens is that either in their compilation of the data or when it's basically aggregated into our system, stuff can get a little bit lost. And so either, I'm not actually sure sort of what happens, but either nulls can get reported as 0 or a column gets dropped or whatever. And so I think that might be the problem. But to be honest, I don't actually know why the numeric results are not associated with all records.
Interesting. Another comment. This is some great work, and it illustrates the use of R for data science. Can you explain why there is variation in the detection limit in the first place? Is it go ahead.
So it could be two things. Again, I'm not an expert, so if someone wants in Slack to correct me, please do. But I think that in some cases, first of all, different laboratories can just have different level of equipment, and so it could be a laboratory specific thing. But I know there's also the case where if you have a very small concentration of a constituent, there can be dilution effects basically that change your reporting limit based on the initial concentration of the constituent.
Right. And so I guess that follows up. He was asking, how can we reduce or eliminate situations where the detection limit is at or above the MCL? Do we have the ability to, maybe through ELAB testing requirements or otherwise to require a lab utilize equipment that is at a sensitivity that is, that can provide a detection limit that is at or above the MCL? Could be
yeah, I'd say I'm not a laboratory scientist, so that's a little bit out of my wheelhouse, but it would be great and really helpful for future versions of this, and for all people that use groundwater water quality data, if reporting limits could be below the MCL. Yeah, I think that's on the laboratory side.
Right. Okay. Can you explain why the data didn't necessarily work for the more complex statistical methods for dealing with non-attacks?
Yeah, the main reason was that our sample size was too small. basically what we were doing was to account for temporal and spatial variations in water quality sampling. We were first averaging by year, then by well, then by square mile, and that was to account for, you know, a well that might be sampled much more frequently, or an area that might be sampled more heavily than a less sampled area. And so our first average was just averaging the yearly results of a well, and that I think the average sample size was around 2 water quality results per year. And unfortunately, 2 is too low, so that's confusing. Anyways, our N is not big enough to use the more advanced techniques, but in the future, I'm looking into somehow using them, whether it's changing our initial averaging methodology or doing something else to the data that's coming in.
Cool. Let's see. I guess there's another question. Can we enforce standards on the sample collection upon, you know, the people that we are regulating? Can we, in order to kind of address this detection limit issue, is there a way that we can enforce some sort of standard on the sample collection itself, or the laboratory method itself, which I don't expect you to be able to answer, but
yeah, that's out of my
another idea being thrown out there by
but great. Yeah, I was really hoping this would spark some discussion about non-detections and reporting.
Well, it definitely has. There's quite a breadth of discussion going on the Slack channel, so hopefully this is just the beginning, and we can kind of further the discussion moving forward. I just want to say thanks again for the great presentation and for participating in this year's symposium.
Thank you for having me.
Great. Okay, let's see. Up next, we actually have not Amy, but her husband Dave Oste here from 34 North. He's going to be showing off his San Joaquin Bay Delta constituent tracker, which is supposed to help us with some of our decision support tools. So thanks, Dave, for jumping in last minute, and look forward to your presentation.
Sure, thank you. Can I get, do I have control?
I believe Greg is going to give you control, or
there we go.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So there we go. Okay, great. So hi everybody, my name is Dave Oste. I'm with 34 North. 34 North specializes in data portals, GIS, web services, and data visualizations. We've created and operate the Portal Bay Delta Live, and we have multiple portals throughout California from the headwaters all the way to the coast. And so today I'm going to be talking about the multi-parameter water operations model, AKA the constituent tracker. This is a continued collaboration with the folks at USGS with 34 North, specifically John Bureau and John Donovan at USGS. And it's really the vision of John Bureau to create water quality spatial visualizations and mapping at a constant point in tide. And we are quite privileged to bring this vision to life on the Bay Delta Live portal. And I really want to give special thanks to our CTO, Nathan Hemingway, who has really gone above and beyond the coding environment to really pull this off. So what are we talking about? We are talking about measuring constituents such as salinity and turbidity at a constant point in tide. And we have been doing spatial mapping with EC and turbidity for the last, I'd say, 8 years or so. But we're doing it at 15-minute time intervals. And so when we do the constant point in tide, we want to compare the time versus tide and see what those differences might be. So within the Delta has many influences, and these water quality fields move great distances with the tide. So the Delta, Sacramento Delta, the San Joaquin comes in, the Sacramento River comes in, there's a bunch of the McCollum, and then there's all these different channels and islands and flooded islands, as well as the pumps and operations. So the tide, along with the flows, really move these water quality constituents around. And so taking a snapshot at a constant point in tide at each station is what we're trying to achieve with this model. So why are we doing this project? We really hope to help increase the operational response time by visualizing this data in near real time. DWR in the winter runs turbidity transects that are operationally intensive and oftentimes a little bit dangerous. They do it in the winter where the winds are high, the flows are really fast coming down. They run these transects on Old and Middle River to monitor turbidity. And in the winter, the delta smelt is keyed towards turbidity. And I'll just back up and say turbidity is the particulate matter in the water column. So basically the runoff, mud and other organic matter causes the water to be turbid. So in the winter during first flush, they think that the smelt start to migrate during this first flush time. And so they have to monitor turbidity mainly in the central delta, so they don't suck the turbid water into the pumps, and then in theory they would be sucking the delta smelt. So our final product will be spatial maps, data dashboards and visualizations at the constant point in tide. And then we'll be able to pair these visualizations with operational data and fish survey data. So the management challenges that we're talking about that we want to address is salinity intrusion into the delta, turbidity transport, the regional sand plant upgrades, trying to identify where the nutrients are going to go. We hope to track blooms from the North Delta flow action, and then possibly transport of constituents from Suisun Marsh salinity control gate operations. Okay, so this is what we're talking about. This is the delta. This is on Bay Delta Live currently. This is our 15-minute model. And essentially what this model does is there's a series of stations throughout the delta. I think this is taking over 40 different stations. And it's grabbing the data at 15-minute intervals and doing a linear interpolation across a weighted gridded network using the Laplace equation. And so this is a really neat way to look at that information, but essentially we can see the sloshing back and forth of the tides when for operations and for John Bureau's vision, what we really want to see is the net movement of the water quality constituents move through the system. And this happens slowly at the max flood and the max ebb tide. And again, here's an example of first flush in 2019 of that turbidity coming down to the system. I sped this up just because of for time, to make it a little faster, but essentially it does slosh back and forth. So it's a little difficult to see where that net field is going. So what we're talking about here, tidally average water quality movements of salinity and turbidity. And so let's look at some data. So this is electrical conductivity on the top and velocity on the bottom at Mallard, Decker, and Rio Vista. And essentially what that previous animation was showing was this 15-minute data. So this is the tide coming in and the tide going out, and there's these max floods and there's these little floods. And so what we were watching is we were watching this whole curve go up and down. What we intend to do with this project is grab the bigger tides, what John is calling slack after flood and slack after ebb. And so what we're doing now is we're grabbing these values at the top of the curve, which is that tidally average, which will show us that net movement in and out of the delta. And so that slack water, that max flood, will be able to show the movement of water quality, and we'll string them together, and then we'll be able to see water quality move into the delta from the bay on the floods, and then on the ebbs, we'll see the reverse. We'll see it move out from the delta into the bay on that max ebb. So here's this product. And you'll notice that the movement is a lot slower. We've built this tide line down here, and what we're doing on the bottom of the graphic is we're tying the max floods together, and that allows us to see this salinity field within Frank's track, and we can see that net movement come in and then out of the delta. And so with this model, we're able to string together the max ebbs or the max floods, or actually put the ebbs and the floods together and see that net movement over time. So this is an example of the salt field in 2015 from September to October. And we can also do it for turbidity. And again, here's our tide line at the bottom. And this is the first flush last year, 2019. And you can slowly see turbidity movements through the delta. You can see that the operations are keeping Old and Middle River clear. And it's just a lot nicer way to see where that net movement ends up after the flood tide. So how are we doing it? Essentially what we're doing is we're pairing stations within the delta. I think it's about 40 different stations that have velocity coupled with another constituent, in this case turbidity and electrical conductivity. And so by monitoring the velocity, we are creating these tidal excursions. So essentially, we're watching the tide come in, and then we're marking from slack water to slack water, and we're marking these excursions because we're doing velocity, so distance over time. At the end of that excursion, you can see this dotted line comes up. Then we pick off that constituent value. And we do that across the delta at the 40 different stations. And so slack water on the Western Delta often happens maybe 1 to 3 hours difference on the Eastern Delta. And so our system ingests that data onto our servers, marks those times, runs these algorithms and calculations, and then displays it within the web browser. And so this is an example of that web interface. So essentially, this is the excursion coming in. This is the end of that max flood tide, and then we pick off that constituent value. And we do that at each station throughout, and then we display that model. And so once that's complete, once those calculations are complete, then we do a linear interpolation across this gridded network. And so the key here with 40 stations, 40 real-time stations with two values of velocity and either turbidity or salinity, is how can we tell if the data is good? And so again, working with USGS, Nathan, our CTO, implemented the signal to noise ratio, and within that ratio, we have a low value that the data has to meet. And so what we're seeing here on the bottom is these max floods and ebbs on the excursions, and our signal to noise ratio is good. So this velocity data is good, and so we use it. Our system will recognize if the signal to noise ratio is below a threshold. In that case, that station will borrow the velocity to its neighbor. And so it'll go downstream and find out where the good data is and use those times to pick off their constituent value. So that phase is complete. We are just now wrapping up another aspect of the project, which is the advection algorithm. And what the advection algorithm will do is essentially, since we're already getting the excursion data from each station, so we know how far that particle moves throughout the waterway, and so now we're plotting those points on the map, and each one of those points has a distance, and it also has a constituent value. And so USGS thought that this was really important so we can see the fields between the stations. This is still in development. The whole model will be available on Bay Delta Live in the fall of this year. This one's still going through QA/QC process, but we can already see some really good results with the 2D particle tracking model, spitting out these particles, and then we can see these fronts essentially between the stations. So we're quite excited about this. So what can we learn from the turbidity tracker? Well, Georgiana Slough is the main source of turbidity. That this has been shown through the time series data, but the turbidity tracker is showing that information quite well. So on the bottom is the time series at Georgiana Slough, and now we can see these darker values are really pulling a lot more of the turbidity down into the central delta. Again, this was 2019. We can also see, this is an example of turbidity coming from the San Joaquin instead of down through Georgiana Slough. And so this again was in 2019. And I think this is just a really great example of turbidity entering the delta through the southern end and then getting to the pumps. And so some of those time series might show higher values around the pumps, but where the turbidity comes from is also really important for the operations. So to sum it up, we hope that the managers will, we will provide the managers with a broader base understanding of the sources of the turbidity average distribution and their trajectories. Since it's on the Bay Delta Live platform, we also have access to a ton of other data. So NWIS, water ops, fish salvage, US Fish and Wildlife, CDFW fish surveys. We all hope this will complement the DWR Transect data. So we can start building these data dashboards. We have an admin display for grabbing these other charts, graphs, and information and coupling them to the turbidity data in hopes to create this overall operating picture of the delta and its operations. These projects really happen in a collaborative environment, and you know, this is the vision of USGS and DWR, and we really wanted to thank those folks. The Delta Science program funded some early work with USGS. 34 North funding has come from state water contractors, state and federal water contractors, and the good folks, Russ and Randall at Metropolitan Water District. We really thank them. This has been a wonderful collaborative process. In addition to the funders though, everything really happens with the data and the data collection. And so there's this massive system of real-time sensors throughout California. There's this wonderful, well-designed clustered of data stations within the Delta. That data is run and organized by multiple agencies, USGS, DWR, USBR. They all manage certain stations within the Delta. USGS feeds their data into their NWIS servers and then run a data connection into CDEC. And I really can't thank the folks at CDEC enough for keeping their data connections really easy to work with. They've been wonderful. We can see gaps in data. They've been great in response time when we see that things are down. So this is truly a collaborative process from the collection of data to the vision of what we do to the data, and then how do we display it, and then who uses it. And that's it. Thank you. Great.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. Really cool work you guys are doing there in the Delta. As I'm kind of waiting for some questions to come through, I kind of had some questions that went in line with our earlier discussions about collaborating with the community. And as I think about kind of the impacts of these constituents, particularly salinity and salt, and how that impacts local agriculture, is there, are you guys utilizing some sort of communication strategy to reach out to some of these smaller communities that are utilizing the water that's being distributed by these water managers?
So we really are using the Bay Delta Live platform for that push of information and data. And you know, I think what BDL is really focused on is for the operations and the managers. And so everybody has a really quick, easy access to not just one data set, but multiple data sets. And so really our main avenue is through Bay Delta Live and its data dashboards.
I'm gonna go ahead and add that to the Slack channel so people can get a good idea of all the great information that's actually available on Bay Delta Live.
Right.
Because I know that it's got a fantastic tool set, but people a lot of times don't know exactly how to get to it or how to work with it. Any other questions coming through? from the email or Slack?
Nothing in email. Everyone's doing great on Slack.
Okay. Well, in that case, thanks again, Dave, and to Amy for putting the presentation together and presenting some of this great work. I hope that I just posted the Bay Delta Live link onto the Slack channel. So I think once people probably start diving into the tool sets you guys have put together at 34 North, hopefully the conversation will be expanded. You'll get some more questions coming your way. But thanks again for participating.
Thank you guys. Really appreciate it.
So with that, we are a little ahead of schedule, but that is okay. We're about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. It's my pleasure to introduce Jason Carter from the California Department of Pesticide Regulation. He's going to be showcasing some of the work that they've been doing there, monitoring pesticides and how the residues get past our wastewater treatment processes. Jason, are you online and available?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Sound great. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. I think I have control of the screen, so I'm going to see if I can move to the next slide. All right, I can. Cool. All right. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Jason Carter. I'm an environmental scientist with the Surface Water Protection Program at the Department of Pesticide Regulation. I've been working with my colleagues Robert Budd and Jennifer Tierlink on a statewide monitoring of pesticide residues in wastewater. And today I'd like to tell you about some implications from that study. So today I will introduce you to the Surface Water Monitoring Program and then tell you a bit about our wastewater treatment plant study more specifically. I have some preliminary results that I'd like to share with you. And I'm going to talk about a few of the preliminary conclusions that we're beginning to draw from that data. So first, I wish to stress that pesticides in the environment can pose a risk to sensitive aquatic organisms. At low concentrations, these residues are capable of interfering with the life cycles of these organisms and can be toxic to them. At the Surface Water Protection Program, we are interested in understanding the source of pesticide residues in the environment, where they're coming from, and how they can impact these sensitive organisms in the surface waters of our state. So in the home, we use pesticides for a variety of different things. We can use foggers or sprays to kill insects that we don't wish to have in our home. In the case of pet products, we may treat our animals for fleas and ticks using, say, a spot-on product, or we can track in residues from outside the home that were maybe applied in the garden or the yard or farther afield. Regardless of where these residues originate, once they get into the home, they can enter the wastewater stream through a variety of different paths through different drains around the building. So they can go down the kitchen sink. If you have a laundry machine at home, when you wash your clothes, residues may wash off and that wash water will then go down the drain. Or when you are using the toilet or bathing, or if you say bathe your dog, if you treated your dog with a spot-on insecticide treatment, then those residues can also go down the drain. And once they get into the sewer, these residues will flow to a wastewater treatment plant. That water will be treated and the resulting treated effluent will be discharged, typically to a surface body of water like a river or stream. And here I wish to note that in parts of California, especially during the dry season, there are bodies of water that are effluent dominated. That is to say that over half of the volume of the body of water is treated wastewater effluent. And here we can see a path through which residues can enter the home, pass through the treatment process, and be discharged to a surface body of water where sensitive aquatic organisms live. In our study, what we've been doing is we've been taking samples of influent and effluent at different treatment plants around the state, and we are looking at the concentrations of pesticides in those two liquid samples. So in this theoretical data set, I have 5 chemicals with different concentrations. And what we're going to do is compare effluent to influent and see if the concentrations through treatment look like they're going down, if they stay the same, or in the case of a degradation product, they may actually rise. As one chemical is modified during treatment, another chemical can result. And we are doing this at different wastewater treatment plants around the state. There are many plants. We have currently worked with over 25. And I want to really stress here that these treatment plants are voluntarily sampling for us. They don't have to do this. And without their voluntary participation, collecting influent and effluent for us, we would not have any data to show you today. So we are very grateful for their voluntary participation in our research. With those samples that they're collecting, we then test them for 23 different compounds. These are pesticides and degradation products that have been detected in wastewater effluent previously. They have been detected in urban surface water in our state, and they're known to be of concern to sensitive aquatic organisms. So that's why we picked that particular group. Now, when I show you guys some data today, I'm going to be dividing this data up into two big regions. I will keep the plants anonymous, but I want to let you know that I'm going to roughly divide them into Northern California and Southern California for the purposes of sharing the data with you that I'm about to show. So let's get into some data from June 2019. That was our first sampling event. I'm going to have two bar charts here on the top and bottom, north and south. And on the x-axis, we have wastewater treatment plants. They've been anonymized with letters. And then the y-axis is total concentration in nanograms per liter. The color of the bars will indicate the analyte that we are looking at. And so here is the overall data that we collected for June of 2019. First off, I wish to point out that I'm presenting this data in a paired fashion. So influent and effluent are being shown side by side. So they're right next to each other from the same plant. All right, first, let's get into specific groups of chemicals. So I would like to talk first about the pyrethroids, which includes bifenthrin, cypermethrin, and permethrin, as well as chlorpyrifos and organophosphate, and the neonicotinoid imidacloprid. What we see here initially is that, first off, we see greater detection frequency of bifenthrin, chlorpyrifos, and cypermethrin in Southern California than in the north. So we saw more of those chemicals in the south. Also, you'll notice that there's a sort of staggered pattern here of high bars and then low bars. And you may notice that the highest bars, the total concentration detected, was consistently influent. And then the effluent bars are much lower, suggesting that during the course of treatment, there's some level of removal so that we don't detect it in effluent at the same concentrations. Now, when we move on to fipronil and the degradation products of fipronil, which I will collectively term fiprols, we saw them ubiquitously. They were in the north and the south. We saw them in influent and effluent. So we did not see in June a great deal of evidence of the removal of these chemicals during treatment. In total, for the 18 treatment plants that we looked at, we saw some evidence of slight reductions in chlorpyrifos. We saw lower detection frequencies in effluent than influent. Fiprols were ubiquitous. We detected them in every single sample. For imidacloprid, we only detected imidacloprid in effluent, although it's important to note, I'm not saying imidacloprid was not present in influent. It just was not detected at a concentration above the reporting limit. And then pyrethroids, we detected 2/3 of the time in influent and much lower in effluent, suggesting that there was a reduction in the pyrethroid detection through treatment. Our second sampling round was in August of 2019. And for the get-go here at the beginning, I want to point out we had an extremely high concentration in one influent sample in Northern California. We're still investigating this, but it means that the y-axis is extremely tall to fit that bar. And for the purposes of comparing between all the other plants and samples, it's difficult to see any meaningful difference. So for this talk, I'm then going to remove T for the subsequent analysis that I'm going to go over with you guys. So with T removed, we adjust the bars and we can see a little bit more of the information in the graph. Let's jump into that group of 5 chemicals again. The pyrethroids, organophosphates, and neonicotinoids. We saw again a greater detection of bifenthrin, chlorpyrifos, and cypermethrin in Southern California than in the north. Also, for this month, we did not detect imidacloprid above a reporting limit. When we get into the fipronil and degradation products, similar as before, we see fipronil and its degradate products across the state in influent and effluent. Not a lot of evidence for removal of these chemicals that we could see in the data that we collected. In total, of the 23 treatment plants we looked at, We saw evidence of a little bit of reduction in detection frequency for chlorpyrifos. We saw no evidence of reduced detection frequency for the fiprols. Imidacloprid was not detected in any sample above the reporting limit. And we did see a lower frequency of detection for pyrethroids in the effluent than in the influent. December 2019 is the last sampling run I'm going to share with you today. And I'm going to jump straight into that group of 5 chemicals again with the pyrethroids and the organophosphate chlorpyrifos and imidacloprid. From the get-go, I want to point out here that we did not detect cypermethrin, imidacloprid, or permethrin in any samples. We only detected bifenthrin and chlorpyrifos in December. And those 2 chemicals we only detected in Southern California. We did not detect bifenthrin or chlorpyrifos in the north. For fipronil and the degradation products, we detected in influent and effluent, both fipronil and its degradate products. Very similar story to what we were seeing in the previous 2 months. Ubiquitous presence of these chemicals and not a lot of evidence of their removal. Of the 19 plants that we looked at for December, we saw slight reduction in detection frequency for chlorpyrifos. For fiprols, we detected in all of our effluent samples. And of those that had a detection in influent, nearly all of them had fipronil. Although our lower detection frequency of fiprols in December could be an anomaly of our reporting limits. I will explain a little bit more of that in a few more slides. Imidacloprid was not detected above the reporting limit either, and we only detected pyrethroids in influent. We didn't have any positive detections in the effluent. Now I want to talk about seasonality with influent. Let's focus on 3 chemicals. I'll start with bifenthrin. This graph shows average concentrations that we detected in influent. So for bifenthrin in orange, the greatest concentration that we detected on average was in August. The second highest was June, and the lowest was in December. We only had 1 detection of bifenthrin in December. That's why there's no error bar on this graph. So taking that into account, we can say that there's more bifenthrin entering into the wastewater stream in mid to late summer. Then when we think about chlorpyrifos in white, we had detections in June and August, but there was a marked increase in December. We looked into this a bit and we found that there is a registered product with chlorpyrifos in California that is a latex-based paint that is insecticidal, and it is specifically registered for use in sewer systems to paint the interior of manholes to reduce the presence of cockroaches. So it is conceivable that during the moist months of the winter, if cockroaches and other insects are a larger problem in sewer lines, there could be a greater application frequency of this insecticidal paint. And considering that it is blasted and sprayed down manholes, we could conceive that the residues of that paint could be getting into the wastewater stream, and then we detect it in our influent samples. Lastly, with fipronil, we had a solid, consistent signal of fipronil across the 3 months. We saw slightly higher concentrations in June and August relative to December. And many fipronil-containing products are sold as spot-on treatments for treating fleas and ticks on dogs. And these products typically say on the label that they should be applied every month. And so that could explain why, if this fipronil that we're detecting is coming from these pet treatments, we see a consistent source of fipronil across the state and across time. Additionally, if fleas and ticks are more of a problem for pet owners in the summer, it's conceivable that there may be a slightly higher use of these fipronil-containing products during the summer. But if these spot-on products are being applied regularly during the course of every month, that could explain the consistent signal that we're seeing. So overall review of the results, starting with pyrethroids. We saw lower average concentrations of pyrethroids in effluent. We also had lower detection frequencies of pyrethroids in effluent. This suggests that there is some level of removal during treatment, so we don't have as many detections in effluent, and those that we detect are of lower concentrations. For fipronil and the degradation products of fipronil, we saw them in influent and effluent. Certain degradate products such as fipronil amide and fipronil disulfonyl were only present in effluent. These data suggest that fipronil and its degradation products aren't really being removed from treatment. And if anything, fipronil is being modified into different degradates through treatment, but we did not see a lot of evidence of their removal. Lastly, with the neonicotinoid imidacloprid and the organophosphate chlorpyrifos, we only detected imidacloprid in effluent. We did not detect it above reporting limits in influent, but that could be an anomaly of high reporting limits. I'll show you some evidence of that on the next slide. For the organophosphate chlorpyrifos, we had lower average concentrations detected in effluent, and we had slightly lower detection frequency for chlorpyrifos in the effluent. So let's think about reporting limits here. And I want to say that there are different reporting limits between influent and effluent. Our effluent reporting limits were consistently 10 times more sensitive than in influent. Also, between sampling dates, our reporting limits changed based on the analytical technique that was being used. And so I don't want to give the impression that we had the same reporting limit every single sampling date. There were differences. And so this was the case for every chemical that we looked at. And a notable one was imidacloprid. So our lowest reporting limit for imidacloprid in influent was 65 nanograms per liter, but it got as high as 290 nanograms per liter. So if we were taking an influent sample that had, say, 150 nanograms per liter, but the reporting limit was 290, we would not have had a confident detection of that chemical. So earlier, when we were not having detections of imidacloprid in the influent, that could have been an anomaly of these reporting limits. So preliminary conclusions that we can draw from this data. We had much lower detection of bifenthrin, chlorpyrifos, cypermethrin, and permethrin in effluent compared to influent. They were detected less frequently in the effluent, and the detections that we had were of a lower concentration. Fipronil and the degradates of fipronil are ubiquitous. We saw them in influent and effluent. There was not a great deal of evidence of their removal during treatment. Southern California had a higher detection frequency for bifenthrin, chlorpyrifos, and cypermethrin compared to the north. And lastly, we saw a lot of variability in our data, both across time and space. And this could also be due in part to the variation in reporting limits that we had between sampling dates. I want to thank my colleague Andrea at CDPR for helping with this research. I also want to thank the Tom Young Lab at UC Davis, especially Luann and Chris, for helping us measure the concentrations of pesticides in these samples. And lastly, I wish to stress again, none of this research would be possible without the voluntary participation of our collaborators at different wastewater treatment plants, and we are very grateful for their participation. I want to thank you all for your attention, and with that, I can take questions.
Great, thanks, Jason, for that very technical and detailed presentation. Recognizing that that was a lot, maybe more technical in nature than many of our stakeholders at the symposium. Can you kind of just touch on briefly when you, because the title of the presentation was kind of the impacts on the implications to our surface water. What do these conclusions mean in general for an everyday person concerned about pesticides in their water quality? And just talk about maybe a little bit more about the actual constituents themselves and the impacts they might have upon us in general.
Okay, sure, yeah. So I think this shows that wastewater effluent is a source of pesticide residues in the environment. This is likely more of a concern when there's a greater portion of wastewater in the water body. So if you have an effluent dominated body of water, the constituent residues in the effluent could have an impact on sensitive aquatic organisms. We were looking at mainly insecticides, which could have implications for the food web because they can impact arthropods and small little crustaceans, which are low down on the food chain, so to speak. And then if those are impacted, there could be higher trophic level impacts as well to larger organisms that would depend on them as a food source. And it also means that the way we use pesticides in and around the home, those pesticides have the potential to go down the drain and have impacts to a water body that isn't necessarily right next to that home. through the process of traveling through the sewer and through treatment.
Great, thanks, Jason.
You're
Can you
welcome.
talk a little bit about, if you're aware, did you notice through the research a difference in where these plants were located, and if that had a correlation with the levels of influent versus effluent versus an urban or suburban setting or a rural location?
Well, most of the plants that we were looking at were more urban. We did see those differences between the more urban south and as opposed with because the largest treatment plants in the state generally are more located in the bigger cities, which are more in the south of California. We did see, so we saw differences in north versus south. We're interested in sampling at more smaller urban wastewater treatment plants. This is of course dependent on the voluntary participation of the plants being willing to collect samples for us. But we did see that there are certain ingredients such as cypermethrin and bifenthrin and chlorpyrifos that we are seeing more in the south, and we're interested in looking more into that.
Great. I got a question about the methods. When you were doing the influent versus effluent water quality analysis, were you using wastewater methodology for testing that, or were you using drinking water methods? And do you have any kind of suggestions for future analysis?
So it was, these were collected in a wastewater treatment plant. It was collected by the wastewater treatment plants themselves, and they would be collected as a 24-hour composite. So they take a sample at a certain, either flow weighted or based on the time, where they take a small sample every unit of time for a 24-hour period and would blend that together, and then we would take a sample from that. So it was similar to what they would be doing to sample in their own facilities.
Great. Can you talk to, can you speak a little bit on how DPR, or what DPR intends to take and do with the results from the study? Is there, going to be expansion? Is there kind of some communication to these urban areas about the specific constituents you're measuring?
We are in communication with the treatment plants themselves and are interested in sharing our analysis with them. So we have shared the results of this with the treatment plants as it comes in, and we're able to quality check it on our end. We're interested in this as a longer term project. I'm not the supervisor on the whole overarching project, so I can't speak specifically about the more long-term, years down the road sort of planning. But if people are interested, they're welcome to email me, and I would be happy to speak with my supervisor about that and get them more information.
Oh, great. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of interest on the Slack channel, so I encourage you to get on there and check those out. One kind of follow-up question, in your analysis with the various different types of treatment plants, did you notice that there was a difference in the effluent concentrations based on the technology being used by a particular plant? And if so, what treatments seem to be the best at removing these constituents, if any?
That's a great question. We're getting together the information right now to really understand what level of like secondary or tertiary treatment, because each plant is a different facility. Some of them treat water differently, but we are interested to look into, are certain reductions associated with a certain type of treatment. At the moment, we do not have the full list of absolutely every type of treatment for all the plants that we've been sampling with. Certain plants we were able to sample with just in December, for example, and other ones were able to participate multiple months. But we are compiling that information right now, and we're in discussion with the water boards as well to better understand the full methodology of treatment for each individual plant, since they're all independently constructed facilities and each one is unique.
Great, thanks, Jason. I really appreciate your time and the discussion. And I encourage you to get, to get on the Slack channel. And there's a couple more clarifying questions that might be a little bit more technical in nature that I think that that would be the best place to kind of continue the conversation. But again, thank you for the very informative talk and for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to go ahead and take the opportunity to take a 15-minute break. My clock is showing around 3:12, so if we could come back at 3:27, so basically 10, we're still 10 minutes ahead of schedule. So if you guys can all be back at 3:27, we'll go ahead and get started with the final two presentations of the day and have a little debrief before ending the first day of the symposium. Thank you.
Hello, this is Dan Wang.
Hey, Dan. Welcome.
Thank you. You guys did a great job.
Thanks.
Sorry, I have two computers on, and I'm going to set up the other one.
That's okay. I thought MacBook was you.
So I can see Well, why is my video? Oh, let me start video, see if it works. Okay, here we go.
See ya.
You look great. Oh, you're muted again.
Wow, I don't know what I touched, but anyway, okay, good.
Okay.
Okay. Alrighty.
That was me. I was just trying to make sure that we're not admitting people we don't know. And I also was preferring that we have chats in the chat area so that the audio, because it's broadcasting live.
All right, sorry everybody, I don't know what's happening with the presentation. Somebody he went away and now it's coming back. So I'm not sure what's happening in the background. But welcome back from the break. We'll get this figured out. Greg, I'm gonna take back control since I don't.
Nick, I thought we were going to go to this.
No. Not that I'm aware of, but
I thought we were going to go to this to kind of get back on timing.
all right, then I will be quiet and you guys can handle it. I don't know what's happening.
Okay, so I'm not going to turn my camera on because I don't have one on the machine that I'm running. So I just wanted to walk through a couple of the opportunities that we have to sort of continue the engagement using the quail theme. We've again had the benefit of having the amazing Audie Lee Brown help us out with recording and illustrations. And so I gave a sneak preview earlier of this quail slide, but it's really about inspiring everyone to sort of like continue the leaning in, so to speak, and providing their creative energy and supportive energy of each other to provide solutions, resilient opportunities for better data and community engagement around the topic of water. So we are planning to build a recorded image of this exact event and this exact subject and theme that I just described. So what I would like to do is have you all think about this question. We will post the question in, I believe, a Slack channel. And then we will we'll also have the ability to collect, actually, I think social media too. So using hashtags below, we want to prompt you guys to think about some of these things. So I'm most excited to discuss ... and fill in the blank. And then we have some other prompts too. So today I learned, and let's keep discussing. So we've heard lots of great things today, and we know that you all have lots of ideas because we've seen them. If you aren't on the Slack channel and you want to participate, you can email anna.holder@waterboards.ca.gov, or you can post a social media message to your favorite social media platform using the hashtags below, and we'll be able to find them. So today I learned, and let's keep discussing ... And so I think with that, I'll hand it back over to Nick, but I really just wanted to use this moment to prompt people before the end of the day. We're also going to run one more survey, so stick around and get the link to the survey to try to win a prize. And so anyway, what's in a quail diagram, and you can help riff on the whole quail theme too. We found some pretty good resources on quail as both just their biological characteristics, but not to mention spirit animal kind of references. So really cool stuff out there, and we welcome it. So with that, I'll go back to you, Nick, and you can continue with the presentations.
Okay. Thanks, Greg. Yeah, well, this probably seems out of order. We probably should have had time to kind of outline this in the beginning of the day, but we'll do a better job in the future and also tomorrow. As Greg pulls up the presentation, or am I not going to put it up? I just put it up because I didn't know what was happening before. There we go. Fantastic. All right, with us today is Dan Wang. Thank you so much for joining us. She also comes from the California Department of Pesticide Regulation. It's going to kind of give us a more global, comprehensive look at water quality assessment and how the Department of Pesticide Regulations goes about using statistics and causal modeling to provide information to California stakeholders related to water quality assessment. So Dan, if you're ready. take it away.
Thank you for having me this afternoon. Today I'm trying to get the remote control. Okay, here we go. And today I will introduce our new water quality assessment framework that we use to unify data with 3 different types of modeling types. And before I start to introduce the details, I would like to present the key message first. So California has a very, very complicated water network nested in a diverse natural and anthropogenic background. And the state, along with many institutes, carried out a lot of surface water quality monitoring. However, the monitoring itself is expensive, so we cannot capture enough data for all the sites at high enough frequency that allow us to have a robust water quality assessment. And then in that case, we need the modeling to help assess the water quality. There are 3 types of models we have been using: physical model, citizen model, and causal model. I will introduce and compare them in a few slides with more details. And what we have is we build a central database that can be used as input to the 3 different modeling types. And we're also building communications among the different model platforms and the feedback from the model to how we generate new data and how that new data will help us gain new knowledge, new insight into the mechanistic background, and then that will fit into the physical model as well. What I want to convince you today is this kind of framework with the inner communication and updating of the 3 modeling types and then the database itself is a good tool to support water quality management. Here I will introduce the 3 watershed model types. So all the types I'm going to talk about are watershed models. Watershed is a boundary of land use portion that where the pollutants is generated and then moved around through the surface and into the water to various locations. The first modeling type is a physical model. And this modeling type relies heavily on the pre-assumptions of what kind of processes the model will cover, and as well as the specific equations that will be used to describe each process. For example, we could include photolysis in this model with exponential decay equations. And that's why I put this heavy blue arrow here. And then the model set up initial and boundary conditions, and it used some pollutant monitoring data to calibrate the model. It doesn't need a lot of pollutant monitoring data, but it does need a certain amount to calibrate the model. The model can be used to do forecasting. And because we need to make a lot of assumptions of what processes and equations we need to use in this modeling type, you require better understanding of the fundamental processes. And those fundamental processes are oftentimes applicable across different regions and periods of times. However, this modeling type, its scope is limited by the pre-selection of processes and equations. Here are some examples, but mostly the physical models is just one model for one watershed sort of setup. Its complexity varies from 0, 1-dimensional to very complex watershed model. The 0-dimensional model is basically just accounting the source, total amount of sources introduced to the watershed. And the 1-dimensional basically covered the change of the pollutant signal during the time you travel from the source to the monitoring site. On the other end, the complex watershed model, for example, SWAT, Soil Water Assessment Tool, is a very comprehensive model that try to capture the change and the variation among temporal and spatial scale simultaneously. For this type of model to work, we have to pre-process large amount of data for the sub-basins in the watershed. And those data include hydrograph, elevation, soil, land use, land cover, etc. The second type of model is statistical model. And this type of model doesn't rely on a lot of assumptions. And hence the dash arrow from the top down. It typically rely on loosely defined generalized linear model or even unstructured machine learning model. And it relies a lot more monitoring data to calibrate the model. The model can include just the monitoring data itself or with some covariates such as the flow rate or with extensive list of covariates that shows the watershed characteristics, history of the management of this watershed, and all that information can be included. This model can be used to do forecasts, forecast, and one thing that's very interesting to us is to use it to identify influential factors. And results from this type of model is fairly specific to the input data. So if you are taking the data from a fixed region or from a period of time, then the results is very specific, and the lessons learned from that input data may not be readily transferable to other regions or durations. The scope itself is limited by the covariates that you include into this model. There for a long time was a challenge of how to deal with large amount of covariates. Now the computational power of the computers we have, and then the new statistical methodologies developing, is allowing us to identify influential factors. So in this case, we think the more the merrier, and let the model tells you, okay, some of the factors are less important, so we can drop them, while some others are very important. One of the drawbacks with the statistical model is the output relationship only shows correlation, not causation. When you look at the middle picture here, the lines between any two nodes, there's no direction. A and B can happen because A is influencing B, or B is influencing A, or there could be a hidden node C that's influencing both at the same time. This drawback can be partially bypassed by using constructed variables based on established mechanisms. This approach is called information theoretical approach. Here's an example. So for our model, we can have soil component information listed as percent of sand, silt, clay, or percent of different type of minerals. Or we can use it in a way that's forming together with other factors called something called a soil curve number, which just shows how likely the water is going to go run off over the surface or go penetrate down to groundwater. And if you have such kind of constructive variables included in the model, and the model identify that as a key factor, it's much stronger evidence that it's the wash off from the surface as a dominant transfer pathway versus other pathway, for example, drift through the air route. Here we provide one example of the statistical model that we're working on. It's a data-driven geospatial model. We propose to include as many covariates as possible, and the pollutant concentration at a given location, given time, is a function of current and historical conditions at that given site. So through including factors such as watershed characteristics, the source, weather, and management history, and other variables, we are able to assess the influence of each factors to the observed concentration at a given location and site and time. And there are nonlinear relationships between the observed pollutant concentration and then the large number of covariates, and complex interaction among the covariates themselves. So in this case, traditional linear regression models would not work so well. Instead, we're going to look into machine learning models such as random forest model, neural network, and dynamic regression model to incorporate the time series data. And as I mentioned in the previous slide, we're going to use constructive variables. Basically, that's adding the human knowledge to the machine learning and then the dynamic regression model to help us better identify the important mechanisms. This model can be calibrated across watersheds. So in a way, it address or slightly lessen the probability that this modeling output is specific to a given region. By calibrating across many watersheds, we can show a very general consensus results across many different locations in California. The third modeling type is causal model. This model, in terms of dependence on the pre-assumption, it lies in between the physical model and the statistical model. So I have a narrow, solid blue arrow there. So instead of saying we have to have known the mechanism and the equation, the causal model just say, okay, we know there's a relationship between A and B, and we know the direction based on prior knowledge is A is driving B. So you can see all those arrows with directions in the middle. And then the statistical inference will be used to evaluate the strength and confidence of each causal link. After we run the model, some links get stronger because the data support it more. Some links get weaker. The data just don't think it's very strong. And most of the links stay solid because we have confidence there is a causal link, but some of the links get weaker because we just don't have enough data to support that. And then the strength assessment, I'm sorry, I need to go back one slide. I'm kind of losing the control. Can you guys help me back forward to the causal model backward? Here we go. Thank you very much. So when we know the strength of the causal link, it can help us rank which causal relationships are most important versus others are less important. When we know the confidence, it basically tells us at a certain part, for example, this dash link, we need more data to either prove there's a strong link or dispute that link. As I mentioned here, that's how this model is used to verify and rank the importance of causal links and identify data gaps. And this model can take extensive type of data as input. It can be monitoring data, field study data, lab experiments, and it could even take in theoretical considerations and other physical models as input to this model. So it's less restrained to the specific data we use. After we ID the most important causal links, it enhances our ability to prioritize for mitigation. The scope is limited by the originally proposed causal network. However, this causal network can be easily updated when new knowledge available. This model itself is adaptive. You run the model, identify data gaps, collect new data, then you come back and update the model again. Here's an example of the causal model we're working on with Professor Landis at Western Washington University. It's a project in Upper San Francisco Estuary, and we aim to use this project to identify and rank the impact of various contaminants and other stressors on the ecological endpoints, such as fish population, microinvertebrates population. And this place is a very diverse place. It has multiple sources, stressors, habitats, and endpoints. We call it meshy, or also known as a very messy site. And then the conceptual causal model will populate the details for the 6 components I just listed there. And the data will be organized for each of the 6 components in the risk region. In this case, I showed an example how we organize pyrethroids monitoring data in the risk region in the Upper San Francisco Estuary. I now covered basically the pros and cons of different modeling types. We then build a unified framework trying to link them together. And as I said earlier, we build a central database. And this database is useful because, as I showed, all 3 watershed types need to pre-process extensive amount of data for that watershed. If we build it at one place, all 3 modeling types can use. And this database is structured according to the stream network as used by US EPA StreamCAT network. So the stream network basically designates each stream ridge as a unit and then the corresponding area that drain directly to that ridge as the local catchment. And with the stream network, we can trace back the other ridges that actually drain to this ridge. And all those land that drain to those individual upstream ridges all together form this network watershed. So what we did is build extensive list of covariates that can potentially affect the pollutant source and feed and transport, and rescale the data to the catchment scale. And when I say rescaling, you think about it as a cookie cutter that get the information organized to each catchment. And with that, we can summarize the information for other larger scales when needed. And we also build the communication among the modeling types. When we say that the physical models relies on a huge amount of mechanisms, basically that mechanisms can be used to inform the constructing variable for statistical model and inform the causal network for the causal model. And then for the statistical model to identify the most influencing variables, it can inform the selection of mechanisms for physical model and inform the causal network build up for the causal model. And for the causal model to verify and rank causal links, at the same time, simultaneously inform the selection of mechanisms and the selection of covariates for the statistical model. And for the data gaps identified by the causal model and the important variables identified by statistical model, you can feed back to generate new data. As I mentioned, that new data, especially those generated through field study, lab study, can provide more insight in the mechanism, and that new established mechanisms can be used in a physical model. And as a whole, this whole intercommunication updating network can also support water quality management in two ways. The first way is the physical model's forecasting ability, and the statistical model's forecast and bycast ability allows scenario exploration that can support decision making. And then the ranking of important causal links and important variables from this two modeling type can help us prioritize for mitigation. Well, at the center of this whole system is a database. The data are out there, they're fragmented and scattered, and we took the initiative to pull them together, reorganize them, but we rely on this community to continuously take in more data, sort them out, update them, understand their structure and how we can use them. Yeah, and this is a list of my references. And acknowledgement for my collaborators. Within Department of Pesticide Regulation, University of California, Davis, University of Western Washington, University, oh, sorry, that's a typo, and collaborators through other departments in California, and communication with a lot of scientists across federal, state agencies and other research institutes. And if you have any questions or comments, sorry, I was a little rushed at the end because I thought my time was up, but apparently I still have more time, so.
Yeah, you have plenty of time. Thanks, Dan. That was a great presentation. Let's see. Anna, do you have any questions that came up via the email? I'm not seeing anything on Slack.
No emails.
No emails either. Well, I wanted to say thanks, Dan, again for the great presentation. I think I actually got a question. Is it possible to characterize the scenarios within each model? Is it possible to characterize scenarios when each model tend to work better?
I guess so. Like for statistical model, you will work as if you are going into a situation that you really don't know a lot of the mechanisms behind it, or you really wanted to see if you actually captured all the mechanisms, you can basically dump all those input data to the citizen model, and then the model will tell you, okay, we think those factors are more important than the other factors. While in the watershed that you've built extensive knowledge, you know what's important, what mechanisms should be there, then I guess you can directly go to physical models. The causal model is very unique that it identifies causal relationships, which is ultimately the information we needed to make decision on mitigation. And that works basically when we have sufficient data but it has the ability to identify, okay, in this part, for this region or for this variable, we just don't have enough data because it calculates the confidence interval. It tells you, okay, generate more data if you really want to know if this link is important or not. And what we aim to do with this framework is if we have this central database that all the data are organized in a way that can easily summarize to different scales, then we can build the 3 models at once and then feed back to each other. Great. With a kind of updating adaptive sort of manner.
Right. Do you are you providing the documentation for the model construction publicly?
We are not there yet. It took my team a couple of years to build the primate, like a pilot form of the database, and we're on the I guess our first set of papers on how we use that to build models will come out this year, hopefully. And then the causal model has another 2 years to go, but eventually I think we'll come up with some kind of a guideline to how to do this interactively.
Will those are any model results available publicly, or will those be enclosed in the reports that are coming out later as well?
That will be in the reports that will come out later, because right now we basically just have the pilot database format. We really don't have enough personnel to build the database. So I hope that I get help from this community to help us find the data, pure the data, and compile it.
Okay, well, great. I think this is a great forum for that. Perhaps maybe on the Slack channel, you can provide some of the resources where people can expect to see these reports, and if they have data sources that would be helpful to feed your model, where they could direct them to you and make it a more robust model in the future. So if that could be added and maybe keep the discussion going within the Slack channel and other avenues, that would be probably the best thing to do moving forward.
Thank you.
One last question, sorry, I just came through. Is in the continual adjustment of or weighting of the causal model, actually, I'll just leave that one in the go to the Slack channel and read that one. I'm not sure I'm understanding the question quite as well as probably you would. So there are some questions within the Slack channel that I encourage you to go in and take a look at.
Okay.
But thanks for your help, Dan.
Thank you.
And to round out our day is Chuck Louisel from True Elements LLC. Going to be talking about extending the bounds of the water quality value stream from raindrop to faucet. Chuck, I saw your video earlier. Are you with us?
I'm with you, and then my co-presenter Bob Bocock is on as well.
Fantastic.
Oh. So I guess you'll pass me control of your screen.
Whatever your preference. If your preference is to control it yourself, that's definitely doable. Otherwise, you can say next slide if you would like one of our team members to advance it for you, whatever is your preference.
Okay, how about if I ask for the next slide?
Okay, perfect.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's always tough to be the last act of the day, but a really interesting combination of presentations in this section here, Nick. What we'd like to do is go ahead and go forward with our conversation, and Bob and I will tag team this and try to just explore what if, right? What if we could break the boundaries between data, jurisdictional boundaries between data, and establish a full value stream from the raindrop to the faucet. Next chart, please. So we really are approaching this from the idea of a digital pedigree, much like the pharmaceutical companies do, where they bring in the organic elements of their final product and they trace where they come from, the supply chain, and then how they're processed at each node within its manufacturing, shipping, delivering, and ultimately customer presentation network. And so we're going to take that and try to apply that in the water sense. And I think some of our conversation complements the prior speaker, Dan. So very interesting. Next chart. So one of the things that we wanted to do is ask the question, what if you dissolve the borders? Because as we know, water knows no jurisdictional boundaries, right? It passes from city to city, it passes from county to county, from state to state, and country to country. And along the way, it is picking up and exchanging contaminants with its outside environment. So what we wanted to do is say, hey, how about if we could break those boundaries and move to a world where we could see the entire value stream, where each stakeholder in that value stream has a value proposition to meet, right? So all the way through the raindrop falling in, and I'll use the longest extent in the US at Yellowstone Lake, all the way to the mouth of the Mississippi River. Every stakeholder along that way has something they want to do with that water. They're managing wildlife and habitats. They're using it for recreation. They're doing food production and or human consumption in one way, shape, or form, whether that be direct water or as a component of a product that's manufactured in a food processing facility. So bringing that idea, we want to follow that raindrop from where it originates or where that snow melt originates down through the entire hydrologic system in such a way that as it passes between each hydrologic unit at the 12-digit level and then eventually decompose it to more localized for specific situations, you understand that represents a process node. And by doing so, you introduce this idea of a pedigree. So next chart. So a picture's worth 1,000 words. And so we're looking at Southern California. Many of you on the presentation may be familiar with this area, but you're looking at the San Gabriel area up at the top of the left-hand frame, and it coming down to where it comes in to the ocean at Long Beach, right? And so what we've done is taken and asked ourselves, why don't we look at those as nodes, just like a factory, just like a process. My background, part of my background was in systems engineering. So breaking things down into pieces and parts and what goes in and what goes out, and bring it all the way down and recognize that there's different exchanges based on land use, as was mentioned before, based on hydrologic properties, soil properties, etc. And in doing so, you create this record on the right-hand frame that says, hey, I have a runoff, which is caused by some sort of precipitation event, and that adds to the stream flow, and that has a travel time. And then at each one of these points, you see an agricultural contaminant influx, a stormwater contaminant influx, and then additional travel time to the next node, and so on and so forth. So that you come up with this time series reports so that you create the environment that says, I can forecast what is going to arrive at my point of interest and at approximately what time. And I use the analogy of hurricane forecasting, in the fact that it's not an exact science, but as was mentioned in the last presentation, you can take the data that you've created and put forward as a forecast, and then you can check it at intermediate points and correct to data, and therefore drive the error down. And Bob, I'd like you to step in and comment here and then talk to the next slide, if you would, please.
Sure, thank you, Chuck. I don't know, can we have the slide change, please? This is a quick overview presentation. We were limited to a 5-minute ability to talk to you about this. But what I want to express here without actually being able to see a demonstration of the model is an understanding of what Chuck talks about, literally from the rainfall precipitation event all the way to the tap, from source to tap. We're looking at water quality today with over 86,000 different data sensors just in the state of California to get water into the San Gabriel Valley of Los Angeles County, as was depicted in the water pedigree there. For those of you that were talking earlier about the Sacramento Delta and water in the State Water Project, you need to understand that we're able to take all of those inputs and all that data source all the way into, by way of example, the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. In the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, they can have water from the Sierra Nevada snowmelt out of Owens Valley, the State Water Project out of the Terminus Reservoir on the East Branch or the West Branch of Castaic Lake, and they can have water from the Colorado River through Metropolitan Water District, as well as groundwater from the San Fernando and Central Basins. And so putting all those water quality data together with all the end user or tap consumer water quality monitors that are now in the marketplace, we're now able to register total organic carbon, total dissolved solids, chlorine residual, ambient temperature, water temperature, all at the water meter. They're also selling commercial products for water heaters, toilet tanks, behind the refrigerator, carbon filters for the ice maker. All of those data points are going up to the cloud. We're able to take that data and run it all the way back to the source where Chuck was talking about the inputs from agriculture, stormwater. So as we see increases there, it's not only going to help counties and municipalities plan their energy costs, their chemical costs, but their labor costs in providing that water to those consumers who can then make decisions on, is it time to do a cooling tower blowdown? Is it time to do a system clean? We're hearing a lot right now with the COVID crisis about stagnant water within buildings. All of these are decision factors that make it usable. Currently, if you go upstream, we're able to use it for NPDES permits, stormwater permits, all of the like, literally to get those things to market today. Permitting agencies, working with the state. What we've learned is if the state regulatory agency says, if the tool is available, we will help users use it. So that's who's going to start using this digital water pedigree immediately. Chuck?
Yeah, thanks, Bob. So the whole idea is that essentially, and Dan, I appreciate your comments relative to the hydrologic system understanding of the United States is essentially a hydraulic model of how the United States works on the surface water level, right? And then we know that surface water interacts with groundwater to create the dual zones. So I think that our real thought process here is that if we can break the borders and make data available consistently so that we can follow a drop of water from its first inception on the terrain all the way to its discharge and all points in between and processes that take place, then we have the ability now to deliver the highest quality water and then backtrack into those mitigation strategies and understand better how we do source management. So with that, I'll ask you to change the chart, if you would please, to the next chart, and we'll back up and see if there are any questions or comments. But we know there's the big five. These are the components of our societal system that create the contaminations, that drop it into the water, that generate the impacts, that have a wide range of impacts ranging from economic, social, consumption, environmental, and then down to individual health. So with that, I'd like to turn it over for questions, but thank you for attending, and thank the other presenters preceding us for providing such excellent information that actually dovetails well.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chuck, for that information-packed presentation. You guys did a really good job of jamming a lot of information into just a 5-minute window, but some great work being done. And we look forward to maybe posting some information on the Slack regarding the model so people can better get an idea of how it actually works in real time. That would be probably the most helpful thing to do to get discussions kind of moving forward. I'm going to go ahead and ask and see if Anna, if we have any email questions at this time, or if I'm not seeing much on the
Nope,
slide.
nothing on my end.
Okay. Well, and there's nothing coming in the Slack just yet, although we do have a slight delay, but hopefully both Chuck and Bob can get on the Slack channel, maybe share some other key links to the model in action, and spur some further dialogue moving forward. But thanks again, Chuck, and thanks, Bob, for presenting this lightning talk and teeing us up for tomorrow, where we are going to have more lightning talk style presentations, and for rounding out today's great day one of the symposium. So appreciate your help and appreciate the presentation.
Thank you. So
again, continue the conversation on Slack. We've had a lot of great back and forth, a lot of questions coming in afterwards, and I'm hoping that the same will be said for the last lightning talk we had there. Greg, can we get the next slide? Without further ado, we do have the first winner from this morning's survey. We weren't making up that there were prizes. The first, the AM survey winner was Amanda Sousa. We will go ahead and be reaching out to her. Congratulations, Amanda. I'm not sure what wonderful prizes you will be winning, but there are a lot of cool swag that we have compiled thanks to Meredith Lee and the Big West Data Hub, as well as Greg, who's really great at creating cool limited edition stickers and other cool things that hopefully you'll enjoy. But congratulations, and we will be giving out another survey coming up, as well as a couple more tomorrow to kind of help us improve and help make sure that we are creating an event that is valuable to many stakeholders moving forward. So again, congratulations, Amanda. We will be reaching out via email to you to get your information and get you out your prizes. So with that said, we have another, this is the end of the day survey, another chance to win a prize. You'll have roughly 2 hours to answer this survey, maybe an hour and 50 minutes. So be completed by 6 p.m. today. We'd appreciate it, and we'll announce the winner tomorrow morning. We hope that many of you have found today's presentations to be thought-provoking and valuable, and maybe something you haven't heard at previous events, and that you will be attending tomorrow's event as well. It'll be the same time, starting at 9, ending around 4 o'clock. And if you have trouble, the program is on our website, as well as been posted on Slack a few times. I do want to say thank you so much to all of our presenters today and all of the team that's working in the background to make this a successful first day. We look forward to having an even more successful second day, if that's possible. We had a few things pop up in the background that we were able to navigate, hopefully without too much notice on the participant end. I've been pleasantly surprised with everybody's participation on the Slack channel. It's been great. I think well over 200 of you joined the Slack channel, have been very active, and hopefully you found it as fulfilling of a day as I have. So here is the survey link. We'll also put the survey link in the Slack channels as we did before, so it's easier to find, and we'll promote it on our social media accounts to make sure that we get the most distribution as we can. Next slide. You have one. And with that, I'll let Greg or any of the other planning team, if they want to add anything else, but I just want to say thanks again. And I thought it was a great day, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow continuing the momentum we have developed today.
We're all so tired, but I'll just say thanks again too. And thank you, Nick, for running the show this afternoon through all the bumps so smoothly. And I really want to make a shout out to Anna, who has overcome some amazing hurdles today to to be her amazing self to help us, but she did all the work to make this happen. And it was because she did all this work ahead of time that it was a smooth day today. So thank you, team, and we'll recognize the rest of the team throughout the rest of the presentation. But have a good night, rest up everyone, and see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Anna. Great work. Greg, can you make me the host? I'll take over the rest of it.